is not a PR exercise. It's a pandemic that needs decisive interventions, and it does not need silo implementations. It needs all of us to work together to try and defeat this pandemic. So silo implementation, not working in an integrated way, is not going to make us to win this battle. So I really do think that next time we are going to get presentations well in advance so that we can be able to go through them. So each department is going to be given 20 minutes to make presentations, and then we would after that have question and answer so that we can satisfy ourselves that they've done their work. But more than looking at the presentation of the department concerned, we would also be interested in knowing how coordinated are you, how well are you working together? Because if it's just you continue to work as just single departments, this is going to be an exercise in futility. So today we will start with the Department of Justice, followed by Social Development, followed by Basic Education. Basic Education will be followed by Higher Education and Training, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, the South African Police Services, the Department of Health, then the last department to present will be the Department of Communications. Do we have the person from the Department of Justice?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Chair. My name is Ross from Legislation. I'm with Advocate Praise Kambula, who is the head of promotion of rights of vulnerable groups, who will be taking the committee through the presentation of the Department of Justice from the implementation side of things. And Chair, I would just like at this stage to ask the committee to accept our sincere apology for the late submission of the presentation. And unfortunately, due to the time, we had to coordinate efforts and make sure that because it's different units that are will be involved, you know, from the finance side, from the ISM, which deals with the development of the systems. We have to make sure that there is a coordination and that we are, you know, we'll be reading from the same hymn book. But Chair, we note our discontent and we'll deal with that. Thank you, Chair. Over to Grace.
Apology not accepted. The Department of Justice is known for continuously making apologies for late submissions. We don't accept that. You were told last week about the need to make that particular presentations. We don't accept that apology at all.
Chair, my hand is up.
Honorable Mofokeng.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that. I just also want to check where is the DG or the deputy, because we even expect the apology for them if they are not there. Can we be clarified on that? And it should be also with all other departments. Thank you.
And hence her reason, she would have loved to be in this meeting. As we were discussing the issues, she indicated that or that unfortunately she won't be able to come to the meeting and hence put together this delegation. But it is mainly to a prior engagement that she had, which was already there when we got the notice of the meeting last Friday.
Chairperson.
Honorable Mofokeng.
Chair, I understand that, but I have a problem with the whole setup of not having the accounting officers. I don't have a problem that they have their officials that are senior. But remember, GBV is very important, especially when it goes to these departments that we have called, because at the end of the day, they are the implementers. They must know what are the challenges, the budget, and all the implications that are coming with these 3GP views. So I can foresee a problem because it will be an issue of finalizing on this 3GBV. They will be saying that we don't know what the committee members were saying about it. It's really, really unfair because now we'll be having another session to say, let us have the DGs. It's not fair. It's not fair. This is very important because here we must also talk about the resources. We are not just going to allow departments to just tell us about this is what is actually there, and then we would want to know about the financial implications and all that. So we're supposed to be also having them to account on that. Thank you very much, Chair. I think I'm not happy with the setup.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mofokeng.
May I say something, Mr. Chair?
Honorable Bredenbach.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I just want to support the Honorable Mofokeng. I do think that this is an extremely serious topic, extremely serious subject matter, and I do believe that that the department should have made a much more concerted effort to ensure that they had everybody who is going to be held accountable to be present. It's time that that all the departments took the committee seriously. We've taken serious decisions, and this is an important matter. And the whole country is interested in this matter. So this shows a level of nonchalance that that is somewhat concerning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart.
Chair, I just want to endorse what you say and what the other speakers have said. On the one hand, but on the other hand, the question is whether 1 week's notice was sufficient. It probably was, but considering the important fact that an amendment bill must be properly costed, so we'll be very interested to hear what the presentations say. And I think that in view of that, the department has not got the Director General here or the Deputy Minister, given their reasons. We would probably have to have a follow-up meeting once we passed the legislation with the role players, but I do think that we then give long notice so that there can be no excuse, because this is a consistent issue that is raised about lack of financing, lack of capacity to implement the amendments. And we pass, in my years, we pass so much legislation, excellent bills, and then due to capacity constraints, we can't have proper implementation. So I think, Chair, I endorse what has been said, but I do think this will result in us having to have another high-level meeting once we've dealt with these issues, given the massive public outrage about gender-based violence and the important role that we as Parliament need to play in ensuring that capacity and finances are provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other member on this matter? Thank you very much. I think
Maseko-Jele.
Honorable Maseko-Jele, and welcome back, Honorable Jele.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the colleagues. Chairperson, I think my colleagues have covered me, but I really wanted to add also, Chairperson, that we need to warn the department that this is not just an exercise, just you know, we are not exercise that they are just going to give us presentations and it is done. And they know that we will never follow up. I wanted to say, Chair, this is one exercise that we are going to follow up. Whatever that they are going to say, we will follow it up. The beginning of today, it shows us how things are taken when it comes to such issues, especially the issues that deals with GBV. They are not taken serious. The fact that today, the very people who are supposed to take responsibility, they give excuses. More so our department. It definitely is really not really sitting well, Chairperson. I think I'm not sure if we're just going to listen to what they are saying. It means there will be no commitment, because we will be sitting here for the whole day for people to talk to us and then go and say, no, we've done Cedili Cala. This is not acceptable, Chairperson. I think we need to, as a committee, we will listen to them, but we must have a follow-up on these issues, on the presentations of today, Chairperson, in making sure that those DGs, they come and account. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jele. And I think also with our committee secretariat, they must record properly our decisions. They must not communicate what they think. They must communicate the decision of the meeting. We said we wanted accounting officers. So it will be important, as members have already said, that we'll have a follow-up meeting where we want accounting officers to be part of the meeting. And this issue, the head of state deemed it important that he must call a joint sitting of parliament because of the seriousness of this matter. Now, the whole nation is looking at us for leadership. We are not going to be accepting gameplays on this one. It's one issue that immediately after the bill is passed, we are going to heighten our oversight over the department. Each death of a person killed by his or her domestic partner, or a child being killed or being raped, it's a crime against our country. We cannot accept that people get so comfortable in their bureaucratic way of doing things that we are not going to be in a position to solve this particular problem. It's not going to be acceptable at all. I do take the point, Honorable Swart. We are going to communicate on time with when we want the accounting officers to come, but issues of prior commitment are not going to be acceptable at all. They're not going to be acceptable, because to us, you'll be saying that you made a decision that commitment is much more important than this domestic violence that is engulfing our country. So can we have the Department of Justice presenting?
Sorry, Chairperson. I just want to let you know that you had two hands of Velma and Yaku. I know that you were not watching. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, my apologies, honorable members. Honorable Inevot Drachans.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning to all the colleagues. Apologies, everyone. Wilma's network, Honorable Wilma's network is a bit problematic. I'd just like to add to what the chair has just said. Apologies, there's just a network problem. Okay. Okay, now it's better. Sorry. I'd just like to remind the departments that in the multi-party women's caucus, it was said that the departments have to be ready, and at the multi-party women's caucus endorsed that we need the state of readiness by the departments before the bills are passed. So I'd just like to caution the departments that it is on this level as well that that there is oversight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nibot Dachen. Honorable Yako.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think my network is not very good where I am. I'm in Pokwane, so I keep coming in and out, and I keep missing bits of what is said. But I do want to concur with my colleagues that I don't think it's fair that they don't take this issue very seriously. I don't think it's fair that the highest of the highest in the Justice Committee are not coming to the party and are not taking this very seriously. It is a very serious issue, and I would think that the women in justice would make sure that this issue is taken up and is the most important issue at the moment, because it is really quite important. And for them not to be here, it just also just tells us how seriously they take this matter and how they see us as women, because it is us who mainly suffer from gender-based violence. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yako. Let's start with the Department of Justice. Maybe before we proceed, honorable members, I think in the next meeting where the accounting officers would be present, I think just to prepare for that, I would really ask that Parliament organizes for the committee that we get episode 40 of the checkpoint that was flighted, I think, 2 weeks ago on gender-based violence, so that all members can see the total miscarriage of justice that happened there, and we are able to have a discussion as the portfolio committee and to check how can we hold the relevant departments accountable. In that episode, the magistrate Basimane Mulwane was the only one who stood firm on the side of the victims of gender-based violence. The police officers, the investigating officers, showed total disregard of cases of rape against the victims. The prosecutor was reading newspapers instead of listening to evidence. It's something that we need to get that episode so that we can discuss it as a committee, and we demand accountability from the departments concerned and what actions are going to be taken against the people who would have found to be to have really showed total disregard and disrespect to the cause that we are trying to fight as society. It was really disconcerting. I think the committee secretariat must try and contact ETV, Nkepile Mabuse's show, episode 40. These are the issues that if we don't follow up, we are going to be making mockery of the whole process that we are embarking on. So I think we are going to schedule a meeting to watch that episode and see what happened and how our laws are being disregarded. That magistrate was the only one in that court that we can say that he really behaved as the officer of the court. You can't have a detective officer going to court even without a docket in a rape case. So these are the things that we would want to discuss as part of the ongoing process of ensuring that this bill is passed. Everything that we see on this issue of gender-based violence during this period and beyond this period, we want to nip it in the bud. So, but we want that one, we want that, we would discuss it, but we would want to call the accounting officers. They must be the ones who must tell us about the remedial actions that they're going to be taken, about their people who were found to have really been responsible for the miscarriage of justice, which was really an insult to the cause of justice.
Chairperson,
Mofokeng.
can I request that that report from the department should be available within 7 days, because they saw that 2 weeks ago, they never even cared to come back to tell us, as we are going to be doing our part, but the department has a responsibility to tell us when that thing was flighted on ETV. What do they do about it? Because these are some of the cases that are giving us a headache, and I agree with you that now there should be time frames.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mofokeng. I think let's agree on the 7 days for both the NPA and the South African Police Services. But I think it would also be important really to that magistrate really to be congratulated. He was extremely frustrated. The whole system was against him. He was just fighting alone, Mr. Basimane Mulwane. He was just fighting alone, being undermined by the system. How do you have a prosecutor going to court with a newspaper, just reading a newspaper during a bail hearing process? So within 7 days, we would want the national director and the national commissioner to indicate to us what actions, remedial actions are they going to be taking. So thank you very much, members. Let's go to Department of Justice.
Praise. Praise. Praise.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is Advocate Praise Kambula. I will be doing the presentation on behalf of the Department of Justice. And I am also asking, I'm trying to get my presentation up. I would like to know, Chair, if the presentation is already up.
Not yet, ma'am.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Ms. Kambula. Can I maybe share the presentation? Then you just tell me which.
Okay,
thank
you.
Thanks.
Because I sort of had it on, and I don't know what is actually stopping it now. Would you please make it to be on the slideshow?
It's on. Can you see it?
Yes, we can all see it.
Yes, you can just tell me which next slide as you go. I will be operating it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. I would like just to say that we have had the concerns that have been raised by the committee, and we will definitely take them up to our principals. And I would also like just to request the indulgence of the committee that we in the program we have been joined together with the NPA, and it looks like that we are given the same time. The NPA is here as well to give their presentation. So we are asking the chair if the chair can allocate them a separate time so that they are able to do their presentation. And I would also like to say that I am not here alone. The former acting Director General of the Department of Justice, Advocate J.B. Skosana, is with us. And Michael Yates of IJS will also be here to take the questions, and Henting Katz, and as well as Dr. Pravina Sukraji Eli, who is the director responsible for the issues of domestic violence. And we also have Chariz Fry, who is also here to take questions that relate to issues relating to costing. So the presentation is on the state of readiness on the 3 bills. I would like you to move it to the next slide. And we'll be starting with domestic violence.
You know that we've got 20 minutes, ne?
Thank you.
We have accepted your request for the NPA to have a separate, but you have 20 minutes here to have separate time, but you have 20 minutes as justice.
Thank you, Chair. Now, clause 1, I'm going to go straight to the presentation. Clause 1 of the domestic violence bill requires the inclusion of the elder abuse and spiritual abuse in the definition of domestic violence. As you know, that we've got a broad definition of domestic violence. Now it has been extended, then the bill, to include the elder abuse and spiritual abuse. I would like to say that we have the Older Persons Act, which already has a provision that recognizes the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act. It requires that persons, older persons who are in domestic relationship and experiencing abuse may use the Domestic Violence Act. And this has therefore made us to be already dealing with cases of protection orders involving older persons, and as you see there in the presentation, that in the previous financial year, we received a total of 26,249 of applications from older persons. So what this means is that the system is already dealing with these cases. So we will not be needing any resources because we're already dealing with it. And one thing that we will be doing is because we have the integrated case management system for domestic violence, which collects disaggregated data of the victims, the types of abuse, the ages, and also the racial groups as well. So it is possible for us to know in a particular area as to how many white victims have been abused and on what particular a type of abuse. What we're going to be doing right now, it's something that we have already started working on, is to include spiritual abuse in our integrated case management system for domestic violence. Clause 3 introduces services for complainants, and these services, it addresses the issue that was raised, that we have a Domestic Violence Act that does not recognize the roles of other stakeholders. So with this now, we wanted to have, the bill seeks to have a victim-centric a criminal justice system for the victims of domestic violence. So with the department, there are preparations that have already been made. We have a risk assessment questionnaire that we have developed. And this is a questionnaire that has been developed by the intersectoral domestic violence and femicide committee, which I chair, which has a number of stakeholders, including the civil society. And the risk assessment tool is intended then to open the eyes of the victim when they go and apply for the protection order, so that they are able to learn of the risk that they are exposed to. So it asks issues of has he ever used a dangerous weapon before? Is there any violation of protection order previously? And all those things, so as to ensure that we are able then to put down the level of femicide in these cases. And we also have the safety plan. Safety plan, we have already done it, and it's our service that will be, it's a tool that we have already put at our service points, and it is intended then to assist the victim, because most of these cases they occur behind closed doors. So the safety plan is a tool then that assists them in planning for their safety. So it's a tool that asks them that identify the rescue persons when the abuse is about to occur, and also send a blank SMS to your rescue person, identify the escape route from your home, and we have made it to be available in different formats. It is available in all languages. It is also available in audio, in braille, in large font for older persons, and is also available in discrete lipstick holders and business cards for male victims of domestic violence. And all this information is also available in our website. Can you take me to the next slide? Clause 6 of the bill requires that a clerk of the court must inform a person who is not legally represented, who is applying for a protection order on behalf of the complainant, of the rights in terms of the Domestic Violence Act. So the bill, the Principal Act, this is the provision that is also in the Principal Act, and we have the regulations, therefore, that provide a Form 2, the information notice to complainant. And this is a tool that we have already translated in all official languages. It's available in our intranet, that is Genie for our clerks, so that when a person wants to complete or to request that the rights be communicated in a language of choice, then we have that tool available. Is already translated. And we also have the interpretation services available at our courts for those victims who need interpretation. If you can take me to the next slide. Now, coming to the the proposed clause that seeks to amend Section 4 and introduces the online applications for protection order. Chair, we are living now in the 21st century, where it's an era of science and technology. The rapid technology development and advancements, particularly in the crime space, demands for the criminal justice system to up its game. So we need then to ensure that we come up with measures of beating a GBVF using the technology. And we believe that it is possible, because with technology is faster and more accessible. It makes communication easier and faster. It allows information sharing possible and easy, allows operations at secured spaces. So meaning that people then are able to provide services at, or it allows the victims to be able to engage with the system at environments that are safe and conducive for them. It also helps us then to work remotely, and this is what we have seen with the experience of COVID-19, increases productivity and saves time, and is also cost efficient. So now with us then coming to say that the proposal for the online applications is coming in then for the justice system to be able then to make it easy for the victims of domestic violence to be able to access the system. And as research shows that 40% of the population of South Africa has smartphones, and that we're talking about the 59.6 million people who are living in our country. 50% of the population has access to Wi-Fi services, and 91% has access to some form of electricity. So what it means is that this proposal then for us to be able to reach that segment of that category of people who are saying that we wouldn't like to come to your courts, but would like to engage with the system remotely. And this is an opportunity for them then to be able to access the services. Now, if you see in the next slide, this is the slide then that these are the numerals drawn from the integrated case management system, which is dedicated for domestic violence matters, and it collects statistics both on civil applications as well as criminal cases, that is upon violation of the protection orders. So we have, as you see there, in the previous financial year, we received about 240 new applications. And from there, we were able, from those cases, finalize 473 of the applications. So one is asking then what happened to the 50,000 applications. So what we have a high attrition in these cases. So with us then introducing the online applications, we'll be able then to have those victims of domestic violence who are saying that I don't want to come to court because of shame, because of the fear of the unknown, because of embarrassment, because of maybe I might be humiliated. So they will be able then to use the system in their safe environments. Can you take me to the next slide? Thank you. Now, clause 6 then requires the department to be prepared for the implementation of this clause. So we already have a system, Chair, as I have said, that we have the integrated case management system on domestic violence, which already collects data that is disaggregated. So that system now will need to be upgraded so as to ensure that it allows the online applications. And we believe that the process of upgrading that system has already started, the engagements of ensuring with our IT people so that we are able then to have that facility up and running. And as people now, as we are proposing that people to apply online. So what it means is that then we need to provide them with some kind of information. So in our website, we already have tools that guide them on how to apply for the protection order. And at our courts, we also have it for older persons available in large font. We also have Braille, and it's also available in audio that is in our website, and it's also available in all languages. And what we need right now to do, it's something that we've started to do. Now we are upgrading the audio applications. There's an audio that we did, which has been overtaken by the legislation, the legal developments in our legislation. So now we are in a process now of ensuring that we put it in line with the legal developments and have that audio guide that will be providing people as to and how to apply for the protection order and sort of inform them of the importance of certain sections that are in the application form. And also we are in a process of developing the checklist so as to ensure that you don't send your online application without having completed certain fields, and this is what you need to do. And the draft of the protection of the form of the protection order has already been done, and we are now in the process then of ensuring that it is finalized for this for the implementation. We will also need to have dedicated clerks. Currently, in every court, there are designated areas that provide services for domestic violence. As you see there, that our capacity currently is 4,801, and we have a vacancy of 10. And now we are in the process of ensuring that we fill up with those posts. And we are also saying that there might be a need for us now to increase our capacity on clerks and to ensure that then we have the dedicated capacity at every service point. We're in a process right now because if we introduce the online application, that means that we need to beef up our tools of trade. So we're in a process right now there's a tender that has already been approved, and we are in phase 1 of ensuring that our staff at courts have the laptops, and we are reviewing the second part of this tender, which is about the procurement of 7,000 desktops, because now we are saying that we need to have people working remotely. So we are in a process now of ensuring that we don't purchase 7,000 desktops. Some of that it is PCs, it is laptops. Can you take me to the next slide?
Ms. Kambula, you have 7 minutes and you are on slide 8 of 28. Had you shared this slide with us earlier, you were going to be talking to the slides. But now at the rate at which you are going, you are on slide 8 of 28 and you're left with 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I will quickly run through. So we are also, as a department, now in a process of introducing the free Wi-Fi, because we believe that it will be needed at our courts. There's a pilot project to have the Wi-Fi available at our courts. We have started at those courts that you are seeing on the screen, and now we're in the process of introducing Wi-Fi at the 9 regional offices. Can you take me to the next slide? Now, with us then, clause 6 requires that we have the protection orders, allows the victims to apply for protection order after court hours and outside the court days. So we are not going to be inventing a new way of addressing this, because we already have a system that the Department of Social Development, working with IJS, they've introduced what we call the PCM mobile app. So it is this mobile app that will be adopting then for the applications. So what it means is that then it will allow then our courts to be able to operate remotely. So a clerk of the court will be receiving then, using this app, receiving the application, and there will be an SMS alert, and then that SMS alert will also be going then to the magistrate that will be available at that time, and also then be communicating the magistrate considering the application, and then taking the decision back to the clerk of the court, and the clerk of the court taking it to the victim. So we are in a process then of introducing the system, working with IJS, and we believe that it's not a system that would require a lot of resources, because in one court we'll only use two pieces, two apps. Can you take me to the next slide? We've already introduced, Chair, the SMS notification system. It's already, as you are seeing there, the user testing has already been done, and it's ready now to take off. And this will also be able then to ensure that there's proper communication with our victims. Can you take me to the next slide? Now, with the central electronic repository, which is also one of the clauses in the bill. So with this, we believe that we'll be able to curb dual applications, manage counter applications, and be able to track previous violation, and also improve data sharing and data integrity. Would you please take me to the next slide? This is what, there's work that has already been done. So we have the Integrated Justice System Transversal Hub as a foundation. So as you see from the slide, that green means that these are the departments that are already connected. So this is the Criminal Justice Performance Dashboard. It is the IJS data warehouse. So it creates then the space for the departments to be able to communicate their data, sharing the data and their services. So it's a hub that is already there, that we believe that with the Domestic Violence Act, as you see there, that all the stakeholders that are responsible in the implementation of the Domestic Violence Act are already connected there, already in that platform. So then we'll be able then to, we already have a foundation that will be helping us to have that central repository for domestic violence. So it creates that communication and the sharing of the information. And the key stakeholders, it's SAPS is already connected, NPA already connected, DOJ already connected, and other stakeholders and social development as well. So would you please take me to the other slide? If you see it there, you know, we have, it's already in operation. As you see that SAPS now is able to communicate the docket to prosecutors. They, as you see, their application, the ICDMS, and they are able to communicate the docket to the prosecutors, and having their own application, that is the prosecutors, and the prosecutors are able to communicate the charge sheet event to our ICM system, and so as to ensure that then we cut down time, and there's no need for multiple entries of information in the system. So this is what we are saying that we'll be using for this, for the repository. And the only thing that we'll need is the enhancement of our systems, because for IJS to operate, they will need us then to develop the systems, and it's not development from scratch, it's the enhancement. And IJS already is funded then to help us to develop the repository. Would you take me to the next slide? Now, coming to the Criminal Law and Sexual Offences and Related Amendment Act Amendment Bill, as we know that it introduces clause 1, it introduces three amendments: expansion of the scope of the NLSO, and it's also expand the ambit to include other vulnerable persons, and it also increases the period for which sex offenders remain in the NLSO. Can you take me to the next slide? And also the next slide.
We'll give you 1 minute to round up.
Thank you. So with this, what we are saying is that with the NRSO, we will need more capacity for the NRSO. But I would like it. Can you take me to the next slide? The register is full, is in operation. It already registers new convictions and historic convictions and all the information. So it's already in operation. The only thing that we'll need then is to boost the capacity. Would you please take me to the next slide? And this is the progressive upgrades that have been done to the NRSO to show that now, and the last version was done in the previous financial year. Can you take me to the next slide? Training, the modules have already been upgraded, and in terms of the amendments, and they've already been piloted. Would you please take me to the next slide? Now, coming to the intermediaries, we are requesting that we will need more capacity on intermediaries, but we have developed a system, the electronic intermediary diary system, that facilitate the shared use of the intermediaries throughout the country. Would you please take me to the next slide? We are in a process right now. This is my last slide.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Advocate Kambula. I will now allow members who would want to ask questions and make comments. I must also indicate that we have honorable members from other portfolio committees. I know the committee on the Women's Caucus is also present, and there are other members from other committees. I must indicate to members from other committees that they've got a right to speak, they've got a right to ask questions and make comments, like all members of the committee. Because we would not be voting, that is the only time that they will be excluded from participating is when we vote. We are not voting. So if they have questions, they can ask questions. I have noted the following members: Honorable Maseko-Jele, Honorable Velma Horn, Honorable Steve Swart, Honorable Jacqueline Mofokeng, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, Chair Wilma as well.
Honorable Nivot Drachen.
Thank you, Chair. I note a presentation of Advocate Kambula, but I have few things, Chair, that I would want to ask. The first one, I can't hear the issue of budget. How much is going to be allocated on this? I can hear his explanation when it comes to the issues already that are in place, that they are doing and all that. But that it can only be a rhetoric sometimes if we don't know exactly in terms of the budget, if they have already set aside. And then in order to make sure that some of these things, they are indeed being implemented, because we are interested in implementation more than anything. And then also on the issue of posts, because on this one, I hear that they have already made some strides, but I want to find out from Ms. Kambula exactly what kind of skill, what kind of people that you are going to use on this one. Because the people that we are interested here are the people who have knowledge on the issues of GBV. We don't want anybody or anyone. We want to know exactly, have you looked into this issue thoroughly, and the people that you are going to hire and allocate on these on these points. The lastly, Chairperson, is on the issue of safety. I hear him indicating that they have also have some, they have a plan on this one. on the issue of safety plan and all that, but I didn't hear the safety at the courts, because sometimes things are happening at the courts. These perpetrators or sometimes come and shoot people inside the court, and I didn't hear as to the plans. Is that plan also covering also our facilities? Thank you, Chair. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think that firstly, the one thing that is definitely missing in this presentation from the Department of Justice is an assessment and a report as to, in respect of which of the intended legislative amendments will there be regulations necessary to effect and implement and allow implementation. The Honourable Swart in the preliminary remarks made the remark that implementation has been slow traditionally, and in my view one of the reasons has been because the department only once an act has been promulgated by the President embarks on a process of identifying which regulations must be made to properly allow for implementation. So I think that must be added. Just from where I'm sitting, quite a number of issues reported on today, like for example the after hours applications might need regulations, but I think we must get an updated report in that regard. Then secondly, Chair, in respect of the online applications, and in line with what the Honourable Maseko-Jele has asked regarding budget required, I want to make the statement that one of the line items in which this department is underspending every year is in respect of development of online systems. It has been a trend since forever. So it is, and I can't see how it is now reported to us that the online application system upgrade can only be effected if there's an additional budget made available, given the fact that as it is, the department is never spending their whole budgetary allocation for online and ICT development purposes. The third issue is the issue of the after-hour applications and the plan of the department that this will be done only via a mobile online app. Now, Chair, firstly, all of us who work with smartphones know that you only have the apps you know you will need. So if I am advised by my bank that going forward they don't want me to use my desktop anymore to do internet bank transactions, I download the app. If I want to make use of one of these modern taxi services like Uber, I don't download the app. So it's difficult to see how people, specifically first-time victims of domestic violence, will foresee that they will be needing the app. That's the one thing. The second thing is, and that brings us back to the comments we made initially when these bills have been introduced, is that only will implementation be more effective if there is an integrated approach between all departmental stakeholders. And we will be hearing from the others today. But to my mind, the after-hours online applications can only assist victims if, for example, the Department of Health, the SAPS, social services are included in making these available on their systems, and specifically the SAPS and the Department of Health, where hospitals and police stations are open 24 hours a day. The answer simply cannot be that this is going to be a mobile app. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Stephen Swart.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the very detailed presentation. I think, if you excuse the pun, it is worthy of a degree of praise, Advocate Kambula, so thank you very much. I think the biggest challenge is the issue relating to additional budget, where there are a number of issues that you refer to budget required. And I think that we as a portfolio committee will have to look very carefully at that. That'll be the issue relating to the costing of the bill. And I think it would be quite important for you to possibly submit an additional submission giving details of what that costing is going to be. The second issue relates to the online and the ICT systems. And that I just wanted to ask, I noticed a number of the slides at the bottom left-hand side of the slide, there's a date, 22 February 2011. Can you just comment, is that when the ideas of these integrated plans were first set in place? And obviously we're building up on that, but I'm quite interested in that date there, because we're now 9 years later. Obviously you have indicated that you are building on existing plans, so that is very important. But if you already have a degree of the integrated justice system, why is it not working at the moment? Yet, and I'm trying to focus on practical implementation as opposed to improving the legislation. The practical implementation, that is my biggest concern, given the state of the Justice Department, as when we had the Justice Department making presentations, and across the board, everyone on the committee was most concerned about the state of the Justice Department. So I need you to comment on that aspect. I also want to refer to the regulations that's already being covered, but I think that is an issue by Mr. Horn. I think it is an issue that we will need to know, because there is great pressure on us that once the legislation is finalized, it must be implemented effectively and quickly, and that's why we're having today's hearings. Chair, I welcome the presence on this platform of NGOs, and with your permission, it might be useful if NGOs also submit in writing their comments on what we are hearing. I don't know if that's practical or not, but it would be interesting where we get a perspective coming from departments where NGOs could say, but that's not happening on the ground. So I'm not inviting any submissions here on this platform, but it could be helpful that we get those submissions that could help us understand the complexities and the practical challenges on the ground of implementing the required legislation, given the financial constraints facing the nation and every department. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mofokeng.
And thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentation, Advocate Kambula. Chair, I want to say that I've been covered partly by Honorable Horn on the assessment and implementation. And going further, Honorable Swart is correct to say the practical implementation, and I will raise this on the issue of the integrated justice system, especially when it says that, especially slide, I think 14, that it's already in operation. And I would like to request that members of the portfolio committee, we must make sure that we go for oversight on this, because there are tendencies in the departments that we have bills that are not biting. So we need to go and check on the information that we are given in paper, because of most of the time things will be said in meetings, but they are not like that. And the other thing is on the issue of the cases that are going to the applications. One welcomes the online, but noting that is only 40% of our own people having smartphones, then it means that the manual service will remain and will have to be effective, because the challenge there, that advocate was right to say some people are scared to go to the offices for a number of reasons. Privacy is not there. Are they going to improve on the sections for privacy so that people are safe? And Maseko-Jele is right, Honorable Maseko-Jele, to say that women have been killed in police stations even when they go and open cases. And on the very same number of clerks that you are having, 4,801, at the moment. You only need 10, but we don't see their effect because we are having challenges now as we are talking about this GBV and all that. What is it that we are going to change? Because I don't get the sense that you have training planned. Because if you talk about the technology or fourth industrial revolution, it means that you must also talk about training and the budget thereof. The issue of the centralized orders and all that, I think all the submissions we're talking about there, we need to know more about the budget. The other thing that we need to go and do oversight is the Office of the Registrar on the National Register for National Register for Sexual Offences. We cannot just talk about it if we don't know whether they are capacitated or they have resources, enough resources. Because Chair, all the departments are going to be telling us about this and this, but I must say that we must take a responsibility that we are not going to pass this by not going to check that implementation is going to be a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mofokeng. Honorable Mangwanishe.
Thank you, Chair. Just a moment. Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the Department of Justice for your presentation. I want to just repeat and emphasize that South African Sign Language is not mentioned anywhere. You talk about official languages. Official languages, you're saying, you mentioned that, but you don't add South African Sign Language anywhere. You talk about interpreting in different African languages. It can be that, but interpreting can be voice languages, you know, languages that we speak with our voices, but sign language is not mentioned. You mentioned Braille, that's good and well. You mentioned audio. Yes, Chair.
Can other members hear her?
Yes, Chair, we can hear her.
Sorry, Chair, just need to go back. Okay, so you're mentioning Braille and you're mentioning audio, but South African Sign Language is not mentioned anywhere. So we are waiting for South African Sign Language to become official, and people use that as an excuse because it's not official, we don't use it, and I become concerned about that, so that's not mentioned anywhere. Then you say that there's 416 courts, but your pilot for Wi-Fi is only at 8. So I'm worried, what about the rest? If you're only piloting 8 out of 416 courts, are all going to be covered? But I know it's only a pilot, but you're only piloting 8. That seems to be very little. Then cell phones, when people are in an emergency situation, they have an emergency phone number, so they can press, even if they don't have any data. I'm assuming there's an emergency and they can make an emergency call. But does DOJ speak to the different service providers with regards to emergencies for victims to make a protection order online, but they might not have data or they might not have funds and it's an emergency, they need to make an emergency call? Can you have discussions with the different service providers to assist you in that? And then I noticed that in slide 6, the numbers there, and slide 14 at the bottom, 2.8 million. Okay, it says 2.8 million cases processed electronically from SAPS. Sorry, 2.3 million. That's different to the numbers in slide 6, which is way less. So what is the difference? What is the discrepancy in the numbers there? Does it mean it's cases that doesn't go through, or is it in the cases in slide 6, are they part of the number in slide 14, which is 2.3 million? And yeah, I think that's it for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nivo Trahams, over to you, the department.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the questions. I would like just to start with the last one, coming from Honorable Verma Newart Drashan, is asking about the sign language. There was a intervention that the department took some time ago of training our interpreters on sign language. But because of the fact that these cases, of persons who needing those services are not frequent in our courts, so we found that they becoming to lose the skill. And now each and every court has got a database and engagement with organizations that are offering these services. But we need then to clean up that process and ensure that it is a process that is up and running, to ensure that we provide sign language interpretations. And the courts then, as I said that in my presentation, that we are actually, it's Wi-Fi, we are in a process of, it's a pilot. We are piloting the Wi-Fi access. We started with 9 courts. It's not 8, it's 9 courts. And it's for us to see as to how is it gonna work. And the pilot is moving it now to 9 regional offices. And the intention there is to ensure that each and every year we have a minimum of 30 courts that have the Wi-Fi access, and budget will be required, and the usage then of the data as with the pilots that we have right now will be able then to determine the amount of budget that will be required as we move progressively with the project. Now I'm going to be asking then moving it to Honorable Jacqueline Mofokeng about the ICMS. The question is on the integrated case management system on domestic violence. Yes, we have it, it's up and running, and it's one of the tools that the department is using to be able to check where the pressure points are in terms of the interventions against domestic violence. And of course, there will be a need, because we're in a process right now of the draft has already been developed, a draft to ensure that we introduce a victim-centric services at the service point. So we are developing the victim-centric justice strategy, which is covering all victims of crime, particularly the victims of gender-based violence. And it does have a section that requires that there be designated areas and waiting areas that are for the victims of domestic violence, something that will be similar to what we have done for the sexual offences. And because with the sexual offences, there are private waiting areas that are furnished in a way that will be assisting the victims to feel comfortable and also having the information and all that. It's something that we are looking at introducing. As you will see it in my presentation, I have also included it, and we will use the vote budget and also the CAR funds in ensuring that we resource those courts. But that budget will be the budget for one financial year, so we will be needing more as we move on with the project. Now, the other question then is on training. Training, as I have said, that the modules have been amended, but we need then to have our people trained on technology. That process is already there for the NRSO, but then with these new interventions that we're introducing, definitely we will have our people trained on the technology that we are introducing. And with the NRSO, yes, we need capacity for the NRSO. We need to capacitate NRSO, and we're in a process right now of doing the work study for the NRSO with the expanded services that the bill is introducing. But we would like to say to the honorable members that currently, with what was making it so cumbersome, the process of managing the register is because it needed disaggregated data in terms of it was focusing exclusively actually on protecting children and persons with mental disabilities. But now, with us having opened the gateway with the proposal, opening the gateway to say that all victims of sexual offences, that is all convicted sex offenders, now will be registered. So it's going to make it quite easy and also ensure that there is better quality in data and the data integrity is maintained. So it's not going to be quite cumbersome. Now, the other questions, how much do we need? The costing, as we were moving on with the planning of the implementation, we were looking also into the issues of how much cost will be required. But it's a process that is underway. So what it means is that then we'll be able then to come back to the committee and to give the committee the actual figures. Now, with the post of the intermediaries, yes, we need more intermediaries. And I have said in one slide here that we have introduced the electronic intermediary data system, which then facilitates the shared use of the intermediaries. We have asked the Justice College, and that is what they are doing right now, to ensure that the training that they are doing is a training that builds the skills, sensitivity skills, and ability to communicate with children and to understand the needs of the children. So they are in a process right now of amending their program. And in terms of us now as to who are we going to be placing at the service point, it's our huge concern. And it is a priority for us to ensure that we don't place at the service points people who do not have the right attitude, people who have less interest and less understanding of the issues and the dynamics that relate to victims of domestic violence and gender-based violence as a whole. I mean, gender-based violence and femicide. So yesterday, we had a program where our deputy minister was talking to Pillar 3, to the NSP Pillar 3 team members. This issue came out very strongly, that we needed to unpack and to go back to our social context training and see as to whether is it fully capacitated to change the attitudes of people. Is it material that we can say that it can build the right sensitivities that we need at the service points? Now, in terms of the security, at the courts, I think that I would ask Advocate Nkosana to respond to that question. Yes, of course, we are in a process then of looking into the regulations. As I have said that we have already started to develop the application form, which is a prescribed form in our regulations. So now we are looking at having it and customizing it for online application, and looking as well into the regulations that will need to be. But what is good is that there's already the baseline. It's a matter of customizing and ensuring that it responds then to all, and we are waiting then for also for the Parliament to give us the go ahead and say that this is a bill that we are adopting, so as to be able then to effect all those changes that are needed. Now, with the after our applications, I'm gonna be asking, and the online, there was a question that was coming to say that, what about the figures that are appearing on the slide? There's a slide that deals with the transversal hub that is with IJS. I'm gonna be asking Michael to come and to respond to that question. Michael, would you please come and respond to that slide, to slide number 15?
Certainly. Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. Are you able to hear me at the moment?
Yes, we can hear you, Michael.
Great. Just to clarify that the figures on slides 6 and 14 refer to two different matters. The figures on slide 14 were provided as evidence of the current integrations relating to criminal matters. So that 2+ million refers to the total number of criminal cases that have been integrated between those three national departments, as opposed to slide 6, which was specifically figures relating to domestic violence. Thank you.
And Michael, whilst you are on the platform, would you also respond to the question that relates to the app?
Certainly. So I think also to maybe just clarify, the mobile app that was spoken about by Advocate Kambula was referring specifically to an app for use by internal officials. And from learnings with the Department of Social Development in the space of child justice, the reason or the motivation behind a mobile app for internal officials was seen as something to complement the traditional applications that we have within the departments, which you normally access via a laptop or a desktop. And within that child justice project, where officials are working after hours, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're sitting in front of their laptops or PCs and able to respond to emails or incoming notifications. So the point of the mobile app was to provide them with the means, be it on a tablet or their own smartphones, that they can immediately be notified that there is a work item in their queue, something that they need to process, so that it can be responded to timelessly. And the envisaged plan is that it allows us to roll it out to more devices more cost effectively, and so increase the reach of officials who will be able to support the processing of domestic violence applications after hours. So that is distinct from an app that would be used by citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. May I ask Advocate Nkosana to respond to the question that relates to security at the courts and also the issue of budget?
Thank you, Advocate Kambula, and once more greetings to the Honorable Chair and members of the committee. May I just start with a point that Advocate Kambula touched on, the issue of the sign language. The department is already, as part of the commitment we've made of portfolio committees, already starting the process of amending the constitution to bring the sign language as one of the official languages already on the constitution. And from the interim arrangement pending that inclusion in the constitution, court services have started the process of creating a database, which database will basically enlist all the language practitioners in the sign languages as well as the foreign languages, so that and that process will also involve the contribution by the NGO sector, so that they could assist in making sure that those who get into the database have got the necessary skills and competencies and are going basically to come with harvest of justice. And I think we will rely heavily on the assistance and guidance by Honourable Member Nivo. Coming to the issues of security, if I come to the budget, the reality is that we don't have the best security models in the courts. And I think these bills create more agency for us to review our operating model. And we have also been saying this process that we need, part of the state's capability should be the ability of the state to protect itself and its institution. And I think we are looking into a security model that will basically be more expansive, that will provide adequate security both for the victims, for the staff, for any person in the court environment, so that we're able to do that. And part of that is looking into the possibility of reducing dependency on the private sector and creating internal in-source security where people can be trained to secure their courts. And we're learning from the correctional services, because as you are aware, our correctional centers are protected by themselves. They're not protected by private security, etc. Where we spend a lot of money, but with very little satisfaction in terms of what they provide. And I think that Minister Lamula has driven the process and has put us on terms to make sure that we revise the model as soon as possible. The last point will be on the IJS, where I speak about money. I must acknowledge upfront that the IJS is not where it's ideally ought to be in terms of integrating all the processes across all the departments, etc. And honourable members have basically noted one of the weaknesses around the space, and it is the fact that we are not able to spend all the budget allocated for IJS. And that's quite a huge amount of money. It was painful for me in March to approve over a 100 million budget to go to the State Capture Commission, because that's the only place we could find money lying and not being used as such. And I think what the minister brought into space is the whole strengthening of the interdepartment budgeting processes, as well as integrated performance management processes. I must say, positives around the project. We have a earmarked budget. This year budget for IJS, it's 664 million, which budget is earmarked nationally, but put into nine departments and law enforcement agencies. And now part of this process must be to ensure that that budget is going to be used to fund initiative that comes out as part of these GBF bills. So that with that integrated management process, there will then be a monitoring framework that will look into what are the spending patterns across justice, SAPS, DCS, NPA, and all the 9 departments, so that we are no longer going to have the unfortunate experience of having to lose this budget because they're not being spent, or having to assign it to areas which were never intended from the beginning. So the process of bringing that integrated planning processes is going to ensure. We've said to National Treasury, this part of the budget that must never be taken away, because as honourable members will remember, GBV have always been a priority area, even during their hard lockdown. We have allowed courts to continue to deal with corruption matters and GBF matters, and therefore we are hopeful that we are going to influence National Treasury not to reduce substantially this budget for the IJS, and we are hopeful that we are going to build into the IJS budget a portion that will take care of the implementation of this bill. So we're not coming from a space where we've got nothing on the table. This budget should allow us, first from this current financial year, in terms of preparing the environment, in terms of getting the right skills, getting the training interventions, getting the Wi-Fi, even possibility of increasing the pilot size of the courts with this budget, so that by the time we go to the next financial year, we already have a commitment that comes from the MTF that is processed and proceeded through this budget. And I think we should be able to come with specific budget allocation to the committee at the meeting that the chairperson alluded to, that we need a high level, better engagement with the high level accounting officers on what money is going to be committed. I think we should be able to use the IJS as part of the opportunities to put figures that are going to be used for this purpose. Those are the aspects I've taken over, which were not, I thought I could elaborate on. And thanks, Chair, and thanks, Advocate Kambula.
Thank you, Advocate Kusana. And Chair, if I may just be allowed to bring Ms. Theresa Ross to talk on the regulations, the question, to respond to the question on the regulation. I think that will be the last one. Ms. Theresa Ross.
It will not be more than 2 minutes. Your time is way up.
Thank you, Chair. Theresa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the bills will require, especially the domestic violence and the bill dealing with the National Register for Sexual Offences, they will require regulations. There is a document that we have prepared on the specific areas of the bill, which that will require regulations, and that we've made, that we will make available to the committee. It's a snapshot of exactly where the regulations are required, and we'll make it available to the committee during this morning. Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. We also do note that in the last financial year, you underspent by 754 million rands. We note that as a committee, and Advocate Skosana, the question raised by Honorable Jele about security in courts. Your response that you are looking at that is grossly inadequate. This matter has been raised for many years, even by the Chief Justice. Now, we can't in 2020 be told that we are still looking at that issue. As a committee, we would not be able to measure you when you say you are looking at an issue. We deal with when, how, and when. That is what we are able to properly evaluate as the committee. Broad strokes responses, Justice, does not help us. We hope that when your accounting officer comes, there will be specifics around issues, and the fact that we don't think that the resources for you are a problem. If you have underspent by 754 million, then you have no problem of resources. You have a problem of management of resources. So we do think that it's something that we will be keeping an eye on. But we do thank you for your presentation. I think on your side, I think we have done extremely well in terms of the presentation. But you are a product of a broader lack of delivery by the department, which you can't escape. And that does not give us comfort. Thank you very much.
Work hard on it.
Thank you very much.
Steve Swatcher.
Honorable Swart.
Very briefly, I see on our chat that there are some very good comments received from the NGOs, and I'm just trusting that our researchers make note of those as well. I think in line with what I said about comments from NGOs, just on the challenges experienced on the ground. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I think we would be monitoring all the comments made by the NGOs, and they're going to assist us even when we deliberate, not only during the process of deliberation, but as part of our ongoing oversight over the departments on this issue, because we'll not only be looking at justice, but we'll be looking at the state as a whole, the ability of the state to effect and implement these bills properly. So we do appreciate the role that civil society is playing. That is why we were able even to pick up the issue by ETV, which related to this issue. We take your work very seriously as part of strengthening our democracy. Without that work, our democracy would be poorer. So we would be monitoring all your comments, and those who are not able to write on the chat, they can still write to us, but specifically on the implementation challenges and suggestion on the implementation and oversight thereof. Thank you very much. Now we invite social development.
Honorable Chairperson, good morning to you and the members of this committee. My name is Linton Mkunu, and I'm the acting DG at Social Development. We want to firstly appreciate the invitation by the committee to come and present our state of readiness with regards to the bills in discussion this morning. I am not alone. I'm accompanied by the team who works with us on this work. Caesar Mahangwe, who is the Chief Director responsible for gender-based violence-related matters. I'm also accompanied by DDG Isabella Sekawana and Advocate Mshoshisa, who works with us in our legal services. Chair, I must just indicate that the presentation we are sharing with you is a presentation that we, by way of principle that we always follow, have engaged the Minister on prior to serving it to the committee. So she's abreast of the presentation, and we briefed her, and she's expressed her apologies. She would have loved to be here, but because of a engagement in Mpumalanga, which she has called on interfaith leaders to discuss this very matter on gender-based violence and femicide, she's unfortunately unable to be, and she's asked that we do render her apology in this regard. Chairperson, I will start with the presentation and then request in our one of our colleagues to continue with the presentation. I am comfortable to flight it, or if the Secretariat would be able to flight it, then we'll be able to speak to it accordingly.
Thank you very much, Acting DG. We will give you 1 minute to fly to presentation or be assisted to fly to presentations.
Okay.
Yes. Although the Minister was not invited, but we are happy that she has taken keen interest in the work of the department. So please send our regards to the Minister. We are really pleased to hear that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
In this 1 minute, I'll just say something. Swatcher.
Honorable Swat.
No, just to commend the Department of Social Development for having the acting DG on the platform at short notice. And it just serves as a great indictment to our own department that wasn't able to have the DG here. So I just think it's commendable. Thank you, Chair.
very commendable, very, very commendable, Honorable Swart, and to the acting. Thank you very much, Acting DG, for leading the team to come here.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Okay, I am trying to flight it. I'm not sure if members can see it now. We will stick within the 20 minutes, Chairperson, because we had shared the presentation prior, and we'll thus therefore try and take it as read and then try and go through the specific elements that require this particular committee. I'm not sure whether members can see it now.
Not yet, Acting DG.
Okay.
And I do confirm that we received your presentation much earlier than other presentations. So we have ticked all the right boxes. We are happy and grateful for your cooperation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. If I can quickly just get straight. Okay, I'm sure members can see it now.
Well, it's blank.
Your screen is showing it's paused. But the screen is paused.
The screen is paused.
Yeah, that's the problem. Up.
There we go. Right, that should be showing now, Chair.
Well, maybe other members can see it, but I can't see it. Yes. Yes, now we can see it.
Thank you very much, Chair. So maybe just to try and get straight to the crux of the matter, I thought it was important that we provide a very quick contextual analysis to the presentation. I think we want to confirm as the DSD that we have indeed have been consulted rather by the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development on the three bills in discussion today. We've made a number of contributions by providing comments and inputs to the various bills, primarily because they have a direct impact on our services, especially as it relates to prevention services, response, and care services. And this, of course, is the crux of the work of social workers. And we will go through meticulously those specific inputs. Chair, I just wanted to also highlight that as the DSD, we're deeply concerned about the stubbornly rising levels of gender-based violence and femicide. And we've put a number of measures in place over and above those being discussed in terms of the three bills today. We have a number of measures which include policies, programs, etc., that deal specifically with this work. And I just want to deal with one that is very important. The Minister has recently launched a campaign which she's taken to Mpumalanga today called Askhulu. This is a campaign which is aimed at ensuring that interfaith leaders in particular, at first instance at least, engage on gender-based violence and femicide matters, especially as it relates to behavioral change. What we're trying to do with this program is to address the issue of behavioral change, but more so the issue of instilling values in society. That's a fundamental issue. And what the minister's plan is to do is, having engaged the interfaith leaders and having done this in a number of provinces already, is then to try and ensure that this program expands from house to house, from street to street, and from community to community. Because the reality is that this scourge of gender-based violence doesn't only require government to address, but it's a collective responsibility of both ourselves as government, but also our social partners, and of course the sector, including the private sector and civil society. So we have those programs in place, and we're happy to go through a number of these. In fact, some of them even include the integration of various work that we are doing with other government departments, as the Department of Justice has earlier said. Some of these are also data or digital programs which align some of our services. I think the important one to also highlight is that we have a gender-based violence command center which is based here in Pretoria. And of course, that center promotes access to psychosocial support, amongst others. Now, of course, there's national and global evidence that gender-based violence against women and children manifests in a variety of ways, be it physical, be it sexually, be it psychologically, emotionally, and economically. This is one of the reasons why the president has declared that gender-based violence should be viewed as a second pandemic after COVID-19. And as I indicated, the responsibility is upon all of us. Chair, we want to welcome the legislative reforms that are being discussed today, primarily because it strengthens the protection measures and creates an enabling environment for the state to respond effectively in ending gender-based violence. Now to the specific, of course, these are the three bills we'll be talking to the specific inputs on the bills that we've made as social development. I'll ask Caesar to quickly deal with some of those, and then we'll try and wrap up.
First one, no, three. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, DG, and good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. I will run quickly. In terms of the three bills, just to give a quick background, the first one, the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, for us, the area that we have looked at that has serious impact on our services is the area around sheltering services. The new bill is strengthening the work that we do around shelter services. The second bill, which is the Criminal and Related Matters Bill, the area that is impacting on our work is around the bail. In terms of that, we are saying victims must be consulted and be informed about the bail outcome to prevent secondary victimization, because a lot of victims, they don't get to know about the bail outcome, and therefore that it exposes them to secondary victimization. Therefore, that would be the work that we do with our victims to make sure that we prevent that. The third one is criminal law, which is looking at the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Bill. That one for us, these bills are impacting on the current registers that we have. The first one is the Child Protection Register. The second one is the National Register on Sexual Offences. The last one is the Draft Register on the older persons. So the bill is impacting on those registers to make sure that the employees, when they are employed, we do vet them against those three current registers. Then looking at the state of readiness in terms of the clauses that are affecting us, we'll start with the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill. It's under Section 2, Clause 2A, without reading it in the interest of time. But as we summarize this clause, one can say that we are expected to conduct screening for all the victims or the survivors that we interact with. So looking at the current status, we are saying we do have social workers currently that are conducting the screening as part of their work. So it is something that we are currently doing. It's just that it was not part of the initial act. So now the second act is beginning to formalize the work that we are doing. And in terms of the resources, we are saying there are no additional resources that we need to perform this function. It's already catered for. The second one is 2B, which talks to provision of names, addresses, as well as particulars of the shelters that are accredited. For that one, we say we do also have the resource list or the directory which captures that information. It's something that is part of what we are currently doing, and what we do on an annual basis, we do update it. And there's no budget required for this. It's already built in on our existing budget. The third one is 2C, which talks to the child safety issues. So under current, we are saying there are child protection measures in place in terms of the Children's Act, which makes provision for the removal of the children who are in need of care and protection. Even this one, there are no new resources that are required. It's things that we were doing, but now they are at least part and parcel of the amendment bill. 2D talks to the shelters. It actually strengthens the work that we do, as I've said, of providing sheltering services, which was one of the big gaps that we had, that we were providing a service that was not properly recognized by the previous bill. So therefore it became difficult for us to mobilize more resources and provide adequate funding to NGOs that are providing shelters. So therefore, since it's now part of the new bill, it actually strengthened the work that we are going to do moving forward. So in terms of the current legislation or the actions that are needed, we are saying we will have to develop a referral system that will say from SAPS, how do you refer to DSD? From DSD, how do you refer to health, depending on the state of the situation of the victim. So we are going to develop the referral system. Actually, we've already started. It's just that it's not yet finalized. IJS is assisting us. Work is underway. IJS is assisting us to develop that electronic referral system that will make sure that all the relevant cluster departments are linked and are able to refer with a victim from one service to the other. And it's a work that will continue over the next 2 years. Next slide. The next slide, it talks to, it's 2B, it's about reporting. The victim now can report even to a social worker if there's the suspicions of a social worker can report if he picks up that there are suspicions of victimization. So what we need to do there, we said we're going to develop an inclusive protocol, because at this stage we do have a protocol that speaks to children and we have a protocol that speaks to older persons. So, but now moving forward, we're going to develop an inclusive protocol. The next one, 2A, it's around a report to a social worker or a police officer. There we are saying we are also going, because this was not done before, the new things that we are going to do, we are going to develop a protocol for reporting purposes so that we standardize how social workers will be handling this matter in all the 9 provinces. The third one, 3A, it's about applying on behalf of the affected person. We are also saying we have not done this before. So in terms of preparing ourselves, we're going to develop guidelines for social workers in terms of saying, how do you do that? And it must also be standardized in all the 9 provinces. The next one is 4.2. It's about applying for protection order by a complainant. Also, they were saying, since it's the new work that we'll be doing, we will continue to develop the guidelines that are standardized in all the 9 provinces. Next slide. It's about, the next one is about applying for protection order on behalf of the complainant. There we are also saying we'll be developing the guidelines. The next one, 4.4 under 5, will also is about applying protection order on behalf of the child. We are saying there are child protection measures in terms of section 46, section 154, and section 156 in terms of the Children's Act to assist children. So we are really ready in terms of those sections. Clause 6 talks about carry out an investigation. Again, there we are saying there are systems and processes in section 155 and section 50 of the Children's Act to assist children in this regard. So we are ready. And then the last one here under domestic violence amendment bill is about the directives. We are expected to develop the directives, so we are therefore saying we are working with the legal section as well as the human resource section to assist us to develop the relevant directives. Next slide. Then in terms of the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Bill, the 2A is more on the current the registers that we have. We have the Child Protection Register, we have the National Register on Sexual Offences, we have the draft register on older persons. So we do have all these registers. But what we need to do now is to develop an inclusive register that will include all the vulnerable groups and even the ones that were previously excluded, like the persons with disabilities. So that's what we're going to be working on. and make sure that we have a comprehensive protocol on this one. And then the other key thing that is impacting on us that we need to work on is about vetting all the employees in relation to those three registers. So what we are going to do now is to work with our human resource management directorate to actually make sure that all the employees that are employed to work with the vulnerable groups, they are vetted against those three registers that we are having. Next one. Then the last one is the Criminal Matter Amendment Bill 3B. That one is around consulting the victims during the bail hearing. As we've said, that it has been a gap that a victim is not consulted. So now there is this provision where a victim is going to be consulted while the bail is being considered. So here, what we need to do, I think, as a department, we are going to make sure that this does happen. The victims get to know about it to prevent secondary victimization. And also, we are also saying we will be monitoring if victims are consulted prior to granting them bail. So it's just for us to ensure that it does happen because it has a bearing on the work that we do. Next. This is just to emphasize that in terms of the three bills, we are saying we are working around the issue of protection orders, that even though we are not the ones that are issuing protection orders, but in terms of this work, we are going to work very closely with the victims in educating them about the protection order and making sure that it benefits the victims. The second part is the issue of sheltering services. As we've said, that this bill is really strengthening our work in terms of providing sheltering services, and we're also saying it is linked to our bill that we are currently working on, which is Chapter 6 of the Victim Support Service Bill. In terms of the bail one, we are also saying will be working closely with the victims to make sure, and the department to make sure that victims indeed they are consulted prior. And then the other issue that is also of interest of the department is the issue of victims and witnesses as they appear in court. Most of the time they are not participating because of they don't have financial means to actually attend the court cases, and as a result of that, they end up not going, and it compromises the case. So we are saying this work is important for us, in order to make sure that there's better outcomes of those cases. We are also saying those issues needs to be considered for victims to participate fully. Then the last one, it talks to the vetting, which I've already alluded to. Yeah, then the last one is the issue of the victim impact report. We are also happy with this the sexual offense the sexual offences bill, because it also talks to the victims to make sure that the victims an impact report is actually drafted, and it must be mandatory. All the victims that appears there, we must make sure that there is a report and that speaks about the impact of what has just happened to them. And those are some of the things that we will make sure that they are there as we continue to implement our work. As we wrap up, we are saying as a national department, we will monitor the implementation through the existing of the management structures that are meeting on a monthly basis as well as on a quarterly basis. In terms of the recommendation, it is recommended that the committee take notes of the presentation and the inputs that we have made as a department. I thank you, Chair, and the members.
Thank you, Caesar. Chair, just before we round up, I think it's important that I just say these 2 points. One, you would note from the presentation that indeed most of the measures are in place already. And what we will do is ensure that we enhance these and ensure that they adapt with the times and the context of where we're at in terms of as a country, and more so within the context of COVID-19. And I think what we aim to do is to enhance our efficiencies, particularly through the use of digital technology and automating some of our measures that we've put in place, and of course integrating some of our systems. We've already started with a number of protocols and guidelines, and we've already engaged with the relevant stakeholders. So we just need to take them through the relevant processes and formally endorse them and ensure that they're in place. Of course, there are one or two areas that are still a bit challenging for us, which in some cases may require some financial support, more so the issue of sheltering. And we're in constant engagement with Treasury to try and see how best we can manage that. We support and have, I think, just over 100 shelters overall. 136 shelters in the country overall, and we're working on ensuring that there's a shelter in line with the guidance from the President. There's a shelter in every single district in the country, and there's a Kuseleka Center, which is basically a one-stop center that houses all the relevant support measures for women or victims rather of gender-based violence in every single province. Currently, we only have 3 in the country, in 3 provinces, and we're working on ensuring that those are in every single province. Chair, we're within the 20 minutes time frame, and we would like to then pause here to take any further guidance, inputs, and comments on the presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Indeed, you are within your time limit. But one issue that is not clear, you said that you do not have problems with social workers, and the information we have generally is that there is a shortage of social workers in the country, and the President has alluded to that. Now, how can it not be a hindrance for yourselves if you say you have enough social workers when there are not enough social workers in the country? I do think that you should also, I think there was also, I think once every member has asked a question, if you can respond to Ms. Claudia Lopez. I think she has a question. But let me note the following members: Honorable Swart, Honorable Maseko-Jele, Honorable Werner Horn, Honorable Jacqueline Mofokeng, Honorable Nivot Drachens, in that order.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Acting DG. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it at short notice, and won't you please convey gratitude to the Minister for engaging the interfaith leaders. It's very important to speak about behavioral change and values, and I'm sure that the committee joins me in that aspect, because it is crucial for us to understand the role that religious leaders of all faiths can play in engendering moral values, because that is the key. Our families are moral values, and so we're trying to deal with the gender-based violence from a criminal justice perspective, which is very key. But obviously, from a faith-based and from a social perspective, it is absolutely critical the role the department plays and the role that interfaith leaders can play. So I really appreciate that. I was going to ask about the shortage of social workers. The chair has covered that. I think it's very important for us to get an understanding of the implications of the Act on the amount of social workers that are available. The number of shelters, I think that I hear it correctly, 136. Given the pandemic, it would appear that there are insufficient shelters, and some of the challenges that we experience of people seeking shelters, particularly during the lockdown. I'd like you to comment on that. I'd also then like you to comment on the implementation of the victim impact report. Again, given the large number of victims of violence, gender-based violence, to what degree will every victim have a social worker that assists them both with looking into the family environment and then helping them through the process, and then of course with the victim impact statement. Lastly, Chair, there's a reference to the Victim Support Services Bill, and I understand there was a reference to that in the previous submission, but I do think that we as a committee will need to look very carefully at that bill as well. Because although it doesn't fall under our jurisdiction, like to ask the acting DG to comment, and my understanding, I haven't followed it closely. It was recently, it was open for public comment in September, and there are a lot of positive elements. But one of the criticisms coming from the NGO sector, such as rape crisis, is that it creates a lot of additional red tape to the NGO and non-profit sector, which seeking to criminalize anyone who does not adhere to those regulations. And that is the allegation, that in fact that the required regulations in terms of that act could possibly eliminate many of the formal networks of the NGO sector, given the cost implications. And I'd just like a general comment on that. I appreciate it is being dealt with by social development, the department, of course, and the portfolio committee, but there could be members that are concerned about the implications of that act, given some of the criticism that is coming from the NGO sector. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. Honorable Maseko-Jele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And also let me thank Mr. Mkhunu and the team, and also add my voice in saying, indeed, it seems they came they took this very serious. The very same people that we need to pass the message to, they are here. And we believe that they are going to go back to the minister, which we really appreciate also the message from the minister, you know, acknowledging that we are sitting here precisely for this, which is very important. But Chairperson, I can't also not comment on the issue of shortage of social workers. And to me, that, Chairperson, it makes me say, I don't think that the department is ready, because the social workers are their soldiers on the ground. If the soldiers are not ready, I'll tell you why, Chairperson, why I'm saying this. We have been hearing stories that the social workers are complaining about the overloading of work. The very same soldiers are expected now to take this that is very serious, that we see as very serious, a load, because we're going to put pressure on them to make sure that we see work happening on the ground. So now we are going to wound the very same soldiers that are already wounded on the ground. I think that is the issue that the acting DG and the team must also look into it very serious. You have already indicated some other facts in relation to that. And then also, Chairperson, the issue that I would like to raise, it is still the issue of budget that we have indicated to the other department, that we want to know the budget that is specifically on this. We know that they are already dealing with these issues, but specifically on this issue of GBV, we want to know, because the very same social workers that we are talking about, for them to be hired, we need money, we need budget to be able to add to the social workers that we have. So if we don't have budget or specifics on this matter, we will have a problem, Chairperson, because we still feel also that in terms of the shelters that we have, it is not enough, Chairperson. We appreciate that the department is dealing with, you know, this is one department that is dealing with many issues. And I really want to applaud them also, Chairperson, that, you know, in relation to what they are dealing with it for this country. Also having to be careful in making sure that they silence the noise in terms of all these issues, because they are the ones also dealing with the issues of grants and all those things. The noise is becoming lesser and lesser in those areas. So now we are looking at them in making sure that even the voice of that is coming from GBV, it has to be silenced, and it can only be silenced by them also. So the issue of the shelter, chairperson, shelters, we are having these shelters, but they are not resourced, enough resourced, because when you go to these shelters are not treated even the same. You check, I'm also including the shelters that the NGO are helping us with, because the NGOs are also adding a hand in assisting us also in this one. These people who are sheltering, helping us here in terms of sheltering, they are complaining a lot that the department is really not taking care of them. Because it is not only those, maybe let me just confine myself also just to be specific, Chair, so that I don't confuse them. There are those people that now are the informal shelters. Let me just put it like that. These people, they come, they shelter people because people run to the place of safety that is closer to them. And you find that sometimes they are not still recognized by the department. How can they help us also on this one? That those people, if we identify them, we give them, because when we were dealing with these GBV 3 bills, these are some of the issues that we discovered on the ground. I think if the DG also can cover me on that one, particularly on the informal ones that they are being coming from the NGOs, chairperson. If he can comment on that one, I'll be very much happy. Let me go back to this one also, Yama social workers training, a continuous training of these social workers. I'm sure I won't be saying something that the department does not know. When you go to the communities, we have lots of complaints. That is why I'm saying I understand, I sympathize with those that are trying to do the best, but we still have those elements that are not really doing their job. Because when the community go to them, they will come and tell you that, no, we are short-staffed, we don't have enough. Some of them, when I have a serious case at hand, just to make an example, my opposite neighbor, somehow it happened that the parents of these children, they passed on. In fact, the mother was knocked by the car. There are 3 boys, they are still at school. The other one is at the university. I just want to give that scenario to show that it is not all the social workers that are really helping us on the ground. This social worker or this group, they assisted these children, took them to the lawyers. Again, with due respect with those lawyers that are doing their work. But in this case, it was one of those scrupulous lawyers that took the case of these children. They bought them the house that they knew that the owners will never go out of that house. And the social workers, when the children go back to the social workers can't help the children. And the children, the social workers now, they have, there's a family friend of these children. They took them. I'll be trying to be short, chairperson. They took them in. The social workers left them with that family. They never came back. They never even bothered themselves to come back and check exactly how are these children doing. As I'm talking to you now, the case is still like that. So I just want to highlight the issue of what is happening on the ground, including the load that we still have to address of GBV. So I want to show you how difficult things are on the ground. So I'm trying to say there are a lot of complaints that are coming also. There are a lot of good work, also complaints that are coming. on the ground about the social workers. So I'm saying, do you have a plan in terms of training these social workers? The plan in terms of training them on the very specific issue that we are talking about. Because they are tired, these soldiers, they are already overloaded. And you are going to use them, which I believe that if there was a budget, you would get a new team, new soldiers to help us to implement this. Because this is a priority in the country when you compare to COVID. So how are you helping us on that one? In terms of allocating new, fresh social workers. The last one, Chairperson, it is on the issue of monitoring. I hear that they are saying in terms of their implementation, already they are going to use the existing management structures that are meeting monthly and quarterly. How effective are those monitoring management structures that they have, if they are going to be used also to address issues of GBV? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I would like to appeal to honorable members also not to be repetitive. Once you have made a point, please proceed to the other point. We are going today possibly until 5 o'clock. And I think let's try to be as brief as we can. And secondly, I would also Honorable Jele to raise also about the said social workers to the acting DG so that some of them can be followed up. Honorable Horn.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My first question is regarding the protocols and the directives the department referred to, which must still be developed. It is indicated in the presentation that those are only to be developed once the bills become law, but we do not have an indication as to how long it will take for them to be developed and then ultimately implemented. Then, Chair, in relation to the questions already asked, about social workers, I firstly want to ask the department what the current workload versus ideal workload is in terms of their own standards. So the current workload of social workers versus the ideal workload. And then secondly, in relation to that, in the bill, the domestic violence bill, we now have a provision, or at this stage, a provision that there will be mandatory reporting obligations on anybody who becomes knowledgeable of possible domestic violence. And I would have hoped that the department would have briefed us on an impact assessment that they have done in respect of that issue and how that will add to their workload. So if it has been done, it would be good to hear about it. If not, I would advise that that must be done. And then lastly, Chair, I want to ask the question as to what the impact is. We saw in the presentation that the department advocated during interaction with the Department of Justice during the developmental phase of the bills, and they advocated for a legislative duty for them to assist shelters. And since that has not been included, could we be properly made to understand what the impact or the effect will be of that, the non-inclusion of that legislative duty on them to ensure for alternative sheltering of victims? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mofokeng.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentation from the department, and we should commend them for actually sending the DG, actually acting DG, to be part of the process. We appreciate that. Chair, I want to say that on the issue of I heard the department saying that they have a number of challenges. And amongst other things, on the Criminal Matters Amendment Bill, they are saying the current position is the victims are not informed when the accused is granted bail. One understands that and really sympathizes with them. But they are not saying anything about the issue of economic abuse, because they end up having many shelters because they don't actually look at talking about the economic abuse that is at the current domestic violence act. Why are they not saying that? Are they happy with this many shelters when actually women have to be coming to shelters and we are not saying anything about the economic abuse? And I just want to hear their views on that because I don't get it. But we'll commend you for the good work that you are doing to show that the spiritual abuse that is proposed is going to be in good hands, because the minister at the moment, she's busy, as the Honorable Swart has said, with the faith-based communities. Now, I want to check on the issue on the referral system, on the IJC. How many officials are trained in that regard? Because it shows and it's very clear that you don't have a budget. And if you don't have a budget, did you manage to start costing? Because you cannot just say you don't have a budget. You need to share with us, how did you cost all this that is coming with the 3GBV? And the last one, it will be on the issue of NRSO. You have been the custodian of that. Can you share with us your challenges? And now coming with the load now that you are drafting for older persons and looking at the bigger scope, with also the challenges of different NGOs, others saying that a person should be on the register lifetime, and then the proposal being 15, others saying 20. Maybe tell us what is it that is there. But one appreciate what has been said by the Department of Justice, that already they have noticed that there's a challenge in terms of the management of the NRSO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nivold Strachan.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you to the Department of Social Development for your presentation today. And thank you, Acting DG, for being present today. I always appreciate the Department of Social Development, because in 7 provinces, there are deaf social auxiliary workers. And these deaf auxiliary workers can communicate directly with the deaf clients who need assistance when the social worker does not understand sign language. So I really support that and appreciate that. And I would like to add to my colleagues that the Department of Social Development hasn't mentioned anything about intermediaries. And why I'm raising that specifically is that normally in court, or a deaf victim who uses sign language and the interpreter perhaps doesn't understand the dialect, then it's always good to have an intermediary who is a social auxiliary worker, deaf social auxiliary worker, to assist with the proceedings. But they don't get that training as an intermediary. So I would like to ask, is it possible to provide intermediary training to deaf social workers who can then assist in court cases or in court proceedings? And then we hear a lot about cases that are reported to SAPS, but somehow the dockets go missing or the cases never end up on the court roll. I would like to ask, does social development assist the police service to ensure that the cases end up on the court roll and to support the victim? And if you do provide that assistance, can you advise on what that is? And I remember that during the public hearings, there's one of the NGOs that said there are 200 names of children who are on the sex offenders register. And the Constitutional Court made a ruling that those names must be removed, but it's a big struggle to get those names removed. So in terms of social development and what are they doing with regards to the children, the names of children that are on the register? Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Bandwidth is very low. Sometimes I'm spaced for most of the time. Members, over to it. Department, take note of the charts, the comments on the chat group. Where you can answer, please do. Social development.
Oh, I accidentally pressed the volume down here, and I unfortunately didn't hear just that last part. But thank you very much, honorable members, for the questions and some of the inputs made here. What we will do, Chair, we will beg your indulgence. I will ask Caesar to respond to the issues of referrals, the shelters and the registers. I'll ask Advocate Mshoshisa to respond to the issues of the red tape that Honorable Swart spoke to, as well as some of the directions. And then I will come in and respond to the issue of social workers. It is an oversight from my side, not to highlight the challenge that we have with the shortage of social workers. And I'll put some context to it as soon as I come back. Caesar, you want to go first, please?
Thank you. Okay, there was a question around during COVID, access was a challenge in most of the shelters. Victims or survivors were not able to access. Yes, it's true. We also got the report that people are struggling to access the shelters. So what we did ourselves and the entire cluster, as well as the UN Women, we came up with, we developed the referral pathways that makes access easy to the shelters. We also had consultation with the national NGO that is responsible, NSM, that is responsible for shelters, to have a conversation and say, how best do we really improve access? Because this is the time that a lot of women need access to shelters. And after those deliberations and consultations, we began to come up with a solution for them, because they had reasons why. Some of them, for instance, they cited the issues of isolation, that in terms of the COVID protocols, they are expected to have an isolation room, and they don't have the isolation room and all of that. So we had to assist them to come up with a COVID-19 protocol measures to make sure that they comply and they are still able to render the services. So we had a conversation and say, in an event where maybe you are a small shelter, you don't have an isolation room, now that we have had a discussion, how do you access another shelter to assist you with the isolation room? After a person has been accepted there and have stayed for some time, is then you can admit. So after those mechanisms were put in place, there was access to shelters. And then on the issue of, there's also issues of shelters that we have in general to say, there was an outcry that we don't have adequate shelter. So therefore it becomes difficult for victims or survivors to actually access shelters. But after the president has declared the shelter sheltering services as one of the legacy projects that we need to work on and make sure that post-COVID-19 we have adequate shelters. We did a quick map exercise to check how many shelters do we have in a country per district. And out of that exercise, we picked up that there's only 8 gaps. There are about more than 40 something, 42 or so shelters per district. So there are only 8 districts that do not have adequate shelters. So what we are doing now, based on that assessment, we are working with the provinces to find a better way of establishing those shelters. We are saying, even if the state does not establish the shelter, but let us provide support to an NGO that is there in that area and that is willing to actually put in place the shelter, so that we can improve access to shelter and make sure that at the end of the day, when our VSS bill is finalized, then we have enough shelters in place that we are able to provide those services. And then there was also a question around a referral. With the referral, one of the challenges that we've picked up is that, yes, victims, because of the issue of gender-based violence, it's an intersectoral issue, meaning that a victim can start anywhere to access services. And if we don't have a strong referral system, it's easy to lose the victims. The victims can fall through the cracks. For instance, a victim can start at SAPS, open a case, but might not reach our department to access psychosocial services, or vice versa. A victim can start with us and might not necessarily reach SAPS to open a case. So therefore, the referral system is very key to make sure that victims, they don't continuously fall through the cracks. So we are consulting, as we are finalizing these referral guidelines, we are not doing it alone. We are doing it with all the departments that are affected. There's a consultation, we are referring them, we keep on refining the system, and we believe that at the end of it, the system will be able to really keep the victims safe. The last 2 ones is around the training. The training, yes, one of the things that we've picked up was that some of the social workers that are on the ground that are providing generic social workers, they don't specialize in GBV, and it becomes difficult to really assist a victim or intervene when we are dealing with a victim of gender-based violence. And because of lack of understanding and knowledge, people become secondary victimized. So therefore, we have developed a specialized training. We have entered into partnerships with organizations like NICDEM and many that are specializing in trauma. So every year, without fail, we do provide training. Even now, during COVID, we have trained over 100 social workers who are specializing in trauma counseling to make sure that they are able to provide adequate responses. And then with the issue of a victim impact statement, we are saying, yes, we do understand that the victim impact statement services is going to make demands on the social workers. There will be more social workers that are needed to write the victim impact statement. But what we are doing is say, yes, we've acknowledged that we don't have adequate social workers. So what we are doing now, because we do have GBV forums, we are consulting our forums to talk to the civil society to say, can we have all social workers, be it the state as well as from the civil society, that will be able to provide those services per area. So when the demand of a service comes, it will not necessarily be provided by the state only, but any other social worker that is trained in providing this victim impact report, they will be able to provide that. Finally is the M&E. The M&E, in terms of the structures that we spoke about, we said, yes, we do have management structures that are already running to monitor all these measures that we're talking about. So those forums, they are already in existence, they are operational, and they are functional. So we will be able to generate reports based on the work that they are doing.
Thank you very much, Caesar. Isabella, let me give you 30 seconds to quickly respond to the issue of children.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, members, and thank you, DG. In terms of the children who are supposed to be removed under the register for sexual offense, it is not the responsibility of the Department of Social Development, it's for justice. We as social development are responsible for child protection register, basically for perpetrators, who have been convicted, in terms of children's offenses. Yes, in terms of the Children's Act, this one is under the jurisdiction of Department of Justice. In terms of the issue of utilization of social auxiliary workers to provide intermediary services to victims, it's something that we know Chairperson, and as the department will have to consider that and be able, to come up with a plan of action in terms of how are we going to ensure that we really support children, during court. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Isa. Advocate, 1 minute.
Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, and thanks, DG. With regard to the issue of the bill that the department is busy with, it is correct that we have developed a victim support services bill, which seeks, amongst other things, as Honorable Swart has indicated, to register anyone who is in the business of dealing with victims out there, that is providing services to the victims. There are indeed challenges, as has been correctly put, that when we received the comments, as we have just closed for public comments on the 7th of October, there are various comments coming from a number of churches who are not keen to register. That's where the issue of the red tape is coming from. They don't want to register because they say, there are challenges if they will be required by the department to register. Unfortunately, for them, because the understanding is that the department wants to have everyone who is in the space of victim empowerment to be registered by the department. Because the challenges that we are facing there, we do not know which is the correct church and not the correct church. We've got various people who become secondarily victimized when they get to some of the churches. We have got various stories around there that are reported on the media on a daily basis of people who get to be raped by pastors in churches and all that. So even if there is some red tape that is required, well, we need to live with that as the department because we need everybody to be registered. So the challenge that we are facing is that the comments that we received are like the churches don't want to register to provide psychosocial services to victims of domestic violence. That is the challenge that we are facing. And we say we need to register everyone. With regard to the issue of the directives, yes, indeed, we did not put the time frame there in terms of when we are going to finalize that, because the mandate actually is a shared mandate between the Department of Social Development and other stakeholders, but the Department of Justice being the principal stakeholder, because the way the amendment is reading is the Minister of the Department of Justice, the Minister of Justice must, in consultation with the Minister of Social Development and other stakeholders, develop directives. So it is not very possible for the Department of Social Development to say when exactly we will finalize that, because the Department of Social Development is not the lead department in the development of these directives. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair, just as we close, let me just quickly indicate just maybe 3 things. Firstly is on the question of the overload, of the work overload of social workers. Yeah, indeed, the social workers are generally very stretched. And I think one of the reasons for that is because social workers, the work of social workers is generic in nature. You don't have a social worker that deals with children, that deals with families, that deals with gender-based violence. It's all within one social worker would be responsible for all those areas, and not necessarily one area. And we're working to try and develop a national strategy to better deal with this particular challenge. But I must also indicate that we have social service practitioners, which include social auxiliary workers, child and youth care workers, etc., which we make use of to allow social workers to focus more on statutory and psychosocial services. And I think that's part of the work that we are doing as well, to try and lessen the workload. Insofar as the question of there not being adequate social workers, indeed, there is a shortage of social workers in the country. But it's important to also highlight, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, that as social ills in the country increases, there would be a need for more social workers. In some cases, we have a bit of an anomaly, and this is just my own view, in that we tend to employ more policemen instead of social workers. That is a responsive measure as opposed to being a preventative measure. We should actually employ more social workers so that we employ less police as time goes on, because we will be able to prevent some of the challenges that we face as a country. But nevertheless, the issue of social workers and the absorption of social workers, Honourable Chair, without absolving the Department of Social Development, is certainly bigger than social development. In 2018, there was a cabinet decision taken that all government departments need to absorb social workers. In some cases, we have seen this operating very well, and in some cases not. The Department of Correctional Services and Justice is amongst one of the biggest employers of social workers, actually. We're also working with DBE, some metros, and a number of other departments to continue absorbing social workers. During COVID-19, let me just indicate that we saw an opportunity to employ more social workers, particularly to deal with both the affected and infected citizens. And we employed almost 2,000 social workers just during the lockdown to deal specifically with issues of gender-based violence and issues of children. I think over and above that, we're doing a range of other things, including having a scholarship program. But also we must indicate that funding is a primary problem, in that we are not always, including provincial departments, provided an adequate budget to employ social workers. And we think that with engagement in such committees, it will assist as policymakers or as legislatures rather, to lobby and continue really engaging with the relevant powers that be around a budget that is sufficient to absorb social workers. We've done a number of trainings as well, including trauma training during, not just during COVID-19, but we've increased that during COVID-19. But we are working on a strategy again, Chair, to see how best we can deal with the challenge of the absorption of social workers, particularly by other government departments. What we're also doing is we've encouraged provinces within the specific districts to have registers of those social worker graduates. You see, we churn out a lot of social workers. The challenge becomes the employment and the absorption thereafter, after they've qualified. And we are trying to work with other government departments to ensure that we manage this process better. Lastly, Chair, it will be amiss of me if I don't in this committee and use this platform to really appreciate our cadres on the ground, the frontline workers, social workers, for the hard work that they've been doing, particularly during COVID-19. You know, social workers have to endure very gruesome cases at times and very difficult cases at times. And I think it's important that we acknowledge and appreciate the hard work that they've done. I must also indicate, Chair, that even during COVID-19, we had a lot of social workers dying in the line of duty. And I think it's important that we acknowledge, appreciate, and indeed remember the hard work that they've done during these most difficult times. Chair, let me leave it at that for now. And let me also just indicate that if we are not able to respond to all the questions, we are very happy to respond to those in writing. And if the Secretariat could assist us by providing us with those, we will certainly be able to respond formally in writing. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members.
Thank you very much. What we will do, we will ask Justice to respond to the removal of children in terms of Section 51, subsection 3. As the department is responding to that, please look at the charts. For instance, questions asked by Honourable Mofokeng were not responded to. And I think there are 2 or 3 other questions that were asked by, I think, the NGO sector. If you can look at those questions, we will give you 2-3 minutes to respond to those questions after Justice has responded to that question of the removal of children in terms of Section 51, subsection 3.
Chairperson. Steve Swart here. Steve Swart here.
Yes.
Chair, the question I put about the victim support bill, the response was largely a comment and about churches not wanting to register, and I appreciate that might be the sentiment, but my question was much broader, and that referred specifically to concerns from rape crisis and a number of NGOs. And it was interesting that the respondent from the department chose to single out churches. I'm not saying churches haven't complained about the need to register, but I would ask that we need to look into that as well, because the comments are much broader. They're from the broader section of civil society complaining about, and that's a separate act, Chair. I understand that. So I might be out of line even to raise it here, but it does have an impact on victim support and victim support services. It's critical that we as a committee look into that as well, and the objections that are being raised to that. But having been said, that's all the issue I want to raise. I don't want to enter a debate about that issue, but I just want us to alert to that issue. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Swart.
Chair, it's Werner Horn. Will you allow me a very quick follow-up, just necessitated by what they said towards the end of their presentation?
Yes, Honorable Swart and Honorable Horn is one and the same thing. Yes, Honorable Horn now.
Yes, it's the other one. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Chair, towards the end of the presentation, there was now a reference made about budgetary constraints. So I think the one thing we did not ask is the impact of the budget cuts all departments are facing. And as we know, in respect of DSD, what also happens is that the provincial governments are also receiving allocations. So it would be helpful, and obviously it may not be necessary now, if the department could give us a detailed breakdown as to how budgets have been cut due to the current economic situation, and what ultimately is the effect on provincial departments. Because it's all well and fine to hear that the GBV bills will be implemented, but if they are in any event facing budget cuts, it's difficult to understand how. That's the one thing. The second thing is also, we also know that there is a constant issue with the discrepancies between the payment of social workers in the, let's say, formally in the employment of the department versus those who ultimately are employed by NPOs who are assisted by the department. And if we could get a breakdown as to the difference in those salaries and how the department will address that going forward, it will also be helpful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think the questions that you have asked, Honorable Khan, I think they would need to be responded to in writing. They might not have the answers now. They need details. If they can respond to those questions in writing to us.
Honorable Chairperson, I think I will also say that if they don't have an answer to my questions, one, it was the addition on whether the department has started costing. It's related to the same what Honorable Horn was saying, because we cannot listen to them when they say that there's no budget for this and this, and understanding that there are cuts, but they started costing. The other one was on the issue of when we talk about the IGS, what are we saying about the referral system? Are they having officials trained too, so that they don't depend on somebody else or Department of Justice? Are they having their own trained? And the last was on the NRSO. What are the challenges that are there at the current situation that is there? Thank you, Chair. If they can't answer now, we'll allow them to send them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But can we first give Ms. Advocate Kambula to answer on the removal of children in terms of Section 51, subsection 3? Advocate Kambula.
Thank you, Chair. We would like just to indicate that the act that was passed by Parliament to amend the provision that relates to the removal of children from the National Register for Sex Offenders has stated that it placed a responsibility on the children, that is a person who was a child at the time of the commission of the alleged offense. First, to make an application for the removal of the name and to address the court on the reasons for such application, and also to show good cause why it is unlikely that he or she will not commit another sexual offenses against a child or a person with mental disability, and also to submit to the court an affidavit to that effect. So it then placed a responsibility on those people who were children at the time that they committed the offense to make those applications, and then and the court then will consider that application. There will be an inquiry that is held in terms of the act requires that. So as soon as the amendment was done, the department then started then to communicate to the general public to inform them of this amendment and the opportunity then for those applicants or those children who are in the register to come and have their names removed. And we have removed a number of names from our register upon the applications that we have received and the orders that we received from the court. So they were removed, and we are still waiting for those who would like to make those applications to have them removed. So quite a huge number of those children were removed from the register. And I would like then to also, whilst we are talking about the NRSO, to in response to Honorable Jackie Mofokeng, to say that, yes, at the beginning, because this was a new intervention for the department and also for the country, for that matter, to have a national register for sex offenders. And secondly, we experienced a challenge as we started with the implementation of the register, because the data systems of the different departments, including ours, was not collecting statistics in terms of the children, the ages of children, and also the types of or statistics on victims with mental disabilities. So as we started, then there was a bit of a challenge, but as we moved on, as I presented here, that then the NRSO, that is the electronic system for the NRSO, we have been upgrading it over years. And there was a huge upgrade that we did last year, where we spent a sizable amount of ensuring that then we have variables that will be assisting our court to collect this data and to ensure that there is a seamless communication and also the transmission of the data. And it must be the data that is accurate. And so we did that. So now with the NRSO, we have now managed to have the full implementation of the NRSO. We are registering new conviction. We are registering a historic conviction. We are removing names of people who would like, if you make an application to have your name removed because the period allows you to have that application made. And lastly, we are also vetting officials who
who are providing services directly to children and persons with mental disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Department of Social Development, do you have questions do you have responses to the questions on the chat? Do you have immediate responses or do you want to respond in writing?
No, thank you very much, Chair. We will try and respond to a few now. The RSO matter will probably have to respond in writing. They've responded actually. Yes, in terms of the costing, there is some costing that has been done. And indeed, I omitted to mention, it's actually on my notes, that the recent budget cuts are going to compound the challenge. But we have worked with provinces and recently presented to the Portfolio Committee on Social Development around the element of costing. And we have done some work in that regard. Of course, it's a moving sort of target that we're working with, but we have taken that into consideration. And we've asked provinces to reprioritize budgets to ensure that they are able to employ more social workers. Let me ask Caesar to deal with one or two of the other issues.
Acting teacher, I will always have a challenge with the use of certain words. For me, when you say some costing is being done, we are here to deal with specifics. So general words, we don't use them in our committee because we want something that we can point to so that we can be able to evaluate and monitor. So when we talk about costing, you must be specific.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I take the point. What we'll do, Chair, is we'll engage with our provinces and put together what we've done and then be able to share that with the committee. In terms of the costing for social workers, we'll be able to share that accordingly. If that's okay, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Caesar, you want to quickly respond to that question?
Yes, the question on referral guidelines. The referral guidelines that we'll be developing, we are going to do it in consultation with SAPS as well as all the other relevant departments, because as we've said that we are addressing an intersectoral matter. So therefore a victim or a survivor can start anywhere. So the issue of working together on this is quite critical. So the guidelines, we will do it in consultation with them. And also on the issue of whether SAPS will be able to engage directly with the shelters. Yes, we've already started doing it with the work that we do at GBV CCC, where SAPS can directly deal with what we do when we answer the calls, and if the call needs SAPS, we just refer them to SAPS, and SAPS, after they've intervened, they are able to access some of the shelters, but not all, I must say. So it's work that we're working on, that the guidelines will actually be able to make sure that they create access for SAPS dealing with all the shelters in the country. But it's work that we are currently busy with, and we will be addressing all the gaps that we are currently having at the moment. And then the last one was around the training. Yes, we do have official. We have embarked on a training on officials that will be dealing with this matter of referral, especially when it comes to the system, because this referral that we're talking about is more on electronic than the paper-based. So there are officials that have been earmarked for this work to actually do the referrals, and there is a training on the system that the IJS is currently assisting us with. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That's it from our side.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jele. How is it one question that you want to make a follow-up on? Because
even small, Chair,
we are
even
still
small.
in the presentation, and we are now 12 o'clock.
Yes, it's only small, Chairperson. It's just I wanted. Okay, I wanted to request Advocate Kambula Just to respond on the issue of register, there are those who apply to be removed. There are those sometimes who may be ignorant or one reason or the other that maybe they might not apply, and you find that they are ready, they complied, and their names are still there. What do you do with those ones, if I may ask?
Advocate Kambula, not more than a minute.
Thank you, Chair. As I was saying, that it places a responsibility on the child or a person who was a child at that time to make the application. And as the questions were coming through, I realized that we need to go back and to our radio stations and make the call again for them to come back, for those who are actually willing to make the applications. Remember that there's also another test that they need to pass and prove to court, is that they will not be able to commit another sexual offenses matters involving a child or a person with mental disability in future. Thank you, Chair. We will consider that and we will do it again.
Thank you very much. Can we now have NPA?
Thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. I would request that the previous presentation that were uploaded for DOJ will be uploaded again. That will be much appreciated, because the last 3 slides actually deals with the NPA input in this regard in relation to the state of readiness. Thank you ever so much. I see it's on. Honourable Chair, I assume it's visible to all.
Yes, it is.
Thank you. We've just done a summary in relation to the relevant bills that are applicable for purposes of the state of readiness in relation to the NPA. What we've indicated there, that's the NPA provided extensive inputs in relation to the drafting of the related aforementioned bills. It obviously confirms our responsibility towards the implementation and application of the relevant sections that has a specific bearing on the NPA once the legislation is enacted or passed. Next slide, please. What we've done here is to just in short, in summary, summarize what our responsibilities will be without going into the specific clauses of the relevant pieces of legislation. First of all, the related responsibilities, as they are already encapsulated in these pieces of legislation, are already accounted for in NPA voted funds. Therefore, no additional budget will be required once the bills are passed. At most, as indicated, the applicable NPA directives will have to be updated accordingly, and existing training curriculum will also be reviewed in line with the latest developments. And in that regard, I can indicate and confirm that we are already in a process of reviewing the training curriculum to ensure that if these bills are passed, that the training curriculum will be amended accordingly, because as honourable members will know, training of the prosecutors in the NPA and specifically in NPS is a massive responsibility, and it's an ongoing responsibility. Hence, that will obviously be incorporated in the relevant training sessions for prosecutors as well. Just in relation to recruitment, I just want to state the fact that honourable members are aware of the fact that we are busy with a recruitment drive in the NPA that obviously also includes prosecutors with the relevant expertise in relation to gender-based violence and femicide cases that will also be recruited accordingly. Once the bills are passed, we will also issue a formal communique that will be submitted to the regions to sensitize prosecutors with the latest amendments following the enactment of the bills. However, there's just one clarification that we stated, where we said that it must be noted that the successful implementation of the bills, once passed by the NPA, will obviously depend on the availability and functionality of required equipment at the courts to be provided by DOJCD where applicable in line with the relevant legislation. And the NPA is obviously committed to the successful implementation of these bills, because in line with the honorable presidential focus and government focus, GBVF is a pandemic and a massive drive to be addressed accordingly in this country. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. That covers the presentation from the NPA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Honorable Horn. Any other member?
Yes, me too, please.
And Swart, please, Chair.
Followed by Honorable Swart. So Honorable Horn, Honorable Glenis Breitenbach, Honorable Swart, in that order.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And by asking this question, it will obviously become apparent that I forgot to ask the department this question. It is to do with the fact that the Sexual Offences Court's regulations have been finalized, but the way I understand it, in between the department and hopefully the NPA, what is now being done is that an assessment of all court facilities are being undertaken to make a decision as to which courts are then suitable to be identified and earmarked to serve as sexual offences courts in terms of the new regulations. So as I forgot to ask the department this question, it would be helpful if Mr. Smith can confirm whether the NPA is part of this exercise and how this exercise is progressing, given the fact that this is actually something that I think is presupposed even by the bills we are currently dealing with, and as of yet has not been finalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Glenis Breitenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm covered by Mr. Horn.
Thank you very much. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask the advocate, the issue that you'll depend on the availability and functionalities of required equipment in courts to be provided by the department in line with relevant legislation, as well as the issues relating to court hours, delays in finalizing cases, secondary victim traumas. So you're sitting with implementation issues that are a challenge to the NPA. You've already made submissions in this regard, but clearly some of it is out of your control. This is something we as a committee need to bear in mind, Chair. When we ask the NPA to produce convictions, there are certain things that are beyond their control. But what more can the NPA do in this regard? That's the first issue. The second issue relates to the submission by SAPS, both on the first, during their submission then, where they alluded to a number of practical implementation issues that would be interpreting the law, and the SAPS submission today indicates that they have had discussions with the NPA on the legal definitions and the practical implementation of that. I'd ask the NPA to give us feedback as to whether SAPS and the NPA are, and that's what I suggested last time, that you should get together and have these discussions, and the outcome of those discussions regarding the practical implementation of our proposed amendments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other question? None. Over to you, NPA.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Honorable Members, for the questions. I will start with the question of Honorable Horn in relation to the regulations. Just to add on to that, as Honorable Members will also know, that the NPA does have a responsibility to do also directives in this regard. We have done the directives. We're in a consultative process in line with Section 66 of the relevant legislation to consult with the relevant departments. We've already received positive feedback from the Department of Correctional Services in line with those directives that we've drafted. Specifically on the question in relation to the assessments of court facilities, indeed, Department of Justice is in a process of facilitating that process, and we as the NPA are participating in that. I can confirm that under the leadership of DOJ, that we are in the process, and I know that also some of our judiciary specifically the regional court president from Limpopo, Maseko Vessels, is also participating in this process to develop a tick box, basically, for on what the requirements should be and how the courts will meet those requirements. So that process is underway. In relation to Honorable Swart, in relation to the question asked, indeed so, it is correct that the NPA do have certain interdependencies when it comes to the finalization of these cases and dealing with the backlogs. We all know the DNA one, for instance, is one process that we work very closely with SAPS at the moment, and there's positive feedback in that regard. But also what is crucial to remember at this stage is that, yes, we're in constant negotiations or discussions with our colleagues, which includes SAPS as well, on the interpretation, legal definitions, and how the specific pieces of legislation should be applied, and how we can utilize that also in the different training environments for purposes of skills development, so that the relevant stakeholders will have the necessary equipment when they deal with these type of matters to know what the law states and how they can implement the law accordingly. We will obviously, in going forward, provide more comprehensive feedback in that regard as well to the honorable members and the honorable committee as well. I think, Honorable Chairperson, that if I'm not mistaken, I've covered the questions in this regard. Maybe just one last point. Stakeholder cooperation is also a crucial element for all DPP divisions, and it's part of the performance contracts that stakeholder cooperation is a responsibility that needs to be delivered on by all the DPP divisions, but specifically with a focus on gender-based violence and femicide to ensure that we improve services in this regard constantly. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's now go to the Department of Basic Education. As they are preparing to upload their slides, can we have 3 minutes comfort break? We will start at 12:20. Basic Education, are you available?
Honorable Chairperson, yes, we are available. We are uploading the slides.
Okay, so we are giving you 3 minutes so that we can upload the slides. And then for honorable members, 3 minutes comfort break. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bottoman. You can start.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Chairperson, I'm standing in for the Director General for Basic Education, who couldn't make it today. And I just want to say that, Chair, that I'm also mindful of your time. And so we've prepared about 10 slides, but I will try and run through them fairly quickly. But also, Chair, to say that we don't want to sound like we are presenting out of context, because we've been sitting here and we've been hearing some of the principal concerns that have been raised, for example, around inclusion of, financial implications for some of the work that we are proposing, as well as the work relating to translation and curation of materials for learners with special needs. So we've noted those questions already, Chair, and just to make a disclaimer that even this basic education presentation doesn't include that level of detail. I'm trying to move my slides now, and I'm not sure if they are moving on your side. Okay. So the presentation outline, Chair, we're going to look at the DBE contribution and advocacy materials, then structural arrangement, and some of the things that we do to secure the constitutional right to education for learners in conflict with the law. And then we look at the curriculum delivery at child and youth care centers. We look at the partnership protocol between Department of Basic Education and the South African Police Service. Then also look at some of the programs and tools that we have. And then lastly, we look at the recommendation. Just to say, Chair, that we've taken the three bills collectively, and to indicate that our mandate in all of the three bills really is about public education and to raise awareness and to address some knowledge gaps that exist, and also to build capacity in the system. And so we are, for the purposes of this presentation, we're looking at the curricular and co-curricular programming, particularly the gender empowerment components, but also to indicate, Chair, that our slice as the basic education sector in the GBVF conversation or narrative is looking at the school-related gender-based violence. And so what we've tried to do now, when we looked at the three bills, we looked at identifying some of the institutional mechanisms and operational frameworks that already exist, which will enable us for the implementation of the three bills. So in terms of the DBE contribution, we've got the comprehensive sexuality education, which is delivered through life orientation. And the delivery of life orientation really is about making sure that violence prevention is addressed and we reverse the negative effects of harmful gender norms, which are a risk factor to gender-based violence. But we also, at a co-curricular level, we look at social cohesion and nation-building co-curricular programs for raising awareness and positive behavior and values that promote a peaceful society. And within the National Strategic Plan for GBV, we are leading on the prevention and rebuilding social cohesion pillar. And we've got two particular components that we're driving as the basic education sector. We're looking at changed behavior and social norms within key groups, as well as addressing violence against children through our programs, that eradicate GBV. And so we've got all of that already that's currently taking place in the system. And so it gives us a positive environment in our sector for the implementation of the three bills. We also are responsible for educational programs that should be provided to children who are placed in compulsory residence, in special schools, or in child and youth care centers. We also assist the Department of Social Development with the monitoring of compulsory school attendance orders, which can be imposed by the Children's Court as either a diversion option or a non-custodial sanction. And we know that at an operational level, upon admission, a vulnerability assessment and learner profile is completed by a school where a learner has been placed. So all of these contributions, Chair, are only happening after an admission has already been undertaken. And right now, as we listen to some of the colleagues who are presenting and we look at the work that we have to deliver, we realize that probably what we'll need to do for better implementation of these bills, we're going to have to look at our school admission policy, so that our school admission policy enables us to be able to implement the bills even before the admission is done. Because otherwise, right now, it really favors, at the moment, our admission policy really favors implementation after the admission is done. And so we want to look at those things. For example, Chair, if I can give an example, for example, where a child maybe the mother is living in a care center, in a post-violence care center that is away from their place of original abode. And so that child needs to then find alternative schooling arrangement. And so those things are not covered in the school admission policy for basic education. So we need to make sure that it covers that, so that our system is ready to receive such children who are affected, for example, in that sense. So we'll look at that to make sure that we are geared for the implementation of the bills. And we do have some advocacy material as part of raising awareness, as it is our mandate. And I won't go through all of them, but we've got quite an inventory list of advocacy materials. Again, another disclaimer to say that these advocacy materials, Chair, are linked to the delivery of life orientation curriculum. And so the life orientation curriculum is delivered in the English language. And so what you find then is that our advocacy material is also delivered in English. But increasingly, we realize that we've got to drop some of our intervention so that it starts early on, like in the foundation phase, like your grade R, grade 1, grade 2, up to grade 3. Which then means that if we're going to continue to use the advocacy materials for the younger ones, we probably need to translate these materials into the different languages so that we again uphold our responsibility for raising awareness and for addressing knowledge gaps and building capacity among young children. We've got structural arrangements as well that enable us to implement the bills. For example, at a provincial and district level, we've got the school-based support teams who are responsible for drawing up individual support plans and support strategy to implement the individual support plans, and following the screening, identification, assessment, and support process of the DBE. So the school-based support teams are there to ensure that at a structural level, the bills are implemented. We also have the district-based support teams at the district level who ordinarily should be having the involvement of an educational psychologist as well as a social worker within the team. But again, the matter of shortages of these professionals has already been raised. We know that out of the 71 districts that we have, Chair, I think that we are now sitting on 60 or 65% of those that already have social workers in the district-based support teams. But we did issue out a circular to our districts to just encourage our districts to make sure that we at least come as close as possible to 100% of all our district-based support teams, so that they all have educational psychologists and or social workers in the teams. In terms of ensuring that our work secures the constitutional right to education for learners, particularly learners in conflict with the law, as I have already indicated, we've got the work that we do now through the child and youth care centers, and I'll come to this when I talk about curriculum delivery in these centers, because there are some issues there that would need to be taken care of as we do this, and also the work that we do, particularly for those children who are placed in compulsory school attendance as a result of a children's court order, as well as raising awareness among school-going children, particularly on the dangers of crime, to support crime prevention strategies, as well as what children's rights and responsibilities are when they are involved in crime. Because I think the issue, there was somebody who raised the issue around understanding the proceedings and understanding what can be expected. The issue that was raised also about intermediaries, and so those issues are already fairly covered, but we also want to make sure that the issue around rights and responsibilities when they are involved in crimes are also taken care of. So in the curriculum delivery, in as far as the child and youth care centers are concerned, Chair, I need to make it known to honorable members of the portfolio committee that the first thing is that there is an adapted curriculum that is followed by the child and youth care centers to ensure that a diverse range of learners' educational needs are met. So it's not the same, it really is uneven across the country and between child and youth care centers. So a significant proportion of youth admitted in these centers present with severe behavioral problems, as well as learning difficulties. And so sometimes we find that there is a need first to do some kind of an orientation program to ensure that these children are ready to receive some kind of a learning program, because some of them psychologically, they are not prepared to be engaged in any learning programs. And many of them, Chair, have been out of school for a while. And so because they've been out of school for a while, you find that even their age and stage of development, there's a discrepancy between chronological age and the age of and stage of development. And so those are the kinds of things that we look at. And so we provide a diverse range of curriculum offerings depending on the kind of the child. Sometimes the child gets a full academic delivery of curriculum, and in other cases they just are automatically taken through a technical stream of learning. And then in other cases, it's really just about providing basic literacy and numeracy skills as they are in these centers. So some centers do provide a full national curriculum statement as you would see it in schools. But in other cases, then you find that there is this tweaked delivery of curriculum to a point that in many of them, they just use the adult learning training and technical skills program as part of the learning program. And so we think that it works like this because you can't have a blanket approach in how you're going to drive the learning programs because of these differences that I've already alluded to. And so particularly for the third bill, which looks at criminal and related matters, we are working with the department, with the South African Police Service. We've got a partnership protocol that is already in place that assists us to drive the work of crime prevention in our schools. And again, there are structural implications there in terms of the structures that we have had to develop to make sure that firstly, all the schools are linked to police stations and that all schools have got school safety committees in place. And we just make sure that the quality learning and teaching campaign mobilizes communities to take up ownership of the schools so that we can look at some of the criminality or reduce criminality that happens around the schools. And so without the programs and tools, of course, we will not be able to address some of the issues. And so some of the programs and tools that we have, which again places which place us in a position where we can say that we are ready for the implementation of these bills. We've got the Girls and Boys Education Movement. We've got the Always Keeping Girls in School program, which is a peer education program. We've got the Adolescent Girls and Young Women program. We also have got a Boys Vulnerability and program, which looks at promotion of positive masculinities. Again, because we want to address GBV at a causal level. We've got an action group on violence prevention and child protection, which can then also help us popularize the bills as they will be coming for implementation. We do, Chair, also have a protocol for the management and reporting of sexual abuse and harassment in schools, which is a tool that has been consulted with all of our stakeholders, many of whom are already here. Some of them have already made their presentations. And so we tried to make sure that we package the processes for schools in a way that will make sure that firstly, we uphold child protection principles when we manage issues of sexual abuse and harassment in schools, but we also make sure that the state remains blameless in the management of these cases. And so you then make known to schools in terms of what happens in the school and what is expected when the case is taken out of the school. And we still continue with our circulars that go to schools so that schools hold school assemblies to end school-related gender-based violence. And so, Chair, with those, I think that covers us. Or the last point that I wanted to make, Chair, is that besides the school admission policy that would need to be strengthened so that we are ready to start working with the children even before they are admitted in schools. The other thing that is still pending, which is critical for the implementation of these bills, is our standard operating procedures for the employers or for the employment of educators, because it includes issues of vetting. You know, we have to vet them for sexual offences and whether they are fit or not to work with children, and also working with our South African Council of Educators and the Education Labour Relations Council to just make sure that we work with our partners like the NPA, like the Department of Social Development, that register of sexual offences or sexual offenders is in place. And so that, Chair, is work that is still underway. It's not yet, I would say that it's near final, Chair, because right now, all the technical and the content related matters are already taken care of. The only thing really is to just make sure that all of our stakeholders who have got a contribution into the standard operating procedures do append their signature on the standard operating procedures so that the entire system works in unison for the implementation of these bills. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bottoman. Thank you very much. It's quite a difficult task, because I think if we can succeed at your level, it will go a long way in dealing with this scourge in our society. We need all our support at that level. I will now note hands from honorable members. I have Honorable Horn, Honorable Verman, Nivot Drachen, Honorable Jacqueline Mofokeng, Honorable Swart, Honorable Maseko-Jele. Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. I think my first question has largely been answered towards the very last part of the presentation. But I would, however, want to still ask what the department have done in order to ensure that there is going forward a proper interface in respect of the National Sex Offenders Register in relation to the vetting that was being referred to during the very last part of the presentation. Then, Chair, the one thing, firstly, I think you're quite right. If we, in terms of education, which is a vital component of addressing the scourge of gender-based and sexual violence and domestic violence. In that regard, we commend the department on the content of the curriculum. However, the one thing that I think is missing from the presentation, and there has been reference to the so-called structural arrangements, is that going forward, apart from the admissions policy, I would think that as part of the standard operating procedures, there must also be in place a monitoring policy. Specifically, if one thinks about the mandatory reporting that could become a part of the law in respect of domestic violence, and if one takes into account the presentations we've received, that it might have a chilling effect on reporting specifically of those who have knowledge within the immediate circle of victims. One would think that the school environment, specifically of children who are either victims or secondary victims, could be ideally placed for reporting obligations, because they sort of more than an arm's length away from what is happening. So I would want to hear from the department how they are thinking about those mandatory reporting obligations, specifically in respect of the duties and the burdens it will place on educators. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nigot Drachen.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you. Thank you to my former colleague from another life. Thank you for your presentation. And hello again. Nice to see you again. I would like to add to what Honorable Horn has just asked. The mandatory reporting, especially for the schools and for the special needs schools where disabled children are residents or reside at the schools. So reporting for deaf children who experience abuse by the educators themselves. Where would that reporting take place if it's the educators who are the abusers? Perhaps the hostel staff are aware of that activity. So I would like to know that who in the school, because many of the schools do not have social workers, do not have psychologists. Some schools, the department will send a social worker or will send a psychologist maybe 1 or 2 days a week, but those professions are not there on the premises every day. So then which person would be delegated then, if the child lives at the school, which person would be delegated to be the mandatory reporter? And how would that play out? What would that be? What would be the system? Because deaf children in the special schools are still abused by their educators. Whether the department is aware or not aware, I don't know. But the offenders, whether it's the educators and the bus drivers, are still working at the schools. The schools, the departments do need to support the schools more in terms of this. And then in terms of advocacy, your presentation on the advocacy materials and the different programs, like the different programs for girls and boys as listed in your presentation, how receptive and how welcoming are the schools themselves of these programs? I know my Catholic school was very opposed to such programs. So generally, how is the department finding the school's acceptance or willingness to use as advocacy materials. And I'm a firm believer that the earlier you teach a child how to detect that something is wrong, the sooner that child will learn to report it. But, you know, in terms of a deaf child, they can't talk to their deaf parents, they can't communicate with their deaf parents. And, you know, that's why they, you know, and they stay in the hostel, for example. And some of the educators don't want to give sex education. So there are all these different factors. You know, maybe parents themselves don't want their children to have to receive sex education. So generally, how has the department found the acceptance of this advocacy material? And I'm happy to hear that there is some kind of partnership between SAPS and DBE. I would like to find out, does SAP still go to the schools, including schools for children with special needs, to give assistance in terms of presentations and other sort of assistance? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mofokeng. Oh, sorry, Honorable Horn.
That's what you mean, Chair.
Yeah, the other one, Chair.
The handsome one.
I think this one is upside down now. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add on to what the Honorable Wilma Drogen has said. And we also support age-appropriate sexual education that protects children from being abused, but there's a lot of opposition to the comprehensive sexuality education. I'm sure the department knows from our perspective, our opposition as well. I don't want to enter a political debate about that issue, but there are concerns that it could lead to an increase, in fact, in sexual offences against children. But that besides the point. What I would like to ask specifically is about the issue that has been raised of the mandatory reporting and the role that teachers play in that regard, where they have insight, where a child comes with domestic violence taking place at home. A child comes to school and mentions this to a teacher, and then there's obviously a need for the teacher to report that and the impact that has on the family environment. Maybe the department can give us an indication of how they deal with that with a great degree of sensitivity, understanding the abuse could be taken place against the child's mother or against the child itself, obviously. And we would obviously support the reporting as much as possible in that regard. The second issue, of course, is the security at schools and the role of gangsterism that has an impact on schools, wide reports of sexual offences against children in schools. I'd like further indication whilst we pass this legislation. Obviously, it must have a holistic approach in protecting our children. The last issue is, of course, you did allude to it, and that is where teachers are accused of sexually abusing children, even where there might be a degree of consent given by children who can't give consent when they're below a certain age, but in exchange for pressure or this, whatever. So I just like, clearly this is covered by legislation, but there is a challenge in the practical implementation when it comes to the ground, and that obviously we as MPs are concerned about. How is it being implemented? The good legislation that is passed, and of course these proposed amendments that will seek to improve the fight against gender-based violence. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseko-Jele.
Yes, Mofokeng before Jele. Mofokeng before Jele.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Or if she wants to come first, I don't mind.
I don't know what happened to the system, but it's generally the words are, in fact, the names are upside down.
Okay, Chairperson.
Honorable Mofokeng.
Thank you. Chairperson, thank you very much. I actually I'm going to have one question, I'm sure. The mandatory reporting I'm covered by Honorable Horn, and also the last part that was raised by Honorable Swart is what I was going to be coming to about the sexual abuses at school. And it goes back to partly covered by Honorable Velma on the issues of boarding schools. We know that there have been a number of cases in schools where you find, even in boys' schools, that boys have been sexually abused by their teachers and all that, sorry. And we know of cases, and we know of one in Johannesburg. And one wants to appreciate you, teachers and the department, for the work that you are doing. It is a very difficult thing. And it's historic that this challenge has been there, that you find later in life, our children are coming out, whether it can be in sports, and we saw that it happened even in sports with Bob Hewitt, a child being taken from school to be groomed. It's part of that. But I want to know, what is it that you are going to be doing, knowing all those challenges? We appreciate all the systems you are trying to set up, because you have a challenge of a budget and you are looking at these teams. And I'm asking myself that you don't have social workers, enough of them, you don't have psychologists. Are you looking at having boarding schools that are going to have more on support by hiring even social workers? Because no parent will want to take children to a boarding school where there are challenges. They have to wait for tomorrow to tell the teacher, and you find that the person that is just employed as a madam or master can't even do anything, or will find that that person is protecting other teachers. Can you maybe tell us what has been your experience in this and what are you planning to do? But the challenge is, how are you going to pay the social workers and psychologists? Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Maseko-Jele.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm covered by both Honorable Velma and Honorable Jackie, particularly on the issue of the school environment, because I also wanted to know what is it that they are going to do, or their plans that they have in terms of creating a conducive environment for the little ones to be able to talk to them, teachers, old people, report what is happening, especially when it is a teacher, because it is very difficult, I should think. I remember the issues of Soweto, where the caretaker or that person has been busy raping abantwana, and you find that when these children they report and they've been not taken serious. So I'm sure now there is something that is happening, but I want to know now as we emphasize these issues. And lastly, I think Comrade Velma covered me very well on the issue of the police going to the schools. But also I wanted to find out that are they assigned to a particular school, or they just go there between times to check? Or do we have police that are really assigned to assist the school with everyday issues as and when they crop up? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Department of Basic Education.
Chairperson, I would like to thank all the honorable members for the questions that have been raised. And I really am grateful for the questions, because they really push us to think a little bit more some of the proposals that we are making as the basic education sector. I think I'll just run through them, Chair, in their chronology. The issue around a proper interface on the sex offenders register. The honorable member is correct to say that through the standard operating procedures that we are developing, we are in fact we are keen to to address that, because we've got all the stakeholders that are involved in the design and the utilization of this register as part of the signatories of that standard operating procedure. And I must say, Chair, that the other honorable member that indicated, I just forgot which one it was, but the honorable member was saying that part of the difficulty for basic education is that all of these humongous responsibilities are lying outside of basic education, yet they are supposed to support what basic education is doing. And I think through the development of such, I would say, strategic and operational frameworks like this standard operating procedure that we've just spoken about now, it allows us the space and it gives us the engagement platforms with the different stakeholders so that we do exactly what is needed to do. We know that, Chairperson, at the moment we have not quite reached a level of perfection. But we are going to get there, and at least right now we agree, at least as a country, on what needs to be done when we ensure proper interface with all the different stakeholders regarding the register, what needs to be done and who needs to do what, which is very important. And so on the question around the monitoring policy, in fact, we didn't think of a monitoring policy, Chair, but rather we spoke of an implementation plan for the standard operating procedures. And I think that implementation plan could as well serve a similar purpose with the monitoring policy, because it would indicate for us some of the indicators and the activities that need to be done. And so when we do our district monitoring as part of our district implementation model, we would then be able to factor in the monitoring activity into that as part of the implementation plan. The honorable members raised a question around mandatory reporting obligations. And Chair, maybe at another time when all things are normal and the portfolio committee has got the time, we can then come back as basic education to your portfolio committee and we can go through the protocol for the management and reporting of sexual abuse and harassment in schools so that all of us understand what the provisions are in that protocol. But the provisions in terms of ensuring mandatory reporting obligations, that because the protocol is to guide what happens in the schooling system, it then controls what happens in the schooling system. And with that said, it then places an obligation on the teacher and on the school principal for mandatory reporting. Now, there's a section in the protocol that then says, what happens in the case when an offender is a teacher or a principal? Who then takes responsibility for the mandatory reporting obligations? And then it begins to suggest who else can then be used as an alternative if this sex offender is either a teacher or a school principal. So we give as much options as possible for children so that they are not stuck should the offender be the very same person that they should be running to report the cases of sexual abuse and harassment in schools. But in the case where there's another person, whether it is suspected or it has really happened, the teacher who's teaching this child and the school principal hold the obligation for mandatory reporting. But we can always come back and break it down nicely for the committee so that we understand what is there, and then of course we can take some of the ideas that can come out of that. For learners with special needs, what we started with, Chair, because we've got a very broad spectrum of safety issues relating to special schools and learners with special needs. We had started, in fact, I think we have now approved a disaster risk management plan for special schools at the moment, which looks at safety issues broadly. However, what we haven't quite done is to then hone in onto the issues relating to the matter that we're discussing right now on sexual offences in special schools. However, it is our understanding that many, if not all, of our special needs schools are full service schools, and by design, full service schools are structured in a way where they should have these multidisciplinary teams of health professionals that work either in that school or in a cluster of schools to address some of these things. And we know that, in fact, even when we look at some of the reports that have been made by districts and provinces, we know that there are very little cases that come out from special schools and full service schools. And I think the honorable member is correct to say that probably it's because these special needs learners, particularly deaf learners, they are not empowered with the skills and the knowledge and the resources that they need by districts to ensure that they also are geared to report and to speak out against sexual abuse and harassment in schools. The honorable member is correct to say that she and I have been working together in her previous life, and we have spoken about this, about making sure that we curate our material and making sure that as we popularize the material, the support material for learners, that we make sure that we increase participation of learners with special needs. So it's correct, Chair, to say that this is a gap, and it's a gap that I take back home with me, so that we work then with a transversal team within basic education to make sure that we've got dedicated, focused, deliberate participation or promotion of participation of learners with special needs in some of these support programs that we have made available. How receptive learners are and school communities are to comprehensive sexuality education, it's correct, Chair. It's a struggle for the basic education sector in South Africa. And I think particularly because all of us have got an opinion about what needs to happen with basic education in this country. And because of that, you find that sometimes members of the public formulate opinions about what comprehensive sexuality education is before they even understand what the content is there. Because, Chair, firstly, I need to indicate that for us in South Africa, unlike other parts of the world, we create a very clear distinction between sex education and sexuality education, because these are two different things. And so if you look at the material that we have for comprehensive sexuality education, you'll find that actually, honestly, the mentioning, even the mentioning of the word sex is very minimal. And in fact, we don't talk much about sex until we get to a point where we have to talk about sex. But largely, we are looking at issues like goal setting, building children's resilience, and building their ability to say no, and and to build their confidence levels, giving them all the self-protective knowledge that they need. Because in contrary to what the other honorable member has indicated, where there seems to be belief that CSE raises sexual debut and other maladaptive sexual behavior amongst children. In fact, the evidence that we have and other evidence that has emerged in the space that has been cultivated independent of us is proving now to us to say that we raise awareness amongst children, and now children begin to understand that sexual abuse is not only penetrative sex, but there are other forms of abuse, and many of our children have been enduring these forms of sexual abuse and other forms of exploitation against children, and they thought that it is the way to go, that it is the way to live. And so through the comprehensive sexuality education delivery in schools, now we see a lot more children coming out and indicating that actually, if you say sir or ma'am in class, if you say that this is inappropriate touch, then I want to tell you that my stepfather is touching me like this. My uncle has been touching me like this for years, and I didn't see anything wrong with it until I learned through the curriculum. And so we know that there will always be that pushback, Chairperson, on comprehensive sexuality education. And it's something that we live with in South Africa, unfortunately, but we've got an obligation to make sure that we give our children the information that they need. And we've always made sure that the information that we deliver to them through comprehensive sexuality education is age appropriate, and it is culturally appropriate, and it is scientifically based and evidence-based. And so because of that, you find that the content that you deliver for the foundation phase is different from the content that you deliver in the further education and training phase. It's totally different because you've got to take into account the age and stage of development of these children. And we have, in fact, rather been criticized by the global community, but you know, the global community doesn't know the full spectrum of the context of South Africa, but they've been criticizing us that firstly, we start too late with some of the content because many of our children are already dealing with menstrual issues at 9 years of age, at 10 years of age, and hospitals are seeing many children who are sexually abused younger than the age of 12. And so we are criticized by the global community, but we can live with that criticism because we also don't want to push our country too hard, even though we know that this is the way to go, this is what we need to do to protect our children. I think we will find one another, you know, as departments and members of the public, will find one another eventually, and we will see the importance of this comprehensive sexuality education. With regard to the police and their work with schools, as I indicated, and I rushed through it quickly, and I think that's why members might have missed it, but I was indicating, Chair, that we've got now a national school safety framework that we're implementing in all our schools, and there are particular components of implementation within that framework. Firstly, that a school must be linked to a police station. By linking a school to a police station, this is what we mean. We mean that the police in that police station will periodically visit school and will periodically come and do random searches and seizures of weapons and drugs in that school periodically. But also it means then that a school has got a direct line of access to the police commissioner's cell phone number, as well as a police officer who is assigned to that school for in case when issues of criminality come up in that school. But we also want to make sure that we are not only reactive in our approach. And therefore, the second component to the National School Safety Framework is the establishment of a functional school safety committee in that school. So that functional school safety committee in that school is supposed to work with the school-based support team and run prevention programs in that school, and also make sure that they manage some of the minor issues of violence and criminality in the school, so that there is a first layer or a first line of defense for the school when issues do come up of safety and violence in that school. And so issues of violence, issues of gangsterism and alcohol and drug abuse in schools and all of those things are taken care of as part of that framework comprehensively. Boarding schools and the support that is provided to boarding schools, the honorable member is correct that by design, because they are in boarding schools and they are away from their parents, it means that there has to be added support for them because they are in boarding schools. We haven't quite taken care of that deliberately, Chair, because we know that, for example, boarding schools would have like a house manager or a house mother or a house father and a particular structure that manages domestic issues in a boarding school. But the honorable member is correct to say that many of the violations and exploitations happen there, and they are not reported. And so how do we then make sure that the mandatory reporting obligations that are in the protocol for management of sexual abuse and harassment in schools, that they are also finding expression in how boarding schools are run in the country. And so again, it's another note that I take down with me and I take back with me, Chair, to just make sure that we must have deliberate efforts to address some of these issues. Salaries of social workers, seeing that we need social workers and there is this shortage of funding in the basic education sector, we are really grateful for the sympathy that came from the honorable member there about, and the honorable member is correct. And so what we have done though through the National Treasury was to make available a small grant for post-provisioning of transversal teams. And transversal teams include social workers, educational psychologists, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, you name it, the entire multidisciplinary team. And so we are making this money available to provinces so that provinces recruit. But I can tell you, honorable members, we have spent a lot of time in the initial stages when we received that money as basic education sector, pleading with provinces to begin their recruitment processes. And they took very long to come around to recruit. And I can safely say now, as I indicated, that in all of our 71 districts, I think we are now sitting on 60, if not 65% of districts that have now secured and installed their transversal teams in the districts. And so that means then that there are still gaps, and so we still need to encourage our provinces and our districts to continue with the recruitment process, because at least our government has made available a modest funding to ensure that we've got salaries at least to provide these social workers, because we may not necessarily be able to have a social worker in each school because we don't have enough of them and we don't have that kind of money as a country to have a social worker in each school. But the least that you can do and the closest that you can do to get to that is at least by having these transversal teams at much more of a district level. And then they go around visiting schools and they sit there and they wait for referrals of vulnerable learners who may need these kinds of services. And the last point or last question that was raised is around working with younger children and building their own ability to speak out against sexual abuse. That has been the most difficult. Even with the comprehensive sexuality education, honorable members, we started with grade 4. Well, that decision predates me, of course, so I wouldn't really know why we started with grade 4, but that's what we did. We started with grade 4, eliminating the younger children from the conversation, from the capacity building, from the knowledge gap addressing, all of the, we eliminated them for a while. But I think what we're doing right now, because we have identified that this is a gap in the system, we are working with academic institutions and child protection organizations to ensure that we tailor-make a program of comprehensive sexuality education for the younger ones. And in that program, we ensure that we teach children, for example, about knowing my body, and this is my body, and do not touch me, you know, don't touch me in this way, that kind of a thing. So it will be that level of content that is provided to them, but we also want to make sure that they know first that there is something called sexual violation, and that when it happens, we want to teach them to identify people that they can go to. And you are correct, honorable member, younger children have not been part of a conversation for a while, but I think as a country, we are journeying together with our members of the public in a way that is sometimes graceful, but sometimes it is very painful, because they will push back and you will think that you are together, and then suddenly there is a spate of, or a sprout of a pushback about comprehensive sexuality education, even from people that you have consulted with, that have been sitting with you on the same side of the table all along. And so you must go back now and manage those relationships, because now somebody has fallen by the wayside. So they do create these noises that derail us from doing what needs to be done to protect our children. And we understand that, Chair, and we have taught ourselves to live with that. And so that's what we're going to do. And we know that as we introduce it for the younger children, whilst honorable members in this virtual room feel that it is a good thing to do, it must be done, but we know that it won't be done easily. It won't be done without opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we now invite the Department of Higher Education? Is the Department of Higher Education in the room?
Yes, we are here in the room, Chair.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to greet the chairperson, honorable members in the meeting, my colleagues from the Department of Higher Education and Training, and the DBE, as they've just presented. Chair, we are here honoring an invitation from you to outline the work that we are doing in respect to gender-based violence in the system, in particular in relation to the bill that is of consideration at the present moment. In respect to the work that we have undertaken, which is stretching back for quite a number of years in the system, because the chair would understand that in the main, we are dealing with youth in the system, in our colleges, at our universities, and also those who are in other training programs. So we've actually put mechanisms in place way back, working with higher health, and we started by engaging in the space of HIV and AIDS so that we can be able to minimize the impact of it on our youth in our institutions. We put quite a number of resources there, which was then linked to education in respect to the conduct of students, youth, how they should carry themselves in the process of them being in the system of education. I'm with the Trudy van Wyk, who is heading this Chief Directorate, and with the permission of the chair, I would ask her to project the presentation and take the honorable members through. What then I also want to request from the chair, if it is granted, because we are engaged now at the process of examinations, both in our community education and training colleges as well as TVET colleges. And there are quite a number of things that we are engaged in that respect. If the chair, after 15 minutes or so, he excuses me from the minute and I'll be from the meeting, but I'll be leaving behind the capable officials to deal with the matters. Thank you, Chair. I'll give over to Trudy van Wyk if the chair allows.
Thank you very much, DG. That is more or less the same request we received from the DG of Basic Education. You have been with us since morning. I think honorable members would not take offense to you attending to the issue of examinations. and leaving your capable officials to deal with the rest of the presentations. Of course, we to look at presentations which DHs for further engagements. But we thank you for coming and for staying with us since 9 o'clock until now. Are we fine, honorable members?
Yes, Chair, we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DJ, you would be excused to attend to the issue of the examinations.
Thank you very much, Chair. Much appreciated.
Thank you, DJ. So, Ms. Van Wyk, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members. Thank you also to our Director General who has introduced myself. And I'm sharing my screen. I just want to check that you can share that you can see the presentation.
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Thank you. I'm accompanied by Ms. Pino Fante, who are the coordinator and the driver of our gender-based violence policy in the department. So she's also joining us at this meeting. When we go through the presentation, I've just firstly, and I think DJ has said in his introduction that we are not only a department, but we are responsible for a range of educational and training institutions that includes 6 regional offices in provinces. We've got 26 universities with 126 campuses. We've got 50 TVET colleges with 263 campuses. And then we've got 9 community education and training colleges with 200 community learning centers and 1,610 satellite learning centers. Then we also have our skills levy organizations, our qualifications and quality assurance bodies, and our other supporting organizations like the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, as well as Indlela and NAM, who are doing our artisan development. So you can see that the Department of Higher Education spans across a huge range of a diverse group of institutions. And we don't have a blanket approach to social inclusion and gender-based violence, and specifically across the system. So when we then look at the background, and I'm not going to go through that, it is very important. We are dealing with mainly 18-year and older young people. They are independent individuals. They're socially active at all levels, and I don't need to tell the meeting that, including the use of drugs, of alcohol, sexual activities, and so forth. And that places a very big responsibility on the post-school education and training system as a whole in addressing specifically gender-based violence. We are concerned about the occurrence of gender-based violence and femicide related to our students and staff. And as people have said earlier in today's meeting, it is evident that it is not necessarily taking place on campuses or in our student residences, but it's taking place at clubs and outside the establishment. And that also places a lot of responsibility on us, but also to work closely with other government departments and other agencies to establish an enabling environment that our students and our staff are safe and that they are not being harassed or unnecessarily being exposed to unlawful types of activities. I must say we welcome the legislation and the reform discussed today, and we are in full support of what is presented in the bills. When we look at the post-school education and training system, we have got several specific policy frameworks related to the topic. Firstly, our white paper for post-school education and training, where we are building an expanded and effective integrated post-school education and training system. And the integration is for us very important, and I will speak about that later. But then we also have a 2016 policy framework for the realization of social inclusion in the post-school education and training system, where we're looking at the whole Bill of Rights and ensure that students are really protected in terms of different levels like gender, like race, like language, and all those different areas of social inclusion. And then our recent policy framework to address gender-based violence in the post-school education and training system that was released in April this year. And I think that provides our policy environment that is quite specific and very enabling for us. If we look at the policy framework for gender-based violence, and I'm going to go through it quickly, is to address gender-based violence in the total PZ system by creating an enabling environment for the eradication of gender-based violence. And most important, and when we presented to Cabinet, the President was saying, you have to instill respect in the system again, that we respect each other, we respect the human nature of every person, we protect them, and we also promote and fulfill human rights as enshrined in our Constitution. We assist the PSEC institutions to address the occurrence of gender-based violence, and then also, very important for us, is providing a monitoring instrument to us to assess the implementation of the policy framework, but also to be able to report to various departments and various levels of the system in terms of gender-based violence. When we look at the legislative and policy environment, you will see, and I'm not going to go through that, is that we are working within a big collection of legislative and policies. So you will see that the Domestic Violence Act is included there and others, but also the Employment Equity Act, because we also have to look at the employment of our staff at our institutions, that we ensure also, for example, that sexual offenders are not being appointed in our institutions. So that is for us very important, that we, in their policy, we're not attempting to duplicate what is already being said within this environment. And we welcome the amendments, for example, the expanded definitions and the online reporting and the app that the department this morning presented. We are very excited about that. And the expansion to the individuals to include our young people, because the previous act was only attending to children, and it was expanding now to the youth of 18 years and older is for us very encouraging. And then, as I've said, the register of sexual offenders, that we can use that also in our appointment of staff. The aims of the policy framework specifically is then to conceptualize gender-based violence and to define its manifestation in terms of existing laws and policies. We have got international and national regulatory frameworks, compelling institutional and departmental responses to gender-based violence. We also provide, through the policy framework, guidance on structures, mechanisms, and processes to address gender-based violence. We compel institutions to create an enabling environment. And this is very important because we have the implementation of this policy framework is at institutional level. And therefore, this policy framework compel institutions to create an enabling environment to inform, to prevent, and to support and monitor gender-based violence in PZ institutions. And a thing that the DBE also raised is the whole issue of safety of students on campuses and in residences. And we have to promote that, and also to have supported, efficient, and reparative assistance procedures for victims and complaints that are in place, so that our students and staff know where to go when any sexual offences is occurring, that they know how to report it, but they are also protected in their reporting. Because as the Honourable Chairperson said in the beginning, it is a shame that students, for example, reported back to us and said when they reported it to the police, they were harassed at the police stations, or they were feeling vulnerable, and those kind of things. We must really support our people, that we encourage also that people report when offences are taking place. And then the outcomes of the policy is national and institutional enabling environment, national support to institutions in the implementation of their own gender-based violence policies, and that students and staff are supported. There's awareness and prevention of gender-based violence, and that must be prioritized. And then national and institutional systems of accountability and reporting are operational. And when we look at our approach to gender-based violence, you will see we have got three very distinct strategic objectives. And I'm going to start very interesting at the bottom right-hand corner, is creating the enabling environment where we are talking about including regulations, norms, standards, guidelines, and standardized procedures. And most of them are in place already at national and most at institutional level. But that there's also structured engagement with other government departments, with agencies, entities, and NGOs. And I think it's important. It's not only at national level, but it's also at local level, where we are encouraging and we are basically compelling institutions that they have to form a relationship with the local police service, with the local non-governmental organizations, with churches, to assist in this whole pandemic, as it was said earlier. Then we look at institutional policies and accountability and monitoring and evaluation, as I have said already. We do have a challenge of collecting data, and that is always at a national level, a very difficult issue when it comes, for example, to an issue like gender-based violence. Because what must we report on? Must we report on occurrences at our campuses, on our campuses, or in our residences, or with our students? Or is it just the students that were reported? So it's a very difficult terrain that we have to sort out, and we are busy working with our respective colleagues at the institutions to look at how can we best report on this. Our second strategic objective, and I want to go to the top now, is about prevention programs, about awareness programs, and about measures that's aimed at preventing incidents. We're looking at security, we're looking at screening of staff, of workers on campus, and those kind of things. And even when, for example, students are doing their work integrated learning and they go into workplaces like hospitals, that they are also protected there at one side, but on the other side know how to conduct themselves. Because I think it's very important that the awareness and prevention is a key component of addressing gender-based violence in our society. And we also are looking at programs for men, and I'm saying men with in inverted commas, because we are talking of the perpetrator or the possible perpetrator, that we also inform him or her about what is going to happen to him, what are the ramifications of actions. So it's a very comprehensive awareness and prevention program that we're looking at. And then our last strategic objective is to support and provide assistance to the victims of gender-based violence. And there I really want to support what the Department of Social Development has presented about the comprehensive referral system, that we are working with the DSD, that it's one system. We haven't got our own system, because it's very important that government must work as one government together. And we really want to request, even with the departments that's currently present, that we have a coordinated approach in addressing GBV, and working with other departments like the Department of Women, that we can really address this at various levels. If we look at the next slide, is the system of accountability. We have got different levels where we have not only put measures in place of accountability, but also have given funding to enable the addressing of social inclusion matters. And there we talk of governance and management level of institutions. Then there are specific institutional forums and committees. But at institutional level, there are funded units. And I want to stress that it's already funded. And we have got a multidisciplinary team and approach that we're following. So every campus has a student support service supporting unit or units. It depends on the type of institution. And they provide academic support, social support, psychological support, financial support. And then also within the social support, they provide the gender-based violence support to the students. So what for us is important, and I will talk later also when we look at implementation, is that we don't have an isolated approach to gender-based violence. We put it in the context of the whole issue of social issues, of the whole community, of cultural issues and so forth. Then we are also having national coordinating systems and structures that's working together, not only in terms of reporting, but also in terms of sharing of how do we do this in universities? Can we share it with TVET colleges, or how do we do it in this university and sharing it with that university? We've got the Transformation Managers Forum at university level, the SSS Forum at college level. Then we have got a National Social Inclusion Forum where we bring all stakeholders together, and then we participate in the SOMA activities of the Department of Justice. And I think it's so important that we work with other departments. And one of our big allies and our biggest support structures is the CGE, where we're really working collaboratively with them, not only to monitor the whole issue of gender parity and gender equity and gender-based violence, but also get advice from them and collaborate with them to assist us in addressing gender-based violence. Then the big issue about finances and organization. And as I said earlier, university transformation offices and safety and security units have to work hand in hand with each other, because we cannot work in isolation when we talk of gender-based violence. But then also that there is financial allocations that include infrastructure funding for universal access to the built environment, and to address the safety and security of staff and students. Here we are also talking of things like student transport at night that poses a security risk to our students for evening classes, and those kind of things are really being addressed at institutional level. Then we have in our curriculum existing academic modules on human rights and diversity, and in our college system we are building funding frameworks for the safety and security as well as anti-gender-based violence programs in our SSS frameworks. We have content of capacity building programs for both academic and administrative staff, and we are reviewing it frequently to include gender-based violence and other updates, for example, when acts are enacted and promulgated. The allocation in the department to manage social inclusion, like I said, we are working it in an integrated fashion that includes gender-based violence, has been increased to 16.3 million over the MTF, and that's just for the national department, and that is for monitoring and for limited activities at national level, because remember our implementation is at institutional level. Then we have got 1 million rand, and it's not for the advocacy of gender-based violence, because when we presented this to cabinet, they said, you can't just have 1 million rand for advocacy, but this is specifically for advocacy of the policy framework, that we can distribute this policy framework and related brochures and information widely. And then a very important implementation mechanism is our partnership with Higher Health, and DG has referred to that. That is assisting all our students in a holistic approach to healthy living that's including addressing gender-based violence. The allocation from the fiscus to higher health has been increased to 62.4 million over the MTEF. And then they also have further allocations from National Skills Fund and have access to donor funds and contributions by the Department of Health to annual budget of this year was 253 million that's recorded. So it's quite a significant amount that higher health is using to working on campuses, and that is not to develop policies and those kind of things, it's to work on campuses. And I think that we have to appreciate that it is additional to the fully funded units that are already at institutions that's being funded through grants and different levels of grants in the universities and colleges. It is not a rosy picture. Gender-based violence occurs outside the institutions, like I said, in clubs, in private accommodation, and so on. And we really have a challenge on that. But then we also have a challenge around gender-based violence is related to social cohesion and is not prioritized throughout the year. And we are working hard towards that.
Ms. Van Wyk, can you summarize?
I will. So how we mitigate that is also in terms of monitoring and so forth. I'm just going to go through to higher health. This is their program. You will see that gender-based violence is central within their 77 priority areas, but we integrate it within all other healthy living activities because we believe in a holistic approach. We have got a curriculum level that we are working at. We've got a radio program based by both community and campus radio level. We have got screening and assessment. We've got recruitment of young people. We have got appointments on site where social workers and psychologists are on campuses, and we've got our first thing first health and wellness activations. The next slide is for me very important that you can see how our activities have increased over the years. Why did it drop in 2019? And that is very significant that it's directly related to funding. The moment higher health donor funding dropped, obviously there's less activities, and we have to look at this to sustain this. And Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson, that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Van Wyk. Although we could not see your face, we just saw two angry zebras.
There's my face. I forgot that button.
Now we can see your face now. Honorable members, do you have any questions for the Department of Higher Education? There's a question from Honorable Mofokeng, followed by Honorable Horn, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks very much for the presentation, Madam Van Wyk. Chair, I just want to find out, especially the last part on the GBV realities. The first thing it was saying that unfortunately it happens out of the school or out of the environment. And I really want to say to Ms. Van Wyk that I don't think you really looked at this statement, because amongst other things for GBV, there's physical, there's emotional, there's verbal, and there's psychological, and all those things can happen at the site of the school. And I think that part, please revisit it, because it takes out what we are dealing with. It does happen in many ways. If maybe the sense is on sexual abuse only or any other thing, I don't know. But you have left the gist of what domestic violence is all about and what actually the Act says about it. That is one. The second part is that I didn't hear you talking about how many social workers maybe you have, or you are looking at psychologists. And I'm saying this because I'll tell you that the report from the basic education, that is one model that I thought you were supposed to be having. They are very clear. They know how they are going to move from there to there. But with yourself, you are very general. GBV support, and you are saying student support. And it looks like you are now entering into the fray of, by the way, we need to deal with this issue. I must say that you are in a difficult situation, and you know that, because the learners or the student at higher education, that is where they experiment. They will experiment with drugs, liquor, and they will go to parties that we are saying they are not, all of the things are happening at the clubs. Sometimes the clubs are in the institutions themselves, if they are staying in a hostel. So those are some of the things that I wish that you start looking at them, because when we look at the situation in most schools, in most education, universities or higher education, that's where this is starting. And I want us to be going back to say that you might have looked at the presentation now of a Department of Basic Education. I wish you can sit with them and look at how they arrive there, because this thing starts from a basic education, they go up there, but you are at the center of the problem, because that is an experimental part. That's where you need the specialized people, you need the social workers, and you need the psychologists. And GBV support, we are not saying much about your link. Basic education is saying we will work with the police. For every school will try to link them with the nearest police station. I don't hear you saying that. And I wish you can come to the realities of saying that here, we are the ones at the center. Your report has got too many things. And I wish you can go and narrow it to suit the issues we are dealing with, especially now that you've been with us since this morning, and we have seen what the other department is doing, the basic education. I wish you could go there. And I'm speaking on experience of those things, but I want to thank you for actually bringing that, because we are here to be showing each other where you might not have been aware that you are in danger actually here. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mofokeng, Honorable Horn.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The questions I have is not strictly related with the implementation of the new bills when they become law. It is rather to do with the, let's say, the historical challenges on campuses in respect of gender-based violence. So firstly, it is so that there is what one can call on our campuses a culture of silence regarding sexual violence specifically. So I would like to hear from the department what specifically they are doing to change that culture. And in addition to that, there's also, unfortunately, still a culture in which initiation, or as it is called these days, orientation of junior students sometimes may involve practices that, if not in an explicit way, constitutes sexual violence, then at least it is borderline and must be deemed to be intimidatory in nature on a sexual basis. So it would be good to hear from the department what they are doing to address issues like that specifically.
Thank you very much, Honorable Horn. Honorable Maseko-Jele.
Chairperson, thank you very much. When I was listening to this presentation, I think Honorable Jackie covered me in all aspects, Chair. My comment on this one. I would request Mrs. Van Wyk, as he's going back, to look into those suggestions from Honorable Mofokeng. I think that presentation, it should reflect both different cultures, you know, the township schools, culture, and then that one of the model Cs and all that, yes, it's more covered. Because there are so many things, like my honorable said, that are happening in the township schools. I'm not sure if Mrs. Van Wyk, just to make an example, is aware about this culture of washing off armor ball pen when the school closes. Few things are happening there. Most of the rapes are taking place at that place. These children, they group themselves, and then they organize themselves, money throughout the whole year. And then at the end of the year, they come up with a party. And some of these things are happening right in front of the teachers at school, even at the very same schools in town. It happens in the toilets, if I may say. Chair. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Maybe basic education would want to comment on that, especially with regard to the township schools, secondary schools. Maybe they would want to comment on that. Over to you, Ms. Van Wyk, and to your chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I really appreciate that you have referred the last question to basic education. But I want to start with Honorable Maseko-Jele's comment. I think the social activities, when she refers to parties, it's really a problem. And it's happening in our institutions, like you say, it's happening in institutions and so forth. And therefore, the whole policy for accommodation that's currently being finalized is very specific about, number one, the management and the management, as well as the officials that must be present at those institutions, and also the activities that are taking place, because really the use of drugs and alcohol is a huge problem. And that's why we say we have got an integrated approach. We cannot address gender-based violence without the context of drugs, alcohol, and other social issues. So thanks for that reference also. And we can assure you we are looking at that. And as the Honorable Mofokeng has said, we are in the center of the problem. We are in the center of where things are happening. And it is such a diverse kind of student population and staff population that we're dealing with, that it remains always a challenge, and we will always work hard towards the implementation. And then to come to Honorable Mofokeng's present us a question. I'm sorry that I was unable to present slide 13 comprehensively, because your questions would have been dealt with in that question, in that slide. Because if you look at the bottom of the slide, we have introduced different levels of interventions. The bottom level is where we have on-site and bi-monthly appointments with students. It's a routine student on-campus appointment for different health services, where it's also a social worker and a psychologist is on campus. We are at the moment establishing, apart from the Triple S support services that already have got psychologists and social workers on the establishment, we put additional social workers and psychologists through our health centers, because we are now establishing health clinics. It's already established in universities that are looking at testing, that are looking at screening, and not only screening for gender-based violence, but screening for health issues like TB, like STP, and all those other type of screenings. So yes, it is never enough. I can imagine that one per institution or one per campus is not enough, but we are working now towards having a more structured approach by having professional people employed on the permanent staff establishment of institutions in the support services. And then additional to that, we have our health workers that are working on a health clinic that includes also support to GBV. What's very important is we have a peer-to-peer education process where we are integrating students, student leadership, as well as lecturers into a peer-to-peer support program. And that assists us a lot in awareness raising, in providing information, and also addressing prevention of the occurrence of gender-based violence. And if you then refer to slide 14, the last slide that I presented, you will see that we have increased since 2011 from 23 centers or what we call activations in, for example, universities, to 2018 to 188 and to more than 738 in TVET colleges. So we gradually improve our activations on a daily basis in our institutions. And I must say, as the presentation is very limited when you want to give detail, but I think we haven't reached the best already, and I can say that there is a lot still to be done, but we are working progressively from the one side, from the formal side, we have got our student support services, and then from our health side, higher health side. And like I said, we have got more than 200 million annually that are being spent on that practical implementation of higher health. Thanks also for the reference to the out of the environment. I was just say that is one of our challenges. I don't say it didn't occur, it's not occurring on campus, and it doesn't occur in other forms. But our reality is that it is also occurring outside and involve our students outside. And we have to have measures to also assist those learners. And that is why prevention and awareness raising is extremely important to address that reality. When we talk about the dangers, I feel so sorry sometimes for a student and for the people working in institutions about the dangers, because it is lurking everywhere. And we are not yet there, and I'm the first to acknowledge that we have to work progressively. We have to work with our police services, and every institution must now report to us also about their relationship with the local community structures, like the MPOs, like the NGOs, as well as the police and other support structures. And what's also important is that we're not working at community level, but we're working at provincial as well as national level. And we have to support and monitor that at all those levels. The Honourable Hall, the historical challenges of gender-based violence in campus, yes, it was always there. I think that it was just not reported as it was supposed to be reported. And when we look at how it has occurred and just evidence, that anecdotal evidence that we get, that it did occur and it's still occurring. And one of our biggest challenges remains the people that don't report this. And we encourage students in our prevention and awareness programs to really look at how to report, but also be supported when they are reporting. Because we hear horror stories of students that's going into report, and like somebody has said earlier, the dockets just disappear, or the police make a joke out of them or harass them further and those kind of things happen. And when we have got student activations and we're talking to students, you hear really sad stories of a person who has reported the case to the police and nothing has come from that, or she was further embarrassed at the police station and so forth. So that contributes also to a culture of silence. And it's not only a culture of silence within an institution, and I acknowledge that there's definitely a culture of silence in the institution. And that is why we also try to work in our monitoring and evaluation on various levels of reporting. And it is a challenge, but I think if the society is not going to allow people to report and allow people to expose it, then we are not going to get address that culture of silence. The issue of initiation of junior students. Initiation in all PSET institutions are condemned and is not allowed in student residence or in institutions. As you said, orientation programs is a grand name, and sometimes they don't change the behavior. But if there's any activities being reported in the orientation program, we are really taking it seriously, and staff and senior students are being held accountable for the activities on that ground. But really, we condemn all initiation of junior students. I think I have addressed all the questions. I hope so. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think there has been a response to Honorable Jele on the chat from the Department of Basic Education. I'm not sure whether did you see that, Honorable Maseko-Jele? But let's try and move.
Chairperson, before you move, please.
Honorable Mofokeng.
Yes, I just want to check with Mrs. Van Wyk on the issue of the Johannesburg University, where a student was raped in a room, and I want to know what are the consequence management there, because sometimes they rent properties that belongs to certain people and there are no protocols. What is it that is going to happen? Because communities are going to criticize a university. And I don't know if there's any consequence management that is based on that, because then it means that you need to check on where they are staying and also the person who looks after them. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Ms. Van Wyk.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Mofokeng, yes, the case of the University of Johannesburg is not an isolated case. I tell you, we just got a message in of a similar situation that happened at TUT. Number one is there are 3 types of residences that students at universities are using, or at colleges also. The one is university or institutional residences on campus or university funded residences. Then we have got residences that are vetted by the university as residences that students can use. And then there are private residents outside the ambit of the university. And those 3 levels, we must acknowledge that. What happened in the case of the University of Johannesburg, it was a university vetted institution. Immediately we removed that, and that they are not being accredited anymore by the department to provide residence. So secondly, there is a legal process that's going against that, like in any situation. But also the consequence is that they are now put on a list, and all students are aware that that residence is not fit for institution or for renting that accommodation. We are having institutional norms and standards that have been approved and that are being implemented at the moment, and those are very important in vetting the institution. And we have got people from the university as well as from national that are visiting the sites and ensuring that it is fit for accommodation of students. But it remains for us a big challenge And like you said, it is really, the residences are one of the most vulnerable spaces or places within our ecosystem for gender-based violence occurrence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's now have the Department of Women, Youth and Persons Living with Disabilities.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, all members of the Portfolio Committee. I will do the introductory remarks, and then with the permission of the Chair, DDG Shoki Chabalala will do the presentation. The Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities mandate is to ensure and regulate the socio-economic empowerment of women, youth, and persons with disabilities, to advance and promote their participation and contribution to all aspects of life in public and private sector and civil society. Therefore, the department has to monitor and evaluate implementation of all laws, budgets, programs. This includes monitoring the implementation of these 3 bills. However, DDG Shoki in her presentation, she will show that even the amendment of these bills emanates from the intersectoral program that is led by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, which all these departments which presented here today are a member of. Cabinet in April approved a national strategic plan on gender-based violence and femicide, which outlines roles of all government departments to address gender-based violence, and that the department should provide the overall coordination of the Interministerial Committee on Gender-Based Violence, of government departments and processes in ensuring the successful implementation of the National Strategic Plan. The National Strategic Plan has got 6 pillars, and this addresses some of the questions that honorable members were asking from other departments about economic empowerment. The pillar has got, the NSP has got 6 pillars. The first pillar is accountability, coordination and leadership, which requires that all government departments and civil society, private sector, everybody must respond to the crisis. Pillar 2, which is prevention and rebuilding social cohesion, which addresses structural drivers of gender-based violence. Pillar 3 looks at justice, safety, protection, which looks at measures to stop violence before it happens. Pillar 4 looks at response, care, support, and healing, which focuses on enforcement, implementation, and adopt laws and policies, provide victim-centered, survivor-focused, accessible quality services. Pillar 5 focuses on economic power, because it is said that because women and other vulnerable groups, because they lack economic power, they are subjected to violence. This pillar in terms of the NSP involves all government departments that are within the economic sector, your public, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, agriculture, all other government departments have a responsibility to implement certain measures and mechanisms in order to address gender-based violence. And Pillar 6 looks at research, where we are looking at how do we ensure that we understand the causes of violence and how do we respond and all those. So DDG Shoki will present on the state of readiness by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And I apologize, I didn't introduce myself when I started. I'm Joyce Maluleke, Mikateko Joyce Maluleke. I'm the Director General of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. With your permission, Chair, I would request that DDG Shoki present. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow colleagues.
I will request that I be assisted in projecting the presentation.
You may share the presentation when we've got powers to share.
Okay.
We will give you 2 minutes to sort yourselves, between yourselves and the committee section.
Can I check if you can see it?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. I'll keep it on this mode because sometimes when you do it on slide mode, it tends to freeze. But if there is difficulty, then I will just revert to the slide mode. Chairperson, our presentation is very brief. It responds to the request on the state of readiness regarding the 3 gender-based violence and femicide bills. There was a declaration that was signed at a particular point between government and civil society. It comprised a few articles, but Article 5 of the Presidential Summit Declaration Against Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, signed by the President and civil society networks on 28 March 2019, calls for 1, the review of existing laws and policies applicable to gender-based violence and femicide to ensure that they are more victim-centered and responsive, and that the identified legislative gaps are addressed without delay. Article 7 calls for the finalization of outstanding legislative measures and policies. One of the 5-year outcomes of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide is the finalization of the 3 GBVF bills initiated during the implementation of the Emergency Response Action Plan to date. Now, our role as a department in this regard is ensuring implementation aligns with the Gender-Based Violence and Femicide National Strategic Plan priorities, but also strengthening a multi-sectoral approach. Strengthening a multi-sectoral approach to optimally harness the roles, the responsibilities, resources, and commitment across government departments, including the different spheres or tiers of government, working with civil society, making sure that movements on youth structures are also brought on board, not leaving out the development agencies to assist, whether it's technical support or sponsor some of the programs or projects, working with the private sector, the academic institutions on all critical stakeholders. The next slide is that the department has developed a monitoring and evaluation plan, one that underpins the GBVF NSP. The 3 GBVF bills are part of the GBVF NSP priorities that the department is actually monitoring. The department, including that of Justice and Correctional Services, submit weekly reports on their deliverables that forms the basis for monitoring progress in this area of work. Those weekly reports are submitted directly to the Office of the President.
Major General, you are disrupting our meeting.
We were at a point where we are indicating that together with the Department of Justice and all the other departments, we make submissions to the President of weekly reports demonstrating progress in terms of the work that we are doing, how far we are with the bills, but also if there's any work that has already started in making sure that we gradually translate some of the issues into practice, that also gets reflected in our reports. A broader M&E framework that seeks to have a 5-year and a 10-year focus for government, including civil society organizations, as well as private sector, is being developed. We should have it finalized in this financial year. And this log frame will form the basis for a functional, a seamless, and a robust, as well as comprehensive and a well-coordinated M&E system as government as a whole. Processes are in place to establish a National Council on Gender-Based Violence that will be responsible for driving the national response to the GBVF, including ensuring implementation of the GBVF bills, as implementation was one of the challenges identified during the conceptualization of the National Strategic Plan, but also to institutionalize the multi-sectoral implementation of the NSP. A multi-sectoral implementation collaborative has been established, and these collaboratives are actually technical task teams that are more voluntary-based, but they are focusing on the 6 pillars of the NSP. One of the pillars on this volunteering structures is actually pillar 3 on justice, safety, and protection. And that pillar focuses on ensuring finalization, adoption, and implementation of all these bills that are happening, where civil society used to take part at a point when they were supposed to make inputs to the bills. The department is working on the legislative framework for the council, and the 3 GBV bills will form part of the founding legislative documents guiding the approach to the legislation that we are working on. The department convenes and it serves as secretariat to the Interministerial Committee, which is an enabling structure or environment in the GBV legislative environment, an area that we are prioritizing as a key focus area for the department. With those few words, Chairperson, I would like to pause there and allow for any questions for clarity in this area of work. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shabalala. Can you remove the slide so that they can be able to see the members?
Technology sometimes can have its own challenges.
There should be a red button on top that says stop sharing.
I think I'm fine on my side. Can I note hands? I have the following hands: Honorable Mofokeng, Honorable Nivot Drachams, Honorable Mangwanishe. In that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the Department of Women. And we should appreciate that both the DG and the Deputy DG are there. Are here with us, Advocate Maluleke and Mayor Shoki Shabalala. Thank you very much. Chair, I think I don't have a lot of questions, noting that this department is a department that does monitoring and evaluation. And one is happy that they've been with us throughout so that they can be able to see those departments that are not rising to the occasion for us to be getting things going. Because at the end, when things are failing, we'll be going back to them to say, by the way, you are doing monitoring. And one is happy that you know where you are going. I just want to check on the issue of the National Council of on GBVF. You said it's the process. Just to get the time frames, because you know we have limited time to be dealing with issues of GBV. And then we appreciate that you are a secretariat and you are here. And we wish that you can encourage other departments to be doing the same on making sure that they are on coming to the meetings and making sure that they do their submissions. The last part will be on the budget. I just want to check, how's your budget? Because this department, at some stage, you didn't have enough budget and now you're having this mammoth task. Noting that the 1.6 billion that people thought is for the GBV all the time, it was for the process now. And also we should know that how far are you in making sure that the costing of all the departments is happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mofokeng. Honorable Velma, new vote, Dracham.
Sorry, we're just struggling with the slide that is on the screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Can we try and remove this slide because
remove the slide.
Yes, good.
Thank you, Chair. I've mastered it.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you very much for the presentation from the department. When I read the presentation and I've listened to your presentation, there's just some of the terminology that I just don't get the sense that, you know, is the department happy or unhappy with what's going on on the ground? You know, what is the department satisfied, you know, with the progress, with the amendments that are being made on the bills or the proposed amendments? So I'm not really getting a sense of the department's view, because the department and Department of Justice report weekly to the president, yes. But I mean, gender-based violence really happens on the ground. You know, the women and children feel that they're not getting access to justice. So I'm not getting the sense from your presentation, you know, that, you know, how involved you are with the challenges, what you, you know, almost like what Honorable Jackie has said, if you can just explain further on the department's views, I guess. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jele.
Thank you, Chairperson. Only one or two questions, which are maybe it might be similar to my colleagues, but mine is that noting that this department is the champions of these three bills when it comes to issues of making sure that these bills take implementation is happening, since they are going to monitor that. I just want to find out from the DG and Shoki Uguti, they've been listening here this morning, department presenting their readiness status when it comes to these three GBV bills. I want to just hear from them, even though they are not going to get into details. Are they happy with the plans, or what is it that they think maybe can be done better in making sure that when you go down, when you implement this, you won't have bigger hurdles when it comes to implementation? Can they comment on that one, Chair? And then also, I heard their plan, the whole plan in terms of bringing everybody in one pot on the same table or same understanding, where they are going to work together as a department. The same question goes to that. As they were listening, are these department talking to what they have right now in terms of their presentation, Chair? I'm sure that is the last one, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability.
Apologies, Chair.
By the
Chair, it's Wilma. Can I just make a note to the host of the meeting to enable the pinning function, because I need to pin the interpreter. So just a note to the host, because they're not responding on the chat. Apologies for that interruption, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Can the host assist Honorable Velma? Okay, thank you. Over to you, the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disability.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll respond to some of the questions, and DDG Shoki will respond to some of the questions. The National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, it's my nightmare. Honorable Jacqueline Mofokeng asked about it. In terms of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, the Department of Justice is supposed to develop legislation for the establishment of the National Council. However, cabinet of the 10th of December, cabinet committee of the 11th of the 10th of December 2019 recommended to cabinet that we shouldn't develop legislation at that time. However, we should follow the SANEC format, establish a council in the format of SANEC, and then on the 11th of March 2020, cabinet made that decision that we should follow SANEC. However, DDG Shoki, when she was presenting, she referred to the declaration that is the source or the basis of the NSP and everything else. In the declaration, the president had, that was signed by the president, it was stated that the council should be a statutory council, not, and it's specific in terms of not a SANEC, not similar to SANEC. So when cabinet said we must follow SANEC, civil society organizations are not happy. They are really not happy. We're in the media every day. They're calling us. We've tried to negotiate. They are refusing. Even though we had already started the process of registering a trust, now we have waited. We can't proceed at the rate at which civil society is unhappy, because the aim is so that the council should have both government departments and civil society organizations. So if civil society organization is not happy, we can't proceed with the council. But also the other thing that is a challenge is that our portfolio committee is not happy that the NSP and the declaration provides that it should be 51% civil society organizations and 49% government. So those are some of the challenges that we have. Currently, we are not proceeding with the registration of the trust because it will be pointless and counterproductive if we register that trust, and yet civil society that is part, it's supposed to be part of that, they are saying we're not going to be part of that. So as a result, as a department, we have now taken it upon ourselves that we're going to find a person. In fact, we have appointed someone who will start the process of legislation. However, I think the portfolio committee knows that legislation doesn't take two weeks or 2 months or whatever. It might take a year. It might even take 2 years or 3 years. So I can't talk about the timing of the establishment of the trust with the challenge that we have now. Because civil society says they do not want the trust, and they don't want a secretariat that is linked to government. They want an independent body that is independent from government. So that is the challenge that we have, Chair. And then on the issue of the budget, that is one of the biggest problems for the Department of Women. The Department of Women has a huge mandate. It has a very big mandate. However, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
you are.
That department has a very important and a huge mandate. However, it seems as if its wheels have been clamped and it's structured to fail because, first of all, in terms of the numbers of people who are doing the work, people are really overworked, but also in terms of funding. However, though we had managed, unlike SANEC, SANEC receives about 48 million from National Treasury. With us, they had given us 5 million for the establishment of the trust. However, since we're not able to establish the trust now, we have been engaging with the DG of National Treasury and of DPSA to look at what other alternative mechanisms we can come up with. Meanwhile, we are busy with legislation because we are not sure when legislation will come into operation. On the question that was asked by Honorable Velmani on terminology, whether we are happy or unhappy in terms of the 3 bills, I think we can say we are happy the fact that women can be able to make an application even telephonically or electronically, but also everyone has a responsibility to report domestic violence or sexual offenses and all those, because previously there were people who didn't have, but also the fact that so many departments now are specifically given responsibility in terms of the act. Previously, your Department of Health and others didn't have responsibilities. That is on the Domestic Violence Act. Also on the Sexual Offences Act, I think we are happy that in terms of it ensuring that when there's gang rape, because this is where the issue came up, where the courts had decided that even if there's gang rape, if there's one person who's been found, only that one person will be dealt with and it will be like your normal rape. So we're happy about that. But I think for me, what is the challenge is the issue of attrition, the issue of what is it when we say 85% conviction rate, because this is what you always hear, more especially from the Department of Justice and NPA, them saying we have 85% or whatever conviction rate. However, when you look at the extent of rape in South Africa, the fact that there are people who are not reporting, but also the fact that I'll just make an example that if 1,000 people had reported the rates at the police station, the time when the matters are being prosecuted and convicted, you'll find that it's 100 or less. So when we say 85% conviction rate, is in relation to what? Why are we ignoring the attrition rate? So if as South Africa we can be able to address attrition, I think we can be able to deal with the rate, because now if only 100 cases ended up there and 85% of that were convicted, then that means we're dealing with 8% of rape cases. So if people know that you have an 8% chance of being convicted rather than 99.999, people will always commit crime because they know that they have 92% chance of escaping. So it's not just about just in the Department of Justice, but from the police, we need to look at how do we address that attrition, even those people that do not report. That is my challenge. Also, there was Honorable Maseko-Jele, who said we are the champion of the bills when listening to the department. So yeah, I've addressed that. Yeah, I think I request to hand over to DDG Shoki to address some of the issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. You covered a lot. I think I'll make just 2 additional inputs. In terms of the work that we are doing to strengthen implementation, other than just the weekly reports, we have made it a point that every DG and minister takes responsibility in line with Pillar 1 of the NSP, which is accountability, and ensure that their annual performance plans are aligned to the National Strategic Plan. In addition to that, we are facilitating, or we facilitated a process where we requested them to reprioritize within their own baselines and ensure that they resource the implementation of the National Strategic Plan in line with their core business. So this M&E plan that we have developed, we shared it with them. We worked with them to concur on those key deliverables that they can own up and implement against, so that we are in a position to then report. We are seeing a gradual takeoff in this regard in terms of now reporting, but what DG then did was to make sure that we have it as a standing agenda item at all the 4 clusters. It is taking its toll on us, but it yields the desired results in the sense that almost every week or second week, we are at a cluster, whether it's the ASET cluster, the social cluster, the criminal justice one. We make presentations in terms of progress against implementation of this plan. Make pleas, we talk to DGs, we share compliance reports to indicate how are they faring in this regard, and we are beginning to get a much more positive response. The area that we still have to work hard at is the economic cluster, but we've managed to tease out indicators that can be better simplified, shared with them, and they are working on those. We have then requested the DGs that now that they are busy with their own strategic planning sessions, that we be invited to those departments that seem to be battling, and we take them through as a way of holding hand and walking this path with them and make sure that eventually these issues are brought to the fore in terms of implementation. That's how far we've gone in terms of providing whatever strategic guidance, leadership, or technical support that is required by the departments in translating the National Strategic Plan to practice, including business sector. We're working with NEDLAC, civil society organizations, so we are gradually getting there in making sure that eventually we are shaping up in the area of implementation for the NSP. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I think two questions of interest from the issues raised by the DG. If Cabinet takes a decision that you are not going to have a statutory body, you are going to have a SANAC type of an organization, and you are saying to us you are developing a legislation. Your minister is a member of Cabinet, and Cabinet has taken a decision that they do not want a legislative or a statutory body. So what is the basis of you developing a statutory legislation? Who is the sponsor? Because a bill can either be sponsored by a Cabinet member to Parliament, a portfolio committee can initiate a bill, or a member of Parliament can initiate a private bill. This one, who is the initiator if Cabinet that your minister is part of said that there is no need for a bill? That is the first question.
Oh, okay.
The second question is this declaration. You will correct me if I'm wrong. I think you will correct me if I'm wrong. The declaration includes members of government and members of civil society. If that is correct, then the president has signed a declaration. The president has signed the declaration as the head of state and head of government. And a cabinet has taken a decision that they do not want a legislation. And the president, as the head of state and head of government, chairs cabinet. Now, can you clarify me on it, because it's confusing for me?
Thank you. The Cabinet Committee on the 10th of December 2019 said gender-based violence is a serious problem in South Africa. Women are dying. So legislation would take too long. So in order for you to implement the resolutions of the NSP, you need to follow the SANAC route. Yes, and then Cabinet on the 11th of March, they said implement the SANAC route. In the meantime, legislation will be pursued later. So maybe I didn't put it correctly. I should have said, they said it will be pursued later. However, now that we realize that it's a challenge, because I didn't outline all the challenges that we're experiencing, because National Treasury says you can't register a trust. We will not even fund you. GPSA says you can't do that. So now we are stuck in terms of how do we implement cabinet decision? So since we realize that it's taking long, we are still trying to, even today we had a meeting with National Treasury to say, assist us. Now that you're saying we can't do this, come up with an alternative. So we also asked for a opinion from the state law advisor. The state law advisor said, this kind of thing, you need legislation that will outline the powers, responsibilities of all the people who are involved, more especially if government is going to fund that thing, you need to have legislation, because the trust, the challenge, the things that are raising about the trust, they're saying the trust is owned by the trustees. So they will decide, you can't tell them what to do or what not to do. So in the meantime, we thought we need to go back to cabinet to say the decision has got challenges. But in the meanwhile, we're looking at other alternatives. The end product would have to be a statutory board. And that's what is in the NSP. And that's what the president had signed in the NSP. But then now cabinet came. So I think that's why when I started, I said, this is my nightmare, because it is a nightmare. The questions that you're asking are the questions that I have to respond to. The president one day canceled to be launched as soon as possible. And then you have all these, the National Treasury, DPSA saying you can't register that. So that is the challenge that we're facing. Definitely the minister will have to go back to, in fact, we are supposed to have written the cabinet a memo last week to say to cabinet, the decision has got lots of challenges, so that cabinet can take another decision so that they allow us to proceed with the legislation. Because that would be the resolution to all the challenges that we're facing now.
Yeah, no, yes, it's a difficult one because
it's a nightmare.
Because I mean, if I'm National Treasury, trustees would manage the trust, but the trust belongs to the beneficiaries. And who are the beneficiaries?
South Africans.
So yeah, no, I think it's an interesting discussion. I think the other portfolio committee, the portfolio committee of youth, women, and people with disability, I think is seized with that kind of discussion. We wouldn't want to venture into that area in detail. Ours is limited to the GBV, so we would. No, but thank you very much for the clarification. I think it does help. Although, yes, I think it does help. Honorable members, I think let's move to the next presentation. I have a suggestion, honorable members. I am suggesting that we take the Department of Health, the reason being, before we take the Department of the SAPS, the reason being, honorable members, we know that there is a letter of complaint from the Eastern Cape, and we are lucky today that because the NPA is present, the Department of Health, so the PLO is also present. I think they would be in a position to take that complaint forward as speedily as possible. So I think it would be important before the NPA leaves that we address this matter, because we want to be responsive to issues that come before the committee, especially issues that affect South Africans in a highly emotive way, because this one includes, in fact, deals about a death of a partner in a domestic violence case that has not been attended to. So I'm proposing that we just, so that we can quickly dispense with the matter and go back to the SAPS once Health has made the presentation, and we have been able to deal with this matter as soon as possible.
Agreed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Breitenbach. Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson.
Afternoon.
And afternoon to the honorable members the Portfolio Committee. I'm called Valerie Rennie. I am Head of Corporate Services. I firstly would like to apologize for the DG's absence. DG is not well. He's reported not well today. So we apologize. We would like to also indicate, Chairperson and other honorable members, that we had the concerns that the committee have raised in the morning. We have noted the concerns of late submission of the presentation. We assure the committee that that will not be repeated. I would also like to indicate the team that I'm with, Honorable Chair, that I am with the Parliamentary Officer, Mr. Khatla. I'm also with the Advocate Makoshi, who will lead us with the presentation, as well as the Director of Mental Health, Dr. Eva Muluzi, and our Manager for Gender Focal Point, Ms. Tsepiso Chabapala. Chair, I would like to also apologize on behalf of the DG and the department that our presentation focused mainly on the legal side of the review of the bills and inputs on the bills. We have not addressed the matters that the committee have been deliberating on the whole day. We have learned lessons from the presentation from the other departments. We have not addressed the issues related to financial implications, and we commit, Honorable Chair and members, that should the committee allow, we will submit the additional information required if the committee so directs. On that note, Chairperson, I would like to hand over to Advocate Makoshi to take us through the presentation. I will share the presentation for him.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee for Justice. Our presentation, as the Head of Corporate Services has indicated, has looked at the issues in terms of the bill and the constraints that will have on the department in terms of compliance. We have gone through all the three bills, and then we'll start with the first one. So we have looked at what Section 42 of the bill talks about when it comes to National Register for Sex Offenders, because this is very critical register that will ensure that at least our communities and the most vulnerable people are protected. And in terms of this, there are certain particulars that are needed to be disclosed so that at least the perpetrators of these offenses are not released to the public. However, the problem that has for the Department of Health is the fact that there are certain historical information that are required, especially when it comes to issues of state patients that the department is responsible for. And in that case, what it does is then when the court order comes, it comes with very limited information, and we do not have the basis of such information. So Section 42 then set out all the criteria that is needed to be there. And that means that the department has to be able to provide such information. Next slide. So this is the section that then put an obligation on the Director General of Health to provide information to the register. And then it specifies certain information that needs to be. So because of the fact that the information that is requested from health in respect to the register is relating to the historical data, it therefore becomes difficult in terms of the Department of Health to comply, because then the information that is required in terms of the previous section, Section 42, is not there on the documents or on the court order. The court order is very limited, and therefore, because we receive the court order and then we then send it to the register. So that's the constraints that the department currently faces when it comes to historical data that needs to be provided to the register. And we thought that we need to highlight this to the portfolio committee so that at least they can see some of the challenges that the department has in terms of implementing that. But that is only in so far as it relates to historical data. As for other information and other the new information, that's okay. We are able to implement, and the Directorate for Forensic Mental Forensic is responsible for that. So therefore, that is why we felt it is critical that at least we raise this and bring this to the attention of the portfolio committee in terms of the challenges. And on that basis, we thought that maybe perhaps it might have to be relooked at that, because this information will be required constantly. And if the department does not have that information, or the information that comes to the department from the courts doesn't have the required information, then the department will not be able to provide that. So that was the only issue and the challenge in terms of the implementation of the gender-based violence bills, insofar as it relates to the national register for sexual offenders. Next slide. In terms of the criminal and related matters amendment, there is nothing much in terms of new information that is required from the department. The department is in a position to assist and to provide any assistance that is.
Advocate Mahosh,
Yes.
I think members would decide what do we do, but I have serious difficulty with the approach that the Department of Health is taking. First of all, my little understanding of government is that a bill is a proposal of cabinet to parliament. And in that cabinet, your minister serves as a member of that cabinet. It becomes extremely unfair if matters are not ventilated there, and then they are brought here as a lobby for what has been approved by a cabinet, a committee for where your minister and your deputy minister serves in, and your director general serves in a committee that recommends bills before they go to the subcommittee and then to cabinet. So the issues, the problems that now are being raised about the bill, they should have served before all those structures up to the level of cabinet. The question we are asking departments now is, what is your state of readiness based on the bill that the cabinet has presented to us? We are not saying that we are not going to be looking at these issues that you are raising, but it's a wrong way of doing things, because it amounts to forum shopping. You go to cabinet, most probably you are defeated, then you come and lobby the portfolio committee for issues that you should have ventilated there, and those issues bind your minister. I just for the purposes of proper governance, it's wrong. It's really wrong. I'm not dealing with the merits of what you are raising. There might be issues that would need to be looked at, but that is not what we're expecting.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I think that the point is well taken. In that note, I will request Dr. Ivamuluzi, who is responsible for forensic medicine, to assist the committee on some of the issues that the department is dealing in terms of implementing these bills, if that's fine with the chair.
You can proceed.
Okay. Dr. Muluzi, if you can come in terms of what the department has done, because what is in the presentation it's flowing from what we have started and what the chairperson has indicated that is not the proper way of dealing with the issues. The issues will still be looked at it, but what we need to do now is for Dr. Muluzi to come in. Whatever that she will say is not in the presentation, but are the issues that the department and the system that the department has in implementing these three bills. So Dr. Ivamuluzi, can you come in?
But if I may ask, have these issues been, have you raised those issues that that the doctor is going to be raising? Have they been raised with the Department of Justice and all other departments that are part to the formulation of this bill, including the department that has just presented, that is the Department of Women? Because we don't want lone rangers here. We want a collective input by government. Now, if people are just going to not to attend meetings where these issues should have been processed and think that they're going to serve those matters before us, and it's even worse that these presentations were given to us very late. So in all respect, we are being ambushed. So have these matters served before the committee that was developing these bills, which include various departments, including justice? Did you ventilate these matters that the doctor is going to be raising today?
Thanks, Chair. The issue of the historical data was raised with justice. And there was an undertaking that issue will then be brought back to cabinet. But Dr. Ivamuluzi can then substantiate on that because she has been part of the process in terms of raising those issues.
But my question is, I'm not talking about bilaterals. Our understanding is that the departments that have been identified in the bill have been working together throughout to develop this bill, to discuss all matters about this bill, not bilateral between one department and justice. So have you raised these matters with all the departments that are supposed to be part of this bill, the departments that have been presenting today?
Chair, I'm only aware of the fact that this was raised with justice. I'm not aware in terms of whether it was raised in other fora or in other committees, Chair. So that's the only thing that I'm aware of.
Okay, maybe the doctor can answer that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, honorable members. To respond to the question, Honorable Chair, the Department of Health is serving in the Interdepartmental Forum on Child Justice, which is led by the Department of Justice, and other departments such as the South African Police Services, Legal Aid South Africa, Correctional Services are also part of that forum. And that is where we raise this matter
at the beginning, because that forum was running parallel to the forum on sexual offences. So the main issue that we raised was to say that the court order, as advocate has indicated, is limited on the information that the Director General is expected to submit in terms of the legislation. And there had been engagements to an extent that there was an exploration as to whether the South African Police Services could help assist to identify the patients. Because, Honorable Chair, we have a database in the department where we capture the details of all state patients that have committed all other offenses, including sexual offenses. The difficulty is that out of that database, for those that committed sexual offenses, there is no indication on their identification, such as their ID numbers from the court order, and who the victim is, as to whether it was a child or another mentally ill person. So that is why the department met difficulty to comply to this mandate, because we could submit the list of all state patients that committed sexual offenses, but it would not be confirmed as to whether it is in line with those that are contemplated in the legislation. So that matter was raised, and there was a decision at that forum that the matter will then be raised through Cabinet to explore the possibility of amending the section on the Department of Health submitting historical data. So that is my response in a nutshell, Chair, on that matter. But in terms of all other issues that the department is doing around persons who have been dealt with in terms of Section 77, 78 of the Criminal Procedures Act, who are referred to as state patients in the Mental Health Care Act, there are several initiatives and interventions that are put in place to ensure that these state patients are fully rehabilitated and that they do not re-offend to do again sexual offenses on their release. So the legislative mandate on the rehabilitation care treatment programs for this cohort of state patients is clearly indicated in the Mental Health Care Act, which provides, starting with designation of specific psychiatric hospitals that has got capacity to contain the security requirements of the state patients, that has got capacity in terms of human resources to put in place effective rehabilitation programs that are in line with the sexual offenses. Another intervention, which is also indicated in the Mental Health Care Act, is around the periodical review of the mental health status of the state patients. So on 6 monthly basis, there are periodical review reports that are compiled by the clinical teams in hospitals, and they are submitted directly to the Director General of the Department of Health to oversee that the efficiency of the rehabilitation programs are put in place. So after every 12 months, there should be a report following the 6 monthly reports. And then from there, that's when the department will approach the courts to apply for release of these patients to ensure public safety against this cohort of patients. And lastly, Chair, we also have an information management system that we have in the department internally, where all new state patients are captured, all their movements are captured, and that's how we monitor that the South Africans are protected against the offenses of this nature by this cohort of state patients. I think that's all I can report at this stage, Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think members have taken note of the presentation and the issues that we have raised. I think some of them would be ventilated when we get responses from the department, and then when we do close by close of the 3 bills. There is a request, members, that members need to recharge their gadgets. We need a 5 minutes break. We are just left with this one. After this one, then we'll deal with the police. And then I think, I'm not sure about communications. So there is a view that we need a 5 minutes break so that members can recharge their gadgets. So the issue is whether we should finish this one, health, and then before we go to the police, we take that 5 minutes break, or we should break now.
Can we finish with this one, Chair?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. In fact, that was the sponsor.
Yes, Chair. Finish this one. Yes, Wilma.
Yeah, that was the sponsor. That was the sponsor of the. So, Honorable
President. But if he can cook like that.
No, Honorable Breitenbach is still cooking. Honorable members, can I note hands? I have the following hands: Honorable Maseko-Jele, Honorable Nivot Drachens. Honorable Breitenbach, can you mute yourself? Honorable Nomathemba-Jele.
Chair, my hand was not up. Excuse, Chair, I did not lower it.
Oh,
I'm sorry for that. My apologies.
No problem. Honorable Nivot Drachens.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Maybe not really a question, but well, I just wanted a question for understanding. I wanted to know if the forensic labs, do they fall under the Department of Health? And if they do, then I want to know the challenges by the Department of Health with regard to the forensic labs. Because I'm not sure if I read it somewhere or if it was in the public hearings, because there was a backlog in the testing, testing of DNA, etc., from the forensic labs. Before the cases can come in front of court. So if it's not under the Department of Health, I'll withdraw that question, but I just wanted to make sure whether it is under the Department of Health and what are the challenges with regard to the backlogs. Thank you, Chair.
Should we respond or wait for all the questions?
Chairperson is missing.
Yeah, he's missing.
But I can see he's still there.
I think the chairperson, maybe his network is down.
Comrade, we take over.
I can't take over. I want to ask a question. Maybe I should continue anyway.
Yeah, and then he will come back. No, when the chair comes, we'll take over because I don't think it will take long.
If it's in agreement with other colleagues. I just want to check on the issue of, in fact, Honorable Velma, you touched a little bit on the forensic, but I want to hear with health, your relationship with the police in terms of the DNA, especially on the rape victims, because you'll find that the police are not having enough rape kits. And I know there's also this issue of the, your communication going to the district surgeon and all that. And I'm glad that I can see with the police, you do have also General Mothala, who's in the forensic, and maybe they'll be able to assist us, but we should know in terms of implementation and the challenges that are there now, what is it that we are going to do going forward? Is the chairperson back? And I think maybe we can allow you to respond on that. I'm sure the chairperson is trying to connect.
No, I'm back. I'm back.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I've already asked the question, and I'm sure you can go back to your space. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome back, Chair.
No, I think there was an attempt to stage a coup.
No, not from us.
I counted very well to say this is the time to change the gadgets or recharge them, because I knew that by this time we are all below 25, we must recharge. Thank you, Chair.
Sure. No, thank you very much, Honorable Mofokeng. Over to you, Department of Health.
Thank you, honorable members. To respond to the first question about the forensic labs. At this stage, the forensic labs are with the Department of Health. I would like to clarify the response I see on the chat that at some stage, the forensic labs were with the Department of SASL, as it's indicated on that chat, but they were taken over by the Department of Health. So at this stage, as we speak, the responsibility lies under the Department of Health. Maybe Dr. Mulutsi can elaborate on the challenges that we were experiencing, including the labs, the backlog. Over, Chair.
Chairperson?
Hello?
I think they were requesting you that somebody must take over, but I think she was responding on what is on the chat about the question that was asked by Honorable Velma. But actually this brings confusion, more confusion, because if health says that it's not with SAPS anymore, and we know that also SAPS have the forensic lab, they need to clarify themselves. It's a confusion. It's a serious one, especially for those people that we expect that they've been working together in making sure that when we deal with these things of GBV, implementation is going to be serious. But in this forum, you find that there's Pierre Smith who answered, and then there's department answering. There's also, can we be clarified to me? There's a challenge here.
So, because I was out for a minute, there were questions asked to the department. So has the department answered those questions?
The question was asked by Honorable Velma, and yeah. I extended the question by saying the challenges that we know about sometimes South African police services having with the rape kits, knowing that they also go to them, because that is when health deals with some of the challenges, some of the lab or the forensic or the DNA. Now, we wanted to know their relationship. How do they work and who is responsible, as Honorable Velma was asking the question. But now the answer is that it's with SAPS. Now they are saying it's with health. On the chart, SAPS answering. And then on the other side, the one who was asked, I think it's Dr. Somebody now saying that no, it's with health. Can they clarify themselves?
Yes, can you clarify that? And SAPS is still coming. They would make their presentations, but let's focus on the health department. Can you clarify yourself?
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. As we speak in the Department of Health nationally, we have forensic labs in Gauteng, in Johannesburg, Pretoria, and Cape Town. They are still within the Department of Health. And the issue of the backlog was referred to within the issues, the challenges experienced by the Department of Health. That is what I am aware of, Chairperson, which is on our annual report and within our budget. maybe police can explain the relationship, because the next question was about the relationship between the Department of Health and the police. However, the function as we stand now, as we speak, is within the Department of Health. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Members, can we just allow the police so that we can be able to clear this confusion? And we are blessed because Honorable Mofokeng also served on the Portfolio Committee of the Police. She will also be able to guide us. SAPS, what is the status?
I think they want us to present.
No, you're not presenting. Answer the question that has been asked.
Hello, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Lieutenant General.
Lieutenant General Moshala.
Yes.
Just a clarity on the issue of the labs that are with South African Police Service. It's forensic science laboratories, and are dealing mainly with scientific analysis. They are also dealing with chemistry, your drugs, and also dealing with your DNA. They're also dealing with ballistics, and then they are also dealing with I think biological reports. But also there is also a link between some of the reports that are supposed to be actually processed by the Department of Health, toxicology reports and blood, the blood testing results, which the SAPS depend on Department of Health for processing. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mofokeng.
Chair, can we leave this matter to be vented later, because I think we'll need the Department of Police to meet with the Department of Health, because these are things that we're saying. If they are talking about they are having DNA, but they can send certain things to police, somebody is not reporting something right here. And we should know how they move from the, the trail of the rape kits. And when they say somebody will have to go to the health, that must be explained, because if I'm a member of parliament, I'm a public representative. And if I don't understand how they move with this whole thing, how am I going to be able to explain to people? So those are things that we need to clarify ourselves. I hear what Lieutenant Motlala is saying. I understand what they are saying. That's why Honorable Velma was asking about the forensic, whether it's with police or the. She's a member of parliament, but also is having that confusion. So at some stage, we need to be clarified, and we must have our roles very clear. That's why there's confusion all the time in whatever we are doing with implementation. There can be the good work that is done by the police, done by health, but somewhere the systems are not talking to each other. Let us leave it there, Chair, because it has helped me to understand some of the things that I was tasked to be checking on the forensic of police. Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Nibold Jacqueline.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay. What was not explained is the reason for the backlog. What is causing the backlog? The reason why I'm asking is that if women are raped or a child is raped or sexually molested or sexually assaulted, and there's evidence or not enough evidence to go through court that says there's a backlog at the lab, there's no evidence, evidence is not enough, I need to understand why there is a backlog and where is the backlog. If that cannot be answered now, then maybe it can be done in writing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I would suggest that we also park this matter. We would need both the police, the Department of Health, the Portfolio Committee of Police and the Portfolio Committee of the Department of Health, so that we can try and look at how do we deal with this particular issue. And if possible, we can have their ministers present in that particular meeting, because we are trying to unblock blockages in the system so that the system can flow properly. So can we isolate that as an issue that needs our attention urgently as part of our ongoing oversight, but which needs us to collaborate with other portfolio committees who have jurisdiction over this matter?
Yes,
Chair. We agree.
We cannot
Chair, may I
limit
say something?
Honorable, are you finished cooking?
Not really. I'm not cooking. I don't know how to cook.
No, we saw, we heard you were talking about cooking.
Oh, yes, I can only talk about it. I can't actually do it. May I suggest that as the committee, we take a tour, a real live tour to a forensic laboratory, so that before we have this meeting, so that we understand what we're talking about before we have the meeting.
Even ourselves, ne?
Yes, because it's a different environment to what we're used to. And I think we'd have a much better understanding of the problems and the solutions if we actually see it.
I agree. Thank you.
Let's put it down as part of the committee program that we would do that.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I was requesting that we should not limit the police when they do their investigations, because head of forensic is here. That is my request when they present.
Can you repeat that, Mofokeng?
Chair, I was saying because police is here and head of forensic department is here, we should not limit them. They must be able to present if they have a report on the forensic unit.
Yes, no, they're going to present everything. They will have their time. Their time has not been limited. It was just them responding to a specific issue.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Their time is not affected at all.
But Chair, if I can comment on that agreement of us having to go and do an oversight on that matter, we also have to decide on the time frame so that we don't fall outside of. Remember, if we go first, we still have to come back and get those departments. And it will be fruitless exercise if it happens after our discussions for those 3 bills. So that has to be taken into consideration when we conclude on this matter as a portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Jele. Let's discuss it outside of this meeting, because we also know that we have a program that is upside down. Let's have a full discussion in terms of the approach and the logistics outside of the meeting. Is that fine, Honorable Jele?
Yes, Chair, agreed. No problem.
Yes. So that we just discuss it as to the approach outside of the meeting. Just before we proceed, I think it's just a quick issue here. As a committee, we received a complaint, and this complaint was circulated to members. Members are aware about this complaint. We would want it to be attended to by the Department of Health and the NPA. The committee secretariat would be able to give you the letter, in fact, the details. It's case number 381 of 02 of 2019, It's a femicide, gender-based violence murder case. Victim is Bosusiwe Ngwadla, who was killed by the boyfriend. The problem is that the NPA said that due to capacity constraint within the Department of Health, the observation will only commence once Fort England gives direction, and currently the Fort England Hospital does not give that direction. The request is that whether other hospitals within the Eastern Cape can be asked to do that, because the case has been outstanding since 26th February 2019, and the family is concerned. We wouldn't want to go into the operational issues as to how you must do your work, but we want to formally bring this to your attention. The letters will be given to both Advocate Smith and the Department of Health so that they can look at the issue and expedite it. Are we fine with that?
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. From my side, Advocate Smith, I'm fine with that. I will await the feedback from the honourable members and committee. Thank you.
Yes, Department of Health.
Thank you. Yes, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson, we acknowledge their complaint. We have taken notes of it. However, we will still wait for the letter. In the interim, we will communicate with Eastern Cape Health. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Mtonjeni, Sia? Sia?
Chairperson. Yes.
Yeah. Can we ensure now that you send the letter to Advocate Smith and to the Department of Health now?
Okay.
So that this matter can be attended to. Honorable Mofokeng has introduced a good concept of timeframes. We would like to get that in 2 weeks' time you should have met, and you should be saying to the committee in writing what is the course of action. Advocate Smith.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. That's in order with me. So noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Department of Health.
We'll do that, Chairperson. Ms. Rainey from National Health.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I think now let's have the request that was made by Honorable Mofokeng. Let's meet at 3:30, and then the police should be ready, so that we can start getting a presentation from the police. 3:30, let's meet 5 minutes break.
During the break, I just want to find out colleagues from SAPS who's going to be flagging the presentation, so I can give that permission so that when we come back, we are ready to present.
Good afternoon. I'm Brigadier van Rooyen, and I will do the presentation. I would request the assistance of the Secretariat to please set up the presentation and also to assist me during the presentation to go through the slides, please.
Okay, Brigadier. Thanks. I will do that.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Brigadier, are you able to see? I've started sharing the presentation. Just want to check.
Yes, 100%.
Right. Okay.
I think we can start. Over to you, South African Police Services.
Good afternoon, Chair. And honourable members. I'm Brigadier van Rooyen, attached to the Division Legal and Policy Services. With me today, I have a number of operational commanders that I would like to introduce. It's Lieutenant General Sempe, who's the Divisional Commissioner of Visible Policing. Lieutenant General Mutlala, who's the Acting Divisional Commissioner of Forensic Services. Lieutenant General Maseko-Jele, who's the Deputy National Head of the Directorate of Priority Crime Investigation, as well as Major General Linda, who's the National Head of the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Unit. My presentation, Chair, will deal with the state of readiness of the police and what it entails for us to implement the legislation. I'm going to give a brief background and then I will deal with the matters or the proposed bills individually. The purpose of a presentation is to provide an indication of a state of readiness for the implementation of the bills by the South African Police Service, and I will deal with them in the order as provided for in the slide. First of all, the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, thereafter the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act Amendment Bill, and then finally just one slide on the Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Bill. The South African Police Service is committed to implement measures to protect vulnerable members in society, especially against acts of violence. The service also supports the principal aim of the bills, namely to provide effective support and protection to victims of crime. In furtherance to the earlier submission made by the service on the bills, numerous engagements have taken place with the Department of Justice, and we are confident that the matters raised and discussed with the department will be addressed in a practical manner to enhance the effectiveness of the legislation. Chair, if I may move over to the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill. First of all, the National Instruction on Domestic Violence will have to be revised to ensure that the internal directives issued by the National Commissioner complies with the amended legislation and to ensure that members comply with the Act in the execution of their functions. In terms of the Principal Act, the national instruction must be published in the Gazette and must be submitted to Parliament. The process to amend the national instruction can only commence once the legislation has been finalized in Parliament and the subordinate legislation has been approved, to ensure that the service is able to identify the extent and nature of the powers and responsibilities placed on police officials and how it will affect policing. In addition to the national instruction, all relevant training manuals of a service will have to be revised to ensure that the material reflects the amendments to the legislative framework. This includes training material pertaining to basic training of recruits, as well as several in-service training of police officials. The presentation of training to police officials will be required to ensure that members are aware of the amendments and understand the implications thereof and how it affects the performance of their functions. The process to revise the training material will be done concurrently with the revision of the national instruction once the legislation and regulations have been finalized. In addition, awareness will have to be raised on the implementation of the amendments by means of community police forums, other public engagements, as well as internal communications. This will be of particular importance in respect of the proposed provisions pertaining to the obligation placed on the public to report domestic violence and the implications of a failure to do so, as well as the process to apply for a protection order online. The proposed provision on arrest will require the allocation of additional resources to deal with the increased number of persons in detention in police cells until their first appearance in court, especially on weekends and long weekends, considering that the reporting of domestic violence increases during those periods of time. The extension of the ambit of domestic violence to include additional categories will increase the number of protection orders that are issued. Currently, in terms of the Act, protection orders may be served by the clerk of a court, a sheriff, or a peace officer. But a substantial number of protection orders are in practice served by police officials. The expansion of the ambit of the Act will increase the responsibility of police officials to serve such orders. The service welcomes the establishment of the integrated electronic repository for protection orders and believes that it will enhance the protection of complainants. Although the details and processes relating to the repository will be addressed in regulations, it is envisaged that access thereof will require interfacing of electronic systems between different departments, including ourselves. This will have financial implications and will require sufficient time to ensure the development and establishment of a repository, as well as measures to implement accessibility by the service of the information contained on the repository. Insofar as the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act Amendment Bill is concerned, the creation of new offences will require the amendment of internal policies, directives, and relevant training manuals. Internal communication will be distributed to ensure that members are aware of the new offences and able to address complaints reported to the police in respect thereof. Public awareness must also be raised to ensure that members of the community are informed of the existence of these new offences. The expansion of the ambit of the National Register for Sex Offenders to include the particulars of all persons convicted of a commission of any sexual offence is welcomed and supported. The expansion of the ambit will result in the need for additional resources to comply with other legislative provisions. For example, in terms of Section 36 capital D2 of the Criminal Procedure Act, a buccal sample must be taken of a person whose name appears in the register, and it must be stored and maintained by the service. Furthermore, Section 15 capital A2 of the South African Police Service Act provides that the National Commissioner must ensure that fingerprints and photographic images are taken of persons whose names appear or is to be included in the register. Chair, during the public hearing, submissions were also made relating to the possible transferal of the register to the Criminal Record Centre. Although this proposal was not contained in the bill and have not been considered accordingly, it is important to note some preliminary factors that should be considered relating to such a proposal. System development of a criminal record center and the enhancement thereof will be required to record, maintain, and administer such information. The existing database of criminal records will have to be synchronized with the register, including the transfer of electronic communication. Standard operating procedures will be required to accommodate inquiries relating to entries into the register to enable a search functionality specifically aimed at identifying sexual offences and not all criminal convictions of a person. Adequate measures must be developed and implemented to comply with the requirements pertaining to confidentiality that are currently provided for in the Act. The transfer of information will have to be tried and tested to ensure that the information is correct and reliable. Additional human and physical resources will be required to perform the additional functions effectively and efficiently. And furthermore, awareness and change management training will be required for internal role players, as well as awareness programs for members of the public to understand the implications of such a transferal. The Criminal and Related Matters Amendment Act. We welcome the clarification and expansion of a definition of assault when a dangerous wound is inflicted. This will require the amendment of internal policies, directives, and training material relating to arrest as well as bail. The prohibition on the release of a person on police bail where a matter relates to an offence involving domestic violence is also supported by the service. As indicated, this will require that an arrested person remains in police custody until his or her first appearance in court. And finally, Chair, the service welcomes the requirement that an arrested person must disclose any protection order issued against him during a bail application, and the repository will assist us to verify such information. Thank you, Chair.
Nice presentation, nice. The chair will be accused of being biased, but it's a nice presentation. Honorable Horn, Honorable Mofokeng, Honorable Nico Trachans, Honorable Jele, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to address two issues. The one is in respect of the development or the amendments to what's called the national instruction. If I understand the presentation correctly, ordinarily the SAPS will only embark on that process once the bill has become a law and the regulations have been finalized. So I think from our side, we must inquire whether any groundwork cannot be done, or any preparatory work in respect of such a national instruction, given the urgency behind the legislation and hopefully the implementation. We've heard this morning from the Department of Justice that yes, regulations will be needed. We hope that will take longer than the normal 1 to 2 years to happen. And in the same vein, I think we must inquire from the SAPS whether they wouldn't consider starting with the development of the amendments to the national instruction pending the finalization of regulations, at least once the bill becomes a law. That's the first thing. The second thing is regarding the training manual, which has also been referred to. And I would hope, Chair, that the SAPS have taken note that I think the one thing we've learned while serving on this committee and specifically in dealing with the public participation in respect of these bills is that there is a perception out there that the SAPs do not always totally embrace their duties under the legislation when it comes to domestic violence and gender-based violence. And so it is an opportunity, obviously, when one talks about training manuals for new recruits and ongoing training to address that. And I would like to inquire whether through their involvement in the development of the legislation and attending the public participation processes, whether the SAPs have taken something away from there to also strengthen the resolve of our police service to not try and shy away from dealing with these issues by mediation, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With respect to your first question, it would be an indication of your support. That is why you're saying that they must start working on the regulations. I take it that the DA will be supporting that area.
Sorry, Chair, I don't understand your comment fully.
I was saying that with respect to your first comment, that they must start working on the draft regulations, it might be an indication of your support of that particular area of the bill.
Yeah, no, I didn't say they must start working on the draft regulations. I said the SAPs should consider working on the national instruction. But I think what you can take away, Chair, is that we're not in the business to frustrate the speedy processing of all of this, given the second pandemic, as it has been called.
No, I was just pulling your leg, Honorable Hon.
He doesn't have a sense of humor. He's like the other Honorable Hon.
Yeah, and now I must protect the other Honorable Hon because he asked to be excused, and he will tell you he has a sense of humor.
Very careful.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honorable Mofokeng.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentation. Chair, I must actually join you by saying that this presentation, this one, is the best. Compared to what police has presented last week, it was just a disaster. Now we can hear them, I must be honest. Chair, I just want to check with them on the, in fact, I must commend them that they are looking at the revised training manual, which is welcome. And we've been saying that the training for the police, the prosecutors and the magistrates that deals specifically with these matters must be actually something that we do. I want to ask a question on the protection orders. Now that we are having challenges at the moment, that if an interim protection order is given, there is a problem of delivering it. What is it that they are going to do? Because I don't hear the police having any plans on that. Or if there are plans, maybe they should tell us. And then the last one will be, actually it's not the last, the other one, it will be on the domestic violence register that is in police stations. Are they still using it? And if it was in police stations, what was the role of it? Because it has never been used. And if there are plans for it, they must tell us. And the last will be on the last slide. They are saying an arrested person must disclose any protection order. And the question will be, why don't you have a system that will help with centralized orders so that you can see any other person who had a protection order before, and maybe it can also help with investigations in future. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I thought that they did say that they do support that centralized system, but I think they will answer for themselves. Honorable Nevot Drachans.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to SAPS for your presentation. I have just one comment or question. Your presentation was really good. Legislation outlined wonderfully, but people are still not happy about the interaction between SAPS and the victims. I got an SMS from my constituency office this afternoon already about the interaction with the police and the victims. And so my office feels that the police need support or guidance on how to interact, with victims. So I asked for an example, and they said, for example, a victim goes to the police station, they have just been raped. The police asks the victim, will you be able to identify the perpetrator? The victim says, no, I will not be able to do that. And then the investigating officer said, then, well, there's no case. So that kind of response already demotivates the victim. I mean, already is just appalling. And these kind of interactions will likely reduce reporting by victims. So would SAPS give training to the officials on how they should actually interact with people, or get in-depth training on how to handle gender-based violence cases and how to communicate with the victims or the survivors in a more appropriate way? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jele.
Thank you, Chairperson. And also thank you very much to the team for the presentation. I only have one or two issues, Chairperson, to raise because other issues have already been raised. I think that issue of the development, starting now to develop those legislations that will support this, it will be very important. Though I heard from the presenter that other one will have to wait for the bill to be passed. But those that are internal, that needs to be dealt with, Chair. I think it is important that they have to start now. I think I support that one. The issue of entry point, Chair, I've got it also, as Honorable Velma is saying. I think I'm going to link that one with their training manual. That I wanted to know that in their training manual, issues of attitude of the police in welcoming the victims as they come in, are they included there? Though I know that attitude, it also goes with an individual, but as part of training, also the issue of employing on a very continual basis the services of the psychologist, because where I am, Chairperson, it cannot be that police there have been reports of the behavior of the police when it comes to the issues of GBB that was not welcoming to the community for so many years. And then we believe that after these bills have been passed, everything will change just like that. I think something must be done, and it must be deliberate. It shouldn't be something that we take it that I think really they've heard that they should behave this way. I think there must be a concerted effort that the issue of their plan, it should include also that, because it will be fruitless, Chairperson, after we have done such a big job in making sure that we are working together and we understand each other as to what is needed to be done when these bills are a law. And then we still find people at the police station, like Honorable Valma just said, that you will say things to people, to our victims. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jele. Over to you, SAPS.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. If I can start with Honorable Warren's question. The development of a national instruction will indeed commence beforehand. However, we must always be careful to issue national instructions until there's finality on the wording of the Act and also the regulations. Of course, the last thing we want is to spread confusion in a police service where it deals with something like gender-based violence. However, the biggest issue is not so much the issuing of the national instructions or the amendment of the training material, but it is to actually physically present training to the police officials on the new legislation. That is a cumbersome operation, as you can imagine, the number of police officials involved. However, in that regard, we will prioritize the number of the training courses pertaining to operational members first. In other words, the members who are more likely to deal with victims of gender-based violence will be trained first on the implications of the legislation. Honorable Horn also raised the issue of the strengthening of a resolve of a police service to deal with gender-based violence and specifically pertaining to matters of training. And yes, indeed, that is something that the police service regards in a very serious light. As part of all our training material on gender-based violence, we deal with social context training. And that really goes to the heart of domestic violence. Because if a person understands the dynamics of domestic violence, then they also have a better idea of why victims appear to act in a certain manner. For example, a police official may easily regard a woman who continuously comes to the police station as someone who do not want to have help. But once they understand the social context and the whole issue of power and control pertaining to the underlying fundamental principle of domestic violence, that does help to ensure that members are better equipped to deal with domestic violence. That is something we continuously reinforce in all our training programs. It is ongoing, and we are continuously also trying, with the help of other role players, including the NPA, to improve on our training. And the cooperation between us and the NPA in that regard, with the assistance of prosecutors, have been very helpful. To deal with the questions raised by Honorable Mofokeng, once again, the protection orders, the interim protection orders, similarly to the final protection orders, are served in a large, in a number of instances by police officials. We, of course, will deal with them similarly in the future as well. But it does sometimes create problems when we have limited resources and we have to deal with other policing or reports of crimes committed, and the police have to attend to them, to also prioritize the serving of protection orders and dealing with operational policing complaints. So that is something I just wanted to raise to the committee for consideration in view of the fact that protection orders will be issued in future in more circumstances as a result of the expansion of the categories of domestic violence. Ma'am, you also raised the issue of a domestic violence register. That is an internal police official register that is kept by every police station, and it is regulated in the national instruction currently. The register provides that every incident of domestic violence must be reported in that register, and when the police receives a protection order, the details of that protection order is also included in the register. In other words, it's our internal register of complaints and reports made to the police of domestic violence. Insofar as the disclosure of bail or the disclosure of a protection order in bail applications, in that regard, the repository will be a valuable contribution to support and assist the police officials to verify whether the person, the accused, does in fact have a protection order issued against him or not. And the repository was actually initially a proposal made by the police to strengthen the resolve of gender-based violence. And therefore, we are in full support of it and really believe that it will assist us to a large extent. I can also share with the committee that in the past, we've had numerous difficulties where the parties involved in a domestic relationship will have or will obtain contradictory protection orders. For example, the wife will obtain a protection order that prevents the husband from entering the home. And then the husband will go to the court and obtain a protection order that prevents the wife from allowing to enter the home. Now, if you expect a police official to attend that complaint, it is impossible to make a sound decision because the protection orders are 100% contradictory with each other. So whatever the police official does in those circumstances, he will also be 50% wrong. And for that reason, we requested the Department of Justice to draft provisions pertaining to the establishment of a repository to assist all of us on clarity on existing protection orders and to ensure that we are able in a better manner to assist victims of domestic violence. Honorable Drachen also asked matters pertaining to the fact that victims are unhappy with the police service. And I believe in that regard, it's important to raise the fact that we deal with a number of NGOs and other service providers and volunteers to assist police officials on the assistance of victims, and specifically because they are trained in dealing with victims of domestic violence in a manner that is professional, and they are equipped with the necessary skills. That is something that we can also improve in future. The NGOs and volunteers assist members of a police service. We have also particular training material and national instructions dealing with victim empowerment to provide for measures to assist police officials on how to deal with a victim of domestic violence and to assist in the empowerment of victims. But training, once again, will also play a role in this regard. Furthermore, we welcome the assistance and expansion of the responsibility of the Department of Health and Social Development, because those two departments can also, to a great extent, support the service in rendering proper assistance to victims of domestic violence. As we've indicated previously also, the fight against gender-based violence can only be won if all government departments pull together and improve services to assist victims. If all the departments in a coordinated manner address gender-based violence, I have no doubt that we can make a substantial impact in the lives of many victims. Chair, I believe some of the issues mentioned by Honorable Jele was also dealing with internal training, and the attitude, I believe, is also something that we can always improve on, the changing the attitude of members. As I've indicated, the social context training is part of every single police training program pertaining to gender-based violence, and it is something that we continuously repeat and reinforce. FCS units have been established and their members are trained specifically to deal with victims of family violence, child protection and sexual offences. So that is also a specialized unit that received additional training in that regard. I believe that is the questions that were raised by the committee members, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions?
Chairperson.
Chair.
Okay, let's start with Honorable Mofokeng, then Honorable Newbold Drachens.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the answers were correct for us, adequate. I just want to check on the issue of the challenges, if they are having any challenges with the victim empowerment centers in the police stations. Looking at what is coming now with this new legislation, it will mean a lot of work. And also the rape kits that were a problem at some stage, Are they okay now? Do they think they have enough budget to can deal with that? But also, Chair, in the same breath, I just want to say to you that one of the police officers that was doing a good job when we are asked to say there are issues is Major General Linda. He's also on the platform. His case is the same as the magistrate we're talking about this morning, that he takes effort to make sure that things are happening. And I can say that last night, he arrested somebody at the border of Lesotho running away from the GBV matters. And I think it's proper that we commend him for the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we see him or her? Can you see the photo? Can you see the photo?
General Linda, I saw him, is away, is around. Major General, we want to see you.
He seems to have run away.
Chairperson, my apologies, Lieutenant General Maseko-Jele. I am with General Linda in the same room. I will just, I think he has a problem with the gadget, but I will try to use mine, Chairperson. He is in the house.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Is that General Linda?
Yes.
No, I don't know what Chairperson.
Chairperson, that's good afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon, honorable members. I am Major General Linda, the National Head of FCS, Family Violence, Child Protection and Social Offences Investigations.
Okay.
Thank you very much, General. South Africa is proud to have people like yourselves who serve our people. You are our hero. We would be happy if people like you can be multiplied. It's not only kings and queens that make history, but ordinary people like you who sacrifice their lives to ensure that all of us feel protected. Thank you very much. I think I'm speaking on behalf of the committee, all the members, all the different parties, to say we are proud to have people like yourselves. I think in the midst of all the challenges, people like yourselves lift our spirit, even when we are down, but we know that there are always good men and women who are proud to be South Africans, who are proud to be Africans, and who are proud to be humans, and who would want to serve other human beings with all their lives.
Chairperson, please allow me to make some inputs. Take this opportunity on behalf of Division Detective Service, acknowledge the Chairperson's comment this morning with regard to a documentary that appeared about weeks ago on the ENCA checkpoint, whereby members of the very same component I'm leading, which has placed the level of detective in terms of successes and long life sentences very high in the country in terms of serial rapists, that Mr. represented us in court wrote report that we have taken note. The matter is under investigation, and we will be able to submit a report to the chairperson and the the committee within the 7 days as instructed. I submit.
Thank you very much. I think with your contribution, you put those who are misrepresenting people like yourself into shame. And we are, with people like you, we think that a decisive action that will not misrepresent the South African Police Service is going to follow. And even with the NPA, Advocate Smith is here. I think he will communicate our sentiments to the National Director, but we'll also be writing to the National Director that we would want action to be taken. To you and to the magistrates, if we were the NCA, they had this program of something like a hero of the week. You are our heroes, even in the midst of this pandemic. When this Nigerian writer was disillusioned by corruption in his own country and wrote that the beautiful ones are not yet born, I think he would be proud to see now that no, indeed there are beautiful ones who have been born. Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether other members, I wouldn't want to, other members of the committee.
It was Wilma who had a... Thank you very much, Chair, for that opportunity. I'll also take the opportunity to add my thanks to Major General Linda. And thank you for the responses from Brigadier Van Rooyen. Just one thing I'd like to point out. I know that, NGOs don't mind to assist, but do remember that NGOs are under financial constraints themselves, and, they struggle with their budgets. So if a victim, comes to SAPS to open a case, it should be done appropriately. And if then there's a struggle, if it's difficult in terms of communication, etc., then the NGOs can come and assist, because we also need to take into consideration that the NGOs have financial constraints and the people hired in the police station are hired to do a certain job. So they mustn't brush the responsibility off their shoulders and just say the NGOs are there to do it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think there are no further inputs. Thank you very much. Can we go to the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies?
Good day, Chair.
Mr. Maseko-Jele?
Yes, Chair. I was in communication with the PLO of communication, Mr. Mlambo, and this morning they were promising to send a presentation, Chair, only to find out this morning that they did not prepare a presentation, citing reasons that they were busy with other entities. But he informed me that there's they've delegated, there's Miss Petronella Linders. I have noted that Miss Petronella Linders is here, Chair. So he informed me that she will be answering any questions that members would want to pose, but they did not send any presentation up to now, Chairperson.
Who is Ms. Linders? I think it might even be unfair to you to say anything, because you are just sent without a presentation to come to the committee, which is a serious sign of disrespect. So it means that the Department of Communication is the busiest department, more than all the departments that have come here. The departments of higher education and basic education, they are busy with the exams, but they prepared a presentation and they came here and they are still here. Department of Justice is here. Everybody is here, has prepared a presentation and has ensured that they are here. Now, out of serious disrespect to the committee, we are being asked to ask questions when people have not bothered to make a presentation. That is an insult to the committee. And there is no questions to be asked to that person. The department has just treated us with disrespect. And I would suggest, honorable members, that the DG of the department be summoned to come to appear before Parliament, before the committee, to explain herself, because I know the minister would always want to cooperate with Parliament, and I don't think that she even knows the behavior of her department towards this committee. So if they are used to treat other committees that way, this is not any other committee. We would not accept to be treated in that particular fashion. We are not going to be asking any questions. We would want the Director General or Acting Director General of the department to come and appear before us to explain to us why does she disrespect us. Can we leave it at that, honorable members?
Agreed, Chair.
Yes, Chair.
Agreed.
So, Ms. Linda, is Ms. Linda, am I correct? From the Department of Communications?
Yes, Chairperson. It's Ms. Petronella Linda. She's here, Chair. I note on the list. She's still in the meeting, Chairperson.
Yes, Ms. Petronella Linda, you would not ask you any questions. You are released. We want your teaching. Let me take this opportunity to thank all the departments who have really worked very hard to ensure that we have presentations, and I think that these presentations are going to form part of our deliberations when we deliberate on the 3 GBV bills. Your contribution is commendable. You have clarified a lot of issues that we were concerned about. We would be taking your presentations and the NGOs that have been very active, even on the chat, raising issues, and you have been responding to most of them. To everybody who has spent all the whole day with us today, the viewers at home, we know this matter is a very serious matter. You have showed that you are the allies of the South Africans in this serious violation against women and children of our country. We are very grateful. We know that domestic violence it's very emotive to all of us. We are going to be working very hard, echoing the words of Honorable Horn, that as the committee, we will not impede anything that is going to ensure that there is a speedy processing of the bill, whilst ensuring that, of course, we ensure that we pass a quality bill, but we are going to put all our efforts to ensure that we process this bill as speedy as we can. and you have really helped us to ensure that we understand what we are passing, and we are really happy that the departments that have undertaken to take certain actions have made that commitment, and we hope that they're going to meet the timeline set by the committee, because our people can only have confidence in our democracy if our democracy materially changes their lives. And the Parliament is one of those institutions that must continuously strive to earn the confidence of the people by the manner in which it acts. It becomes relevant to their lives. It ensures that whatever it discusses, it discusses something that advances the cause of all South Africans. That is how we will ensure that we sustain our democracy. Having officials like yourselves who have committed themselves, who work overnight to ensure that that is achieved, is highly appreciated. And we would like to thank you very much, and thank my colleagues for continuously putting South Africa first and ensuring that they work very hard to ensure that we serve our people. Thank you very much, colleagues. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Bye, colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members.